You're watching Ticket TV. Like, share, and subscribe on your way in. All right, man. Salute everybody. I want to tell everybody thank you for all the people who came in yesterday and actually supported the stream. All of you guys who sent donations, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. That link is always in the description, man. I want to salute to all of y'all who did that. Appreciate y'all. I'm gonna shout y'all out in a little while. Um, I wanted to come in here and I wanted to start off, you guys, by actually talking about some of the things that happened yesterday that were major, man. And I thought those were major things that Keefe D's lawyer pulled off and exposed. I thought Keefe D's lawyer did a great job yesterday. I'm not even gonna lie, man. And this is just me looking at this from an unbiased situation, even though, I'm a Tupac Shakur fan. I love Tupac, or Peter Tupac. But I gotta tell y'all something, man. Keefe D's lawyer made some good damn points yesterday nobody saw. And I'm gonna tell y'all two things off the bat that Keefe D's lawyer did that yesterday stood out to me. The first thing Keefe D's lawyer did that was major is when he went to his opening statements, right? Um he basically stated that his client is a liar whose past confessions were fabricated for money and to avoid jail time. He even went as far, you guys, as to basically project slide with a single word on the courtroom monitor to describe Keefe D's stories. And he put the word BS, but he spelled it out as bullish, right? Now, he called out the lack of total evidence. I want to talk about that one that he said is in his case, right? Now, he said there's no physical evidence. There's no DNA, no fingerprints, no eyewitness placement that proves Keefe D was in Vegas the night of his murder. He basically says that the defense pointed out a major logical hole in how law enforcement handled Keefe D over the years. When Keefe D originally gave those recorded statements to the FBI, LAPD, and federal prosecutors in 28 and 2009 to get out of drug charges, the police never charged him. He argued that the investigators back then knew that Keefe D was full of shit and, lying to save his own skin, which is why they never acted on his words. I mean, but this ain't even half of what he did yesterday. He also argued the fact versus fiction thing, where he basically, argued that the prosecution's entire case relied almost entirely on Keefe D's book, Compton Street Legend, a 2019 memoir that was co-written by Keefe D, and he counted that book. Uh, he counted that, I should say, as basically saying that the book is an embellished work of fiction and hyperbole designed to create solely sensationalized storylines, sell copies, and make money, right? And basically also, basically say he put D's on it, right? And he said it was a flawed investigation. He criticized the police, specifically targeting the detective who revived the cold case, arguing that the law enforcement was more focused on closing a high-profile case than actually solving it, right? And he argued that the police failed to identify or independently verify any of the claims that Keefe D made in his book, right? Failed to interview alternative witnesses and did not produce any fresh standalone evidence to back up the memoir. Now, what he did, and I'm going to say this to y'all right now, what he did to show a lot of, this is going to be, I'm going to tell y'all right now, from what I've seen from day one, the prosecution better have some strong shit they come with in this trial, because in day one, he's already did two major things I saw that kind of crushed the prosecution a little bit. I'm gonna tell you what he did. He poked holes. There was things in Keefe D's story that was straight up lies, where he's gonna use that to say, "Hey, Keefe D lied about everything." Now, if you are a person who has deep thinking, you can think, "Hey, you know what? Maybe Keefe D was there and maybe he did this with those other guys, but maybe when he told his story, he put D's on it. Let me give you an example. You know, somebody does something. Somebody does something. Let's say they do a crime and this, that, or the third, and then they go back and brag to their friends. When they go back and brag to their friends, maybe they just did a simple crime, but they make it seem like they was Superman or goddamn Spider-Man or some shit when they did the crime. They put extra D's on it, like, yeah, nigga, I stood up and I was holding my when I was popping at them, or you know what I'm saying? Just something. They threw something else on it. They put sauce. They threw D's on the story to make it sound even much sweeter than what it was. Right? Let me tell you what I'm talking about. So in interviews that Keefe D did over the course of these last few years, he did interviews with Art of Dialogue and multiple other outlets, right? In those interviews, Keefe D claimed a few things that his lawyers already shot down in court. He claimed that when they had went to Club 662 to see Tupac Shakur, he claimed that they went, I think, in 3 cars, and the other 2 cars had choppers in, and the other 2 guys that was with him. He said that they waited out there for a couple hours, didn't see nobody, so they left. They all broke up and left. Now, he said when they left, he said that he was coming down. They were driving down. I forget what street they was driving down. It was either Koval from Lingo. I can't remember. But they were driving down the other side of the street than Tupac. And he says that they look over, and the reason why they spotted Pac was because Pac was hanging outside his car, you know, being flamboyant to the ladies, you know, tossing it up, doing whatever he doing. He said doing that Bay Area shit. That's what he said, right? He said when they saw that, that's when they doubled around and seen Tupac. That makes more for headlines and more for big stories than, yo, we seen Suge and I seen Big Suge with the window rolled down. I knew what type of car he was driving. When we passed him, I just seen the car and I seen Suge. That's normal. But if you say, hey man, Tupac was hanging out the window, you know, throwing it up and doing all that other shit, you know what I'm saying? Like he being flamboyant, talking to the ladies and shit like that. That's more of a story seller, right? A storyteller and a story seller. So yesterday in court, what did Keefe D's lawyer do? He shot that down. The girl who was in the car, she got up on the stand. And Keefe D's lawyer, if you didn't notice, he asked her yesterday. He says, when you guys pulled up on Tupac and Suge, was Tupac hanging out the car, acting all flamboyant and doing all that flamboyant shit? She said, no, it was normal. They was inside the car. We just pulled up on him and we talked about the club. It was normal, she said. Peep game now. So she said it was normal, you guys, right? Listen now. You got to listen very closely to what I'm going to say. She said it was normal. Now, her saying that it was normal contradicts what Keefe D said in the interviews. In the interviews, Keefe D said Pac was hanging out the window doing all this other shit. But that girl said, no, he wasn't. When we pulled up on him, they were inside the car, normal. His lawyer got her comfortable and got her answering the questions like she thought I'm answering this question truthfully. But what the lawyer did was he showed that part of Keefe D's story was a lie. What is the lawyer doing? Creating and building up a lot of doubt that Keefe D told the truth about that story. That was the first example. Now we come to the second example of what he did yesterday. What else he did yesterday is he spoke about a different situation having to do with this whole Tupac murder case and investigation, right? Now, I want y'all to listen to what I said. This is Keefe D's lawyer, right? So Keefe D lawyer, he does cross-examination on the cop, right? Now, when he does cross-examination on that cop, he already knows what he's established, one, by asking that girl about hanging out the window, Pac hanging out the window, blah, 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 right? So then he goes and he asks the cop questions. And I was thinking, I was like, what are the questions he's asking this cop? But then when I thought about it, once again, another lie or something that was sensationalized, I guess, that he was told, that he exposed, right? That Keefe D had told to the public, but it was exposed as not being true. And he dug that out from the cop yesterday in cross-examinations, right? When he questioned a police officer. And that was something that was very, 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 I want to say, blatant in this investigation, right? What his strategy is to show that a lot of people have different stories than what Keefe D told, meaning many aspects of Keefe D's story was, how should I say, lies. So he's going to use that to say, oh, no. Keefe D's whole story was a lie. So I'm telling you, he made all this up, right? That's what he's going to do, and that's his angle. He's already accomplished that with that girl. By that girl saying what she said, that's a key detail that he can say, hey, see, he was lying about that. So, I mean, because remember, in criminal court, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Keefe D was in the car the night Tupac was killed. Listen now. So if Keefe D exaggerated shit in his stories, his lawyer can just use that and say, hey, see, he's a liar. All of his lies. He won't say, oh, he just exaggerated that part. He's going to use that and put it in the jury's mind that, no, look, see, he lied about that. So all these different parts of his interview, he's going to use those different parts of the interviews where the prosecution is trying to show, hey, man, look, see, Keefe admitted all this. He's going to say, well, those are lies. Your own witnesses came here and said that wasn't true. Right? So if you go through everything that we're going to go through in this trial, watch all the questions that Keefe D's lawyer, and y'all smash the like button as y'all come in here, share the video. Watch all the questions that he asked on cross-examination, because those are going to be the most important questions. Because when you go back and listen to Keefe D's interviews and you look at Keefe D's book, what's the difference, y'all? The difference is what? The difference is what the witnesses say and what Keefe D told in his stories. Right? The cops are going to have to, and the prosecution, I'm going to say, is going to have to show that we have more overbearing truth that matches what Keefe D said than what he said is sensationalized. And they have to also sell to the jury that Keefe D did sensationalize rumors to make the story juicier, but that the basis and the base claims were true. And I'm going to tell y'all something, man. If that lawyer can put enough doubt in the jury's mind, Keefe D might walk. If that lawyer can put enough doubt in Keefe D in the jury's mind, Keefe D might walk, because they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. This is what I'm telling y'all now. And it's going to get real bad because a lot of people are going to be angry if the prosecution doesn't win this case. Right? But the way day one went, where he revealed multiple things that were discrepancies versus what Keefe D stated versus what the witnesses stated. Man, I'm trying to tell y'all, man. I know we all thought Keefe D was toast, but the way I see the strategy going right now, when that girl went up on that stand yesterday and Keefe D's lawyer asked her, he was like, yo, was Tupac hanging out the car acting all, flamboyant and stuff? She says, nah, it was normal. He was in the car. I was like, oh, shit. Like, Keefe D's going to end up fucking walk. If this case goes like this, he's going to walk. Because Keefe D clearly said in the interviews and in the book that Tupac was hanging out the car, acting all flamboyant, doing that Bay Area shit. That's exactly what he said. But if you get in the court and the witness seemed to be very credible, the girl. If you get in the court, so the girl, she seemed to be very credible, very honest, very credible. So it's not about the witnesses lying. She's not knowing what the lawyer's looking for. She's just up there answering the questions truthfully. She's not knowing what that lawyer's looking for. The lawyer knows what he's looking for. The lawyer doesn't even have to be mean to her, which he wasn't. He just wants to get a certain answer that he knows that she's going to give based off of what he's seen in her statements to the grand jury. Doesn't match. Prosecution has to come back and they got to play offense big time. They have got to have enough points to hit home that show that Keefe D 100% was in that car and that what he said was true. They're going to have bulletproof enough witnesses to be bulletproof, right? To hold Keefe D's story, because once again, when you're talking about a jury, and some of these people may have not even been alive during this situation, now, once again, it's different. So to the person in the comment section, Angela says, I saw a video back when a girl said Tupac yelled for him. Right, but see, here's the thing. They're not in court. The prosecution is going to have to bring somebody else in court that says something different. If they don't, man, it's going to get bad, man. I saw 2 instances yesterday where that lawyer for Keefe D, he pointed out 2 inconsistencies. Off the bat, I saw it. And I was just like, damn, bro. That nigga Keefe gonna F around and walk. He gonna mess around and walk on these people. If it keep going like this, he gonna mess around and walk. And that was my instant thoughts. As a matter of fact, let's go through that review a little bit before we get to what's going on today. And y'all smash the like button, share the video, like the videos, y'all come on in here. Because I do want to go through this today because this is very important. This is very important. I don't know how important y'all know this is to this case. But this is very important to this case, man. If they don't get this right, bro, Weezy out of here, bro. If they don't get this right, Weezy out of here, bro. Weezy out of here if they don't get this right, y'all. This has been some very, very, and I want y'all to hear some of the things I'm talking about. Because Keefe D said this stuff in the interviews, right? When he said that, Pac was out there doing that flamboyant shit. Then go listen to that girl's testimony, right? It was a lot of things from yesterday, man. Matter of fact, let's explore some of this. Because I think that that's very important. That we explore that. Right? I think it's very important that we explore that. And the reason why I say that is because that was something major that happened yesterday when he was cross-examining. Now, I want to go right to that part, to the cross-examination part, you guys. And y'all smash the like button, share the video. like the videos y'all come here. I want to go right to that cross-examination part because that cross-examination part meant a lot. Right? Yeah, Angela. When she said that, I was like, oh shit. And then I heard he exposed something else again. Now let's get to this. He exposed something else again, you guys, and we're gonna get to that right now. Right? With Keefe D. And I want to show y'all this. Y'all smash the like button, share the video. Let me get to this part. This is very important for everybody that's listening to listen very closely. Because he questioned, I'm going to say it again, he questioned that dude too. Right? Now, I want to get to that part where he questioned the old boy. Because when he cross-examined, it was the cop that he cross-examined. I was just like, oh shit. He cross-examined that cop. Now, let's get to his cross-examination of the cop. I want to do that. Very important that we do that. Hold on, you guys.
A little bit further south end. South.
All right, let's go.
Did you have a partner?
Yes, I did.
What was his name?
Richard Goldgard.
Now, this is the prosecution.
While you were working on that area of the strip, did you cause there to be some sort of car stop of a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the purpose of stopping this vehicle?
I initiated a car stop on a black BMW that had no license plates.
Now, so he's talking about the stop on, Pac and Suge at that time, right? For all you guys who don't know what's going on. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get up off that because that's not the part where I want you guys to hear. The part where I want you guys to hear is way more important. Way more important than that. The part that I want y'all to hear. The part that I want y'all to hear is I'm gonna show you guys the part I want y'all to hear. That part right there is crazy, bro.
You may.
First, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Patrol Exhibits 1 when you approach them. You do, what's your...
Let me get to that part. Hold on.
As far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped him in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that.
I see.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
This is Keefe's lawyer asking him.
I'm sorry, there was always something going on the strip. So I heard that things were going on that night, but I was really aware of them.
Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon that was being held at the MGM?
Yes.
All right. And I would venture to say that would be something that would have been briefed to all the police officers prior to you going on your shift for that night.
No, we didn't really talk about it.
All right. And then with regards to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the strip?
Not more than ordinary.
Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly?
So the strip is always pretty crowded, or was.
Here's what else he exposed yesterday, and I'm finna tell y'all this. And this is why I told y'all Keefe D may walk, bro. He may walk. He may walk. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, he may walk. If it keeps going like this, that's not my final decision. He may walk, man. I'm gonna tell y'all what else was exposed. When he was questioning this guy, right? And this is why I listen to everything. I listen to every single thing. When he was questioning the police officer, he kept asking the police officer about the traffic out there, how things were, the flow. He wanted to do that because he wanted to get to the getaway, right? Right? Now, Let me tell y'all this. He asked a question, another question to that girl. Keefe D lied. And I'm gonna tell you where Keefe D at, where else he lied. Not only did Keefe D apparently lie about Pac hanging out that window, acting flamboyant, Keefe D lied about shooting that girl's window out. Keefe D in the interview said, "This is day 6. You're late, sir. Your name is Kevin 611. This is day 6. You missed all the other last week, so you're wrong. It's day 6. This is just the second day of testimony, sir. Know your role." Keefe D said in the interviews that the girls, they gave him chase. And he said when the girls gave him chase, that they shot their car out and put bullet holes in the girl's car. The girl, she was asked yesterday by Keefe D's lawyer. Straight up. Did you have bullet holes in your car? In the windshield? The girl said, "No, we was fine." They're going to use all these things to say Keefe D made this whole story up. Let me play that part before I get to this other part. There's so many things that they brought up, bro. And they're going to say Keefe D made this whole story up, even though Keefe D lied about certain aspects. Bro, this shit finna get bad. I'm telling y'all this. I peep everything. That's why I tell y'all, when you do this type of shit, listen to me, yo. I'm telling y'all this. Listen to me. Because Keefe D's lawyer exposed a lot. Now listen, y'all.
We start shutting down because we're like, if someone did it, they could come by and sitting on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So this was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talk?
Absolutely.
Objection,
Yeah.
Honor, for leading.
What's your response, Mr. Paul?
I'm just following up on your question that she's going to lay the foundation to.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase.
Okay. Is it fair or unfair to say that you are concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
All right. No further questions, Ms. Gates.
Now hold on.
Cross-examination.
Let's go back.
Thank you, Honor. Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Now this is Keefe's lawyer.
Obviously, I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation.
No, I was in the grand jury.
Okay, so you were at the grand jury. And with regards to your testimony, when you were in front of the grand jury, did you meet with the district attorney's office prior to giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Not except outside the door when I got to the courthouse.
Now, I want y'all to see this. I want y'all to listen to this. Because this shit is about to get serious right here. I want y'all to listen to what she says next.
To the courthouse. I mean, the door of the grand jury.
I see. And with regards to that testimony, did you review any documents, records, anything like that in preparation for your testimony in front of the grand jury?
No.
All right. Now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony that I said, but other than that, no.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
And at some point you go back to LA.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it? Like in terms of like articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We just didn't talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple of documentaries. Yes, years, like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
I talked to my girlfriend. more talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened?
Yes,
as
she
well?
was driving.
I see.
No, that's
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring,
yes,
and I'd assume that the top was probably down.
the top was down.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It probably, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that.
Was
I just
it
know
cold?
it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. We didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad. I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice, cool evening. So I would probably say in the
Now
80s, 70s.
he knows it wasn't raining. He know it wasn't raining. What is he doing, y'all? He's getting the witness comfortable. He's talking to her. He's finding out, okay, so it was a nice night. The reason why he asked about the rain is because not only does he want to get her comfortable, you guys, but he also wants to establish that, hey, my client, he lied. He lied because it was perfect weather outside. Pac could have been doing this, hanging out the window and shit because it was not no rain outside. It was, everybody knows what the weather was that night. There's no reason for him to ask that question, except for he's getting her comfortable to say what he needs her to say, which is to feel like he's not asking any threatening questions, but she doesn't know that. But he knows what he's about to do right now.
70s, 80s, I have no idea.
All right. But obviously, among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes, no.
Now, are y'all hearing this? Are y'all hearing this? Right? Because we need to hear this. Right? This is another very important part right here. Very important part right here, you guys. Very important part right here, right? So now let's listen.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for
Yes.
us exactly?
Much as I can.
Now, see how he's buttering her up? Yo, if I can show you a map, you can show me where it's at. He doesn't even care about all those questions. Those questions he don't care about the answer to. He just wants her to say that you did not see Tupac hanging out that window. Why? Because Keefe D told all the dialogue and everybody else in them interviews that Pac was doing that. And if he can show those inconsistencies, he can show that, hey, man, Keefe D's a liar. He lied for money. And he can make people think in the jury, well, damn, he did lie. It's proven that he lied about these certain aspects. But the people in the jury who didn't know about this overall situation will think that, well, if he lied about that, he lied about everything. When in the criminal court, you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Man, I'm telling y'all something, man.
Much as I can. Yes, absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there. This states exhibit number 1.
Now listen.
Just for the record, I'm showing you states exhibit number 1. It's just an overview of Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Does that help you at all?
No, not really. But I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And when you say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there in front of you. You could use that to sort of move that mouse over to where. No, that doesn't do that.
I can point it, but
Now let me do
Only
this.
when you're on our computer can you do that. This doesn't here.
you can point it.
All right. So would it this be? And I'm
Yes,
using my
that's-
Sharpie. That's
yes.
the dot.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay. And this I'm pointing now once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Coble.
Coble, that sounds about right.
Now, you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better
Now
view
look,
and-
he's setting her all up. He don't need none of this. He
Down
don't
there.
need none of this.
You may.
He's just making her feel comfortable. He don't need none of this. He's making her feel comfortable. And Keefe D know exactly what he's doing. That's why he's sitting there like, yeah, he's gonna get her ass.
And what am I drawing exactly again?
If you can draw for us where, on that night, where Koval was.
Look how she's doing all this drawing up.
You're writing Koval.
Don't mean nothing.
For the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay, so that's Koval. And then can you draw for us where Suge's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
Well, we were behind it.
Okay.
So it would have been, I'm just gonna make lanes and like, don't quote me, I could be off by one.
Telling
of course.
y'all, that doesn't mean nothing.
So I'll say this was Suge and we were behind. So this was, I'm gonna put I for me. And then we moved and went right here. So this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but stopping at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Suge's vehicle.
Yes.
Now look how
And
credible
then,
she looks.
There's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change seats, can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car? Or-
Well, not in the car, but
Oh.
where the car was.
It was here when the shots happened.
Okay.
And when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around and get turned.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I,
The I,
and
yes,
then you pulled off onto Cole.
yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean? This Flamingo? No, I know. Is it Flamingo? I'm assuming. I'm guessing. Like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there. And then here was where we turned off, right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the streets.
He gonna mess around and walk.
I'm gonna show you.
If it keeps going like this,
I appreciate it.
you put a lot more days like this, Keefe D gonna walk.
If I could have this marked as defense exhibit, opposed defense exhibit A,
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
and move for ignition.
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted.
Now, Pete, what she's saying, y'all.
Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it. Your
Okay,
Honor.
feel free.
Thank you.
Now, watch him ask her the question that he really wants. None of this other shit means nothing.
Now, I've shown you what's been marked and admitted now as defense exhibit A. All right, and I will just explain this for the jury again. So where you have Koval is actually the street Koval, is that right?
Yes,
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the defense exhibit A.
yes,
And then on the corner, it would be
Gas station.
would be one of the corners. There's a gas station.
yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight.
Suge nice car. Now, listen to what he did, y'all. He made sure that the jury could see the position she was in, that she had the best look at Tupac Shakur. Right? When they pulled up. So now that he's established that, he gets to what he really wants to ask her. Did you see Pac hanging out that car? And Keefe D told all the dialogue. Pac was hanging out that car, acting like he was a Bay Area nigga.
Yes,
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some point.
yes,
And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
in front of, not next to. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here is, what lane is that?
That's the a small lane that you can turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Koval.
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see.
No,
Yeah.
I was looking down because I was initiating change in my seat. So I would thank God I was all face down.
Okay. And when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure.
See, stop right there. Keefy D said that they had a shootout with them girls. He said the girls tried to give chase to them and they shot their windshield out. Boy, I'll tell y'all something, man. If it keep going like this, Keefy D gonna walk. If it keeps going like this, Keefy, now look what he's gonna ask her. He's gonna ask her first about was he hanging out the window. Keefy D said that. Then he's gonna say, did y'all window get shot out? Keefy D said that too. Both lies.
Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my gun.
Was there any shattered windshield as a result of, anything
No.
happening on the scene?
No.
No shadow windshield.
And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Shug. Shug was saying, "Hey, come to 662." Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, you said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Shug's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that.
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Shook because she's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people in your vehicle yell out, Tupac, anything
No.
like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac. Okay.
That's what Keefy D
Now,
said.
during that time period, as you're over here behind Shug's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Shug, he was relaxed, like sitting in the chair.
Game over. Keefy D said the nigga was hanging out the window acting like a Bay Area nigga. That's 3 things that he have just debunked with this one witness. That's bad for the prosecution, man. Because that shows Keefy D lied about key elements of that story. He lied about Pac hanging out the window acting like a Bay Area nigga. He lied about the girls taking chase with him and they shooting out their windshield. Bro, this shit is crazy, man.
Sitting in the chair, sitting in the passenger seat, and Shug was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
And he lied about the girl screaming, Tupac, Tupac. Da! She said they wasn't screaming. Bro, this is why you watch and pay attention to everything.
Sitting in the chair, sitting in the passenger seat, and Shug was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window.
Absolutely not. No.
Okay. His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac, Tupac.
No, there was no fans around. They were just
No fans around. Game over, man. Lord Jesus have mercy. Keefy D gonna walk. Keefy D is gonna walk. If it keeps going like this, he gonna walk. He gonna walk. She have just crushed a major piece of the prosecution's story from what Keefy D was said in the interviews. The prosecution is gonna have to prove that Keefy D made up parts and added parts on. Right? Yeah, I told y'all. People lie all the time. I told you guys this. This is why I told y'all, even in the other case I talk about on my channel with the investigation with Nolan Wells. I tell everybody, you need to wait till the real evidence come out. We hear from these real people. Because if you don't hear from these real people, internet rumors can destroy somebody. Now that girl seems very credible. She doesn't seem like anybody's going to go up there and just tell a lie about this shit. She just made it like, oh, it's real normal. Right? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. This, bro, this shit got me a loss of words, man. Look at this dude, bro. I'm be honest with y'all, man. That shit right there got me blown, man. Cause I'm like, damn, bro, they get ready to get his ass. But let's get into it.
Would you go head straight to your bedroom and go to bed? Did you talk with anybody between upon entering the house? Did you speak to anybody, either in person?
Let me get this right for y'all. Hold on. That's key for
Good
you.
evening. We are still in the state's case in chief. So at this time, I'm going to turn to Mr. DiGiacomo. Who's your next witness that we're going to be calling?
We're gonna finish that recording and then call a witness.
Okay, sounds good. You may proceed.
All right, hold on, y'all. We'll get right to this. I'll show y'all what's popping off.
You may proceed.
Yeah, go ahead.
Y'all can barely hear this audio. Hold on, y'all.
Parking area. Inside and, did you?
They got the volume low on this call.
I was at the party for.
They got the volume very low on this call. I don't like it.
Open door. One up at that house.
I don't like it, you guys. They got that volume very low on this call. Very low.
You don't know what party that was? Did Keyshawn ask you to go to that, or?
No, he just said he was going to the party.
Which party was that? Was this another
After
party?
Yeah, another after party.
Okay, do you know who held that party? Was it a star that had the party, or?
I don't know. That's some mansion or something. I don't know.
At a mansion?
Yeah.
And where at?
And up there where the matches be. In Beverly.
In Beverly?
Yeah, or Hollywood, wherever. I don't know. He just said he's going to a party.
Okay, and you had no idea where that party was? No.
I don't mean to rush, but I do have another appointment downtown at 6.
Okay. If
you
we
need
want to
to
talk to
just
Keith in the
call me.
picture,
Call me.
we'll call you.
Sure. And also,
Yes, sir.
I have a key sister-in-law, her name is Gina David. He said that police have been going to her house, knocking at her door, looking for her, and she has nothing to do with this thing. She expressed
Yeah.
Voice of reason, salute for the membership.
Work getting around her, she's wonderful. So if I told her, I'm
Where does she
check with
live?
you.
Let me ask you a question.
I said it didn't know about it.
No,
So I said,
Yeah,
I was gonna check with you guys, if you guys wanna
Hey,
talk about
Cooper
that,
came over there.
not,
Cooper's over
Yeah. He's been over windows. He's been everywhere.
yeah, so.
Oh, no. What?
Yeah, it's no.
Long Beach or
I
Norwalk.
think that's no.
Have you talked to Detective Cooper?
Yeah, I talked to him on the phone. He said, man, we know you ain't did it, but we think you can clear up the air or something. I said, man, I can't know it.
When was that? When did you speak to Detective Cooper?
That was the day that you and them were over our house.
Pardon me? The day?
You were there when, you remember y'all?
Oh, yeah,
were
yeah.
there?
Oh, you talked to him?
I called him that day.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, now the point with Gina Davis is that, I told her I'll check with you guys. If Detective Cooper goes there looking for her, she's not gonna talk to Detective Cooper, I want Cooper to know that. If someone wants to talk to her, just call me.
Okay.
I'll make her available.
Okay.
But if someone goes there without,
Right.
being clear, she's not gonna talk to anyone.
Okay. So we have
Okay.
15 people working on this.
I
Yeah, but I was up on the parking garage, man.
Yeah.
I didn't see nothing or nothing. All I did was her.
Okay.
Here.
Chris, real quick, and we'll get it. Okay, this is the museum right here. This is the parking.
So they're playing this tape when they were questioning Keefe D on audio, y'all.
So you're going
south on Fairfax, then you pulled into the parking lot, when you first got there?
Legal term, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Give me a ticket, but I'm gonna take it right now.
Yes, said that he's not a traffic cop.
I'm ready to do it, right? Okay, you turned in here,
Yeah.
and you said, was it valet park?
Yeah, it was,
Okay, you pulled out,
Friday, pulled up in here and the man was waiting right here because I'm like,
okay, so you got out here, then you went up
there.
to the park,
There's a lot of people there,
right?
Taco Pass, went on in there,
Okay. Now, when you came out the same way?
same way.
Okay, down this door?
Now, it was the stairs with the rail,
Right.
we were standing right here.
Okay, when you came out, was, Big E down here already?
Yeah, Biggie was in front, he was getting in their car.
Okay, they were parked here in front?
Yes.
Okay.
Both of it was a bird,
Right, okay, most of those. And you know which one Biggie got into?
he got in the front one, and, the boy got in the back one. Then, Jermaine the Prima and them was behind him too.
Who was? Go ahead.
Jermaine the Prima, the little guy,
Oh,
you know,
Damien?
his little crew, yeah, they
Right,
were.
Damien, okay, yeah. In a different car, right?
Yeah, I know some of them dudes there, I was hollering at them, who, and they left out. Me and Keyshawn was standing over here by the cars here, waiting on the man to come. Everybody ran in here, I didn't even hear no shots. I just see the crowd running, I was like, man,
Okay, had you received your car yet?
no,
Okay, so you were still going
waiting on the
around.
car, yeah.
Did you see them leave the area? Biggie and his entourage? You see him pull out and,
Not really, I just seen a lot of cars just leaving.
okay. So you saw them there and you just continued over?
Over there in my car, yeah.
Okay. And then approximately how long do you think it was when you saw them take off, that you saw these people come cattle rustling back in there?
Between the 5 and 10 minutes, it was quick.
And then that's when it comes running around here. Okay.
Yeah.
Were you in your
Running
car
out.
yet, or are you still waiting for
I'm
it?
still waiting.
Okay. How long did it take them to get your car? I'm talking it's not either side of the crowd and I'm trying to do the egress and egress out.
They pulled over Keyshawn's first, then they pulled over mine.
Okay.
We, like came together,
Okay, so you're inside here, and when you leave, did you go out this way, or?
come out this way. And the man was
Exactly.
standing right here, this way he was standing, waving people out.
Okay,
He was making sure they go right, so,
okay.
cause that is an illegal turn if you turn it up.
Okay, you said this individual was a police officer?
Yeah, he was tall, about 6'4", blonde hair, real tall.
Y'all smash your like button.
And he just waved the cars out. He waved about 50 cars up out of here. Yeah.
Did you see any policemen there, in the parking lot, say, as you were leaving the museum, had the shooting already gone down, or was it until you actually walked a little ways inside the parking structure?
Yeah, when I was coming down the stairs,
Okay.
when I was there, seeing Biggie now.
Okay.
Later, they got on. Then I was over here. We was talking about football, Keyshawn.
Okay, I'm education on the side, that's right here, wait for your car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then the crowd came around. I was fun.
How long were you standing there? When you exited that museum, how long, time span? From the time you,
About 10 minutes.
10 minutes when
About
you
10.
saw people rushing in?
Yeah, it was about 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you see any policemen, anywhere around, any LAPD?
Uniformed
Any
officers.
uniform officers when you came out?
Tons of times, we don't.
That's us. All I've seen was, that's what I mean right here, the tall guy. And it was more, they was pulling up, it was coming real wet, coming in, a whole lot of chops was coming. Yeah.
Okay,
They going through this recording, y'all.
Okay, 10 minutes between the time you exited and the time that people were running into the parking structure. Then how long from that time did it take you to finally get into your car and start pulling out?
I'll say about
Wow.
6 to 7 minutes, maybe 10.
6 to 10 minutes?
About 6 to 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay. And then how long did it take for you to exit the structure? Is that?
It was like bumper, you know, bumper.
Okay, so you're finally in your car.
Yeah, then we leave.
I mean, did you have to wait for a long period of time because of?
No, not really.
He was pushing through pretty
He was
fast.
waving them through here.
So after the crowd started moving in, the policemen were there within what, 6?
About 6 minutes, yeah. He was running in, Biggie got killed. I'm like, Lord have mercy, you know. I had been in one of them before, and over there in Inglewood, and they made everybody spend the night at that hotel, interviewed everybody that was there. You know, this was at the Carter Farm.
What, that shooting you're talking about?
It was a shooting in. I was, you know, that was kind of strange for him to be waving people out, so, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, okay, I'm simply, again, if you need to something, because I'll tell you, when I first got word that you were interested in talking to him, my advice, naturally, was, don't talk to the police. I don't. I won't hide it. I said, don't. But he insisted that he wants to
Get this over
and
with.
talk to you. So he's doing this on his own.
No, I
He said
understand.
he wants to talk.
That's why
Yeah.
we had no
Yeah.
problem with you coming down with him,
Yeah.
but it was just all.
Yeah, he insisted.
I was checking on his everything, I don't know.
Yeah,
When you talk to
Yeah.
Sean, talk to Sean Combs, what did you talk about?
He said the FBI is all over me, man. I don't want you guys catching my heat. Stay away from me.
Who said that?
Sean.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you this little C, did you talk to him?
For a few minutes.
I mean,
That's the person that slid the invitation. Sent me the invitation.
Oh, okay, you got the invitation from little C?
Yeah, him and
Yep.
a manager.
A manager?
Him and a manager. He got
So he,
a lot of braids. You see him?
Oh, yeah.
And he wear that side cap.
right,
Yeah.
said, Combs said FBI is all over me?
Yeah.
That was,
So with little C was just hi and.
Yeah. He gave me the invitation. Him and the
This is
manager.
before you went in?
Before I went in. Then I went up there, they was drinking, gave me a bottle, I started
Did
drinking.
you talk to little C inside?
Huh?
Did you talk to little C
Yeah, I talked to
inside?
him.
What did you guys talk about? I mean, you met before, right?
He just said, how you doing? Yeah, you know, what you doing?
How long had you known Sean and little C before this event?
Maybe about a year.
A year? Where'd you
Couple
meet
of
him?
years. He had gave an after party at, Soul Train Award.
In what year?
That was,
96?
one night the guy get killed at the Elray, what year was that? He got beat up.
a clear holler.
Oh,
Yeah, what year was that?
That was 94?
That was the year I met.
Okay, so that's 3 years ago.
You make the phone call?
No, yeah, okay, I'll make a phone call on my way out.
Okay.
Man, thanks.
I appreciate it, Keith, I appreciate, because I'd like to talk to you again, and we'll call your attorney, and you have no problem?
I ain't got no problem.
Okay, I just go to phone, tell them I'm running everything. Sure.
No call, good, thanks, appreciate it.
Okay, hello? Okay, hi.
It's over too. You want another drug?
Oh, okay. Fine, how are you? Did you talk to me? Okay, she talked to me. You know, I do not under their penalty. So I have no time whatsoever. Friday, Yes, I'm at the police department. Yeah, yeah, I'm the
All right, who's your next witness?
Thomas Kern.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name is Kern, Kern.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how are you currently employed?
I work for Customs and Border Protection at the Chicago Laboratory as a latent fingerprint examiner.
I'm going to take you back 30 years ago.
Okay.
30 years ago, what were you doing for a living?
I had just started here as a crime scene analyst. I was in my first year.
What does a crime scene analyst for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department do?
Basically, it's a response to like crime scenes to recover evidence that was potentially left behind during the incident. Things like burglaries, we would go look for fingerprint evidence, maybe sometimes broken glass, those sort of things, and we would collect that from the scene and bring it back to the lab for potential use later.
Did you have a field training officer on September 7th or September 13th, I guess it is, of 1996?
I did.
And who was that?
David Lemaster, that's Lemaster.
Do crime scene analysts respond to the coroner's office for autopsies to document the body and collect any evidence that the doctor pulls out during the course of an autopsy?
Yes.
And were you present at the autopsy with Dave Lemaster for the autopsy of Tupac Shakur?
I was.
May I approach Judge?
You may.
I'm going to start with state proposed exhibits 44 to it's like 56 there. Just want you to flip through those. So I can't remember what my first number was. 44 through 54, are those all depictions of
Mr. Shakur, well, his body bag, as well as Mr. Shakur during the course of the autopsy, documenting both tattoos and injuries to Mr. Shakur.
Yes, sir.
And then 55 and 56, it is two sides, I'll say, of what looks like a bullet and a fragment that was removed from his body at time of autopsy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 128. From looking at that, does that appear to be an impound done by Dave Lemaster from the autopsy of Mr. Shakur in September of 1996?
It is.
And flip it over here. Why don't you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how evidence is collected?
So this is a typical evidence collection bag, and on the front there's information that you would complete and fill out that would be relevant to the investigation you're working on. So I know that this is David's paperwork. We are assigned a personnel number when we start the job, and David's personnel number was 4243 as his first initial, last initial, and that's about here in the center of this information. When we collect the evidence, we're supposed to put a seal on the reverse, and the seal has to remain intact throughout the investigation. That also has David's initial and personnel number and the date that was collected.
So it appears that nobody's opened this since David impounded it 30 years ago.
That's correct.
Judge, I offer 44 through 56 and 128.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your Honor.
They will be admitted.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Sams.
Your Honor, I have no cross.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much. Have a good day. You are excused, Mr. Quinn. State, who's your next witness?
Dr. Lisa Gavin.
Okay.
Lisa Gavin.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Lisa Gavin, Lisagavin.
Thank you, Dr. Gavin. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Doctor, how are you employed?
I am a forensic pathologist, medical examiner here in Clark County.
What does that mean you do for a living?
We determine the cause of death and the manner of death and sudden unexpected deaths.
And in order to hold the position that you do with the coroner's office, do you have certain education, training, and background?
Yes.
And explain that to ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I went to medical school at the University of Connecticut School of Medicine. I did a pathology residency at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut. I did a surgical pathology fellowship at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut. I did a forensic pathology fellowship in the Office of the Medical Investigator in New Mexico, and then I came here to Clark County. I have a medical license to practice here in the state of Nevada, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
How long overall have you been a forensic pathologist?
This September, it'll be about 17 years practicing here.
So I'm going to guess that 30 years ago, you were not at the autopsy of Tupac Shakur.
No, I was in medical school.
Have you in the past had to come in and testify to your opinions as to cause and manner of death in cases where you weren't the actual examiner at the table?
Yes.
Explain why that would happen.
We have people that have retired. We have doctors that have died. We have doctors that have gone to other locations in the country.
So when you are asked to review, what is it that you get to review in order to form your opinions and conclusions?
Most often it would be the investigation report from our office. It would be the autopsy report from the forensic pathologist that did the case. It could be photographs associated with the case, could be medical records associated with the case, could be any consultations or the like associated with the case.
In this particular case, do you know who the examiner was?
Yes,
Who was
it was Dr. Jordan.
it? Dr. Jordan is no longer with us, correct?
Correct. Dr. Jordan has passed away.
In addition to what the medical examiner's office had, did you also get a copy of the photographs taken by crime scene analysts during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
And did you utilize those as well to render your opinions?
Yes.
I'm going to start with what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 44. Now, as long as you don't click that mouse, there should be a nice little arrow that comes up and you can point to it. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 44?
In the background is a green body bag, and the way that we sealed the body bag to preserve the body as evidence is we put this little blue tag through the eyelets of the zippers as they come together to demonstrate that the body was received, placed into that sealed body bag, and then received in the office with that seal intact at that time. Similarly, we also attached onto that area what will become the toe tag, the identifying marker for that particular body, that particular individual.
I zoom in on that. We're able to see that the name was Lassane Crooks, aka Tupac Shakur, date of death 9/13/96 at approximately 1600 or 4 p.m.
That's correct.
$45. What are we looking at, Doctor?
This is just opening up of the body bag, and then one of the first photos that was taken at the time that the body bag was opened, demonstrating the decedent and the condition that he was received in and the body bag.
And from reviewing the medical records that were part of the coroner's office file, did it appear that Mr. Shakur had survived his wounds for some period of time?
Yes.
And a lot of what we see on these photographs are evidence of medical intervention.
That's correct.
046. This is a facial shot. I know there's a ruler in the way, but this is a facial shot of Mr. Shakur.
Oh, that's correct.
And then we're not going to display all of his tattoos, but there were photographs taken. This is 47 to identify his various tattoos.
Correct.
So you can see on his right stomach there that says thug. And then if we go to 48, on the other side, it says life. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now I want to get to his injuries. And I'm going to start with, I'll start with 49. What are we looking at here?
This is the right side of the body up by the chest area. You can see the right axilla or armpit in that region. And then you could see some of the sutures of what they call a thoracotomy incision, where they've cut into the side of the chest. And then just below that, this is an entrance gunshot wound.
And then just below that thoracotomy chest, there appears to be a stitched up area. I can move my mouse too, right there. What is that?
That's a sutured chest tube site.
So he had a tube there to help drain some of what was going on in his body.
Correct. And in the previous one that had all the medical intervention, you could see from the left side, there was a similar chest tube on that left side.
From your review, were you able to determine sort of the path of this particular bullet?
Yes.
And what was that?
It entered here in the right lateral aspect of the chest, just below the axilla, the armpit, and then went across the right chest space, went across the right lung, and then ended up coming to rest in what we call the sternal notch. The sternal notch is a location is just between where your collarbones kind of meet up towards the center of your chest. So just beneath that, the projectile was recovered.
The nature of that type of wound, what did it physically do to him, his ability to breathe and those types of things?
The injury to the lung would have collapsed the lung and also caused the lung to bleed. And so it was documented within the medical records that he had about 2 liters of blood in his chest cavity when they put in the chest tube to try to save him. And similarly, they ended up removing that lung to try to save him and kind of clamp off the bleeding. And then it already had multiple episodes of not becoming responsive. So he wasn't able to breathe. He was bleeding out in that area from that injury.
Additionally, I guess I should have asked this when I was back on some of the prior pictures. We're going to see a lot of pictures, or we have seen some pictures of Mr. Shakur while he's alive. We're going to see some video of him alive. He certainly looks a lot skinnier in those pictures than he does in these pictures. Is there a reason why he's so bloated in these photographs?
After they've been on the life support system, you end up not being able to circulate the fluid in the body that they're trying to give you. And so it kind of seeps into the tissues, and it makes your tissues look kind of bloated and literally bloated.
I'm going to move on to his next wound, State's Exhibit number 51. What are we looking at here?
This is the right lateral aspect of his body, so his right flank and his lateral aspect of his right thigh.
And
then his backside of his right hand is also within this picture.
The ruler, though, is identifying what?
The ruler is around the right lateral aspect of his thigh, so the right thigh on the lateral side.
And what is that?
And that's an entrance gunshot wound.
And can you tell me the path that bullet took?
Yeah.
And go ahead.
That bullet entered in the lateral aspect of the right thigh and then went upwards into the abdomen and damaged his intestines. They ended up operating there and removed a portion of his intestines. And then during that surgery, they recovered another projectile.
State's Exhibit number 52, and you can see it in 51, but now the ruler is on. Oops, try that again. Now the ruler is on that lower mark. Describe that for us.
This is like the lateral aspect of his body, or his right flank. And this wound does not penetrate into the body, but it kind of causes this deeper abrasion in this area. So this could be from like a spent projectile that might have hit something else and then hit his body, so it lost its momentum to be able to penetrate into his body further. So it kind of hit this area and created this wound on the side of his body.
Were there evidence within the medical records that Mr. Shakur had received bullet wounds sometime prior to the injuries that caused his death?
He had some scars in other areas of his body that were suggestive of that.
State's Exhibit number 53. What are we looking at?
This is the back of his right hand, and on the ring finger, he has an entrance gunshot wound. This path goes through the hand and goes through that finger and then fractures that bone right by the ring finger area.
And then 54-054. What are we looking at?
This is the exit aspect of that wound that we saw the entrance to on the back of the hand, and it kind of exits out the underside and partly in the webbing between those fingers.
Now, you mentioned that during the surgery, UMC would have recovered one bullet, and that autopsy, another bullet was recovered.
That's correct.
So as it relates to the autopsy, showing you State's Exhibit number 55. What are we looking at here?
This is the projectile that was recovered during the autopsy. This was the one underneath the sternal notch to which I referred earlier.
And just so the jury understands these when they get the back room, that's the same bullet. It's just taken from the opposite side.
Yes, we take multiple angles of those projectiles, photos of multiple angles.
Your Honor, just for the record, with exhibit numbers.
Mr. Gustafson?
56.
Okay.
Now, Doctor, in addition to not only the photographs, were there other records identifying Mr. Shakur within the coroner's office records?
We have both some medical records and some photographs, as well as the autopsy report, the investigation report, and the toxicology report as well.
Did you also have an affidavit from Mr. Shakur's mother indicating that's her son and he's dead?
Yes.
And were there also postmortem fingerprints taken to confirm that information?
Yes.
After reviewing all of those records, do you have an opinion as to the cause of death of Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
And what is that?
He died of gunshot wounds of chest and abdomen.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Homicide.
When a medical examiner uses the term homicide, what does that mean?
The simplest form is death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sant.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Gannon, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Just a couple questions. Your testimony here today revolves really around your review of the record that was laid out 30 years ago.
Yes, that's correct.
And so fair to say, of course, that keeping records would be very important in your line of work.
Yes.
In the event that in the future, something that you do while you're on vacation somewhere in the Bahamas could be testified to by another doctor.
That's correct.
Now, with regards to the records that you saw here, is it Dr.
Jordan.
Was there anything missing in your review of those records in terms of record keeping or anything like that?
No, but we only took a few photos at the time of autopsy. At that time, they used Polaroids or they used film and cameras. And so we had few photos of the body itself. And so consequently, the crime scene analyst photos were helpful for being able to come to determination in addition to the reports.
Right. So the way we're able to explain it to the jury today is that you reviewed the record as well as any photographs were taken at the time of the autopsy.
That's correct.
Okay. And once again, going back again to my original question, though, is that was there anything at all in review of Dr. Jordan's records or record keeping that would have indicated to you something that should have been done differently with regard to Dr. Jordan's work?
No, nothing that I could see in my review.
Okay, and fair enough to say, though, that you're not really there to critique his work as much as it is to relay what you read in the record to a jury like the people that we have here today.
That's fair.
And once again, a critical review of someone's record is a little bit different compared to just reading what was done and then relaying that to a jury.
Yes.
Okay. What is the difference?
I think the scrutiny that you can utilize in those kind of details may be something that becomes relevant for a particular case.
Right. So, for instance, if there was some issue, some dispute over whether or not he was given adequate medical treatment, that would be something for another day, for another topic, and another type of review, right?
That would be for somebody that actually does treatment of bodies. I'm a forensic pathologist, so I'm a medical examiner, so I review people after they've died. So that would be treatment related to whomever does that type of treatment.
Now, would you have been able to do this type of review if Dr. Jordan had not kept an adequate record of his efforts?
It depends on what you have available for review.
Say, for instance, there's no record at all. He doesn't do a record. He does some work, but you don't have anything other than maybe the pictures in this case. Would that be enough of a review for you?
Photographs can be very helpful in terms of determining what happened to the body, and then in terms of where the locations of injuries are, based on my knowledge of anatomy in the body, I can definitely generate opinions based on that.
Sure, but with regards to, say, his work in general, outside of the fact that you could point out location of where there's entry and exit wounds, for instance, from a bullet, outside of that, would you be able to tell this jury exactly what Dr. Jordan had done with regards to his autopsy?
What he did for his exact procedures, no.
Okay. And in the event that you don't even have that, say, for instance, you're coming in here today, and the question is, well, did Tupac Shakur die of bullet wounds? Would that be something that you could just tell a jury like this without even looking at a record or photographs?
We would need some kind of record in order for me to be able to generate an opinion, or some kind of photographs for me to be able to generate an opinion.
And fair to say then, once again, that in your line of work, record keeping, record writing is critical to maintain the integrity of what you do as a coroner.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Giacomo?
Man, Mr. Sam suggested, and I just want to make it clear, you're not regurgitating Dr. Jordan's opinions. You've formulated your own opinions as the cause and manner of death.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's okay.
One final question based on Mr. Giacomo's. And fair to say, though, in order for you to do that, you have to rely on Dr. Jordan's documentation of what he did.
I relied on his documentation as well as the other documentation that I talked about, which was medical records as well as photographs.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We have one more that we're waiting for. I have the parties approaching. All right, Dr. Gavin, we have a few questions from our jurors. Were there any wounds to the head that you or Dr. Jordan observed or noted?
No, there were not.
And then were all the bullets found of the same caliber?
I don't know what the caliber of the other bullet was, the one recovered at surgery.
Okay, state any follow-up based on those questions.
Do you even know what the caliber of the bullet was that was covered at autopsy?
No, I don't know this caliber.
Is that something that is not in your realm of determination?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Sam?
Doctor, I'm assuming you're probably going to say I don't know, but are you aware that if any Metropolitan Police officer or expert came forward to take a look at those fragments that we're looking at now, or any other fragments that were recovered from the body?
No, I don't know.
You don't know that?
I don't know whether or not somebody did that.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for being with us, Dr. Gavin. You are excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next witness.
Just before we call the next witness, I have in my hand state's proposed exhibit number 59, which is a certified copy of Marion Should Knight's medical records from UNC that night.
Any objection to the admission of those records, Mr. Sam?
No, you're not.
All right, those will be admitted.
I apologize, I don't know his name, but he is the custodian of records for MGM surveillance.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Michael Ingram, Michael Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Mr. Jackman, whenever you're ready.
Sir, how are you employed?
I work as an investigator for MGM Resorts.
What area at MGM Resorts do you have a certain job responsibility?
I have responsibility over surveillance and security surveillance and investigations.
Were you requested to come here to authenticate some video that was collected well back in 1996 from the MGM?
Yes, I was.
And have you had a chance to see any of that surveillance?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did MGM keep a copy as well?
Yes, they have.
Okay, so you reviewed that.
Yes.
Judge, I have in my hand stage proposed exhibit number 115, which is that video I'd offer.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be admitted.
So I have 3 different camera views, three different files, I'll call it, that we're going to talk about. But back in 1996, can you describe the type of surveillance system we're looking at? Like, how is it? What medium was it originally recorded on?
At that time, it was recorded on VHS.
And did MGM reuse tapes every so often?
Yes.
And so when you reuse tape, did you lose quality each time you kind of reused it over and over again?
Yes, the quality deteriorated.
So unlike today that's digital, some of these views that we're going to watch, it's going to be pretty hard to facially identify anybody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I want to start with, I have this marked next to the order.
I need to switch it over.
I know, I just remember if it's the top or the bottom. There's 2 blues. Oh, this one? She has to switch it over. There you go.
It doesn't work that way. They require.
All right. I'm going to show you the stage proposed exhibit number 144. You recognize what that is?
Yes, that's the MGM Grand.
Is that currently the way the MGM Grand looks?
The general layout of the casino or the hotel, yes, it's the names have changed and stuff, but
Okay.
the property is the same.
So we don't know if this is from 1996 or if it's from 2002, 2010, when in the last 30 years, but generally the layout's been the same.
Correct.
I'll put this up, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Your Honor, if I could,
Oh, I'll move to bit 144.
before we move to admit, can I just ask a couple more questions of this witness with regard to this particular?
You'd like to voir dire on this issue? You may.
Sir, with regards to the photograph that's been marked as proposed state exhibit 144, can you tell me if you can read the locations that are on that particular map?
I can read most of them. There's one that's a little fuzzy to me.
Sure. And in terms of your review of the surveillance video from the MGM, fair to say that what we're about to see would indicate where the camera location was, including the name of the area that would correlate with what you have out there on the map?
As a general rule, yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll have no further questions.
Any objection then to
No
the
objection.
admission of it? It'll be admitted. State, you may proceed.
There's actually 2 areas of this I want to talk to you about before we show the video.
Maybe more than that. Generally speaking, events like the Tyson-Selden fight, where would that have occurred at?
The MGM Grand Garden, which is located at the top of the screen.
Up here, okay. We have an elevator view
that we're going to see, where is that located on this?
There's in the middle of the screen, there's 3 small boxes. Those
Right here.
Yes, those are the elevator core for the MGM grant.
And then if there's a camera that's going to say food court, that's kind of walking, that's looking down a long hallway. Which hallway are we looking at?
The white box, yeah, you're going to be following that basically to the Grand Garden Arena.
So when you come out of this box, you can either come down here or across the casino, essentially.
Correct.
So now I'm going to start with, if we can go back to me. I'll pause it here for just a second. This says food court promenade. So I'm just gonna hold it up for the jury. Do you know anywhere where we are along this white corridor, or could it be anywhere on that white corridor?
Specifically, I couldn't tell you exactly where along that corridor you are, but you're along that corridor.
Okay. And I'm going to stop it. Oh, maybe a little farther. This person right here, we're going to see in some of our other videos, wearing a Dan Marino Miami Dolphins jersey. You probably know that, but for ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's the person that we're trying to follow. Is that accurate? Or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. Now we have another camera view of this long hallway. From this, can you tell generally where in that hallway it is, or once again, we're just somewhere on that white hallway?
Somewhere along that white hallway.
And he just flashed.
That.
So let me stop it here. On these VHS tapes, cameras would flash between different hallways.
That technology was in effect during that time frame.
Called multiplex back in those days.
Correct.
So sometimes we jump from camera view to camera view, trying to capture what we're trying to capture.
Correct.
We can see the 13 on this jersey right here with the gentleman walking behind him. Now I'm going to take you to 115B. I don't know why I did that. All right, we're going to use a different program so we don't watch it sideways. And I'll turn my volume off because there's no volume. Now this is that elevator core that we saw. Please switch over to me for a second.
Over to you? You mean the dot cam?
Yeah. So as opposed to those other views that were somewhere in here, now we're down in the middle of these 4, and there's a tree in the middle of these 4.
Correct.
Is that tree still there?
No.
And unlike the other camera, this one is a movable camera that goes back and forth.
Correct.
Go back to you.
Yeah. So this one starts at 2043 or so, and I'm going to jump forward to about 2047. This is just people walking through that elevator area, correct?
Correct.
Close enough. We'll start at 2046-33. Stop it just here for a second to orient everybody. So the camera, is it being operated manually by a cameraman so he can stop it on something that he's looking at?
He can stop it at a location, but that movement that you saw was just the camera in rotation, just scanning the area.
But if it now stops and focuses on someone, there's someone in the control room that is able to stop and go, hey, something's going on.
Yes.
The gentleman in white shirts, are they security guards, and the gentleman in tan shirts, Metro Police?
Yes, sir.
Pause it there for a second. Once again, it appears that the victim of the beating was wearing that 13 merino shirt.
Yes, sir.
Stop this at about 20:55 or so. And then our final view, this may seem somewhat obvious, but I'm gonna give you this when you watch the cameras. After we're done, I'm gonna ask you generally where those people that we see leaving the area of the elevator after the fight, where they go. This is 115C. So is that the main casino floor outside the elevators?
Correct.
doors that they appear to be exiting. Can you generally tell me where that leads out to?
If the Lion entrance, right?
Is that anywhere near the ballet?
That's the. I'm sorry, I was confused. Out to the hotel registration area and then out to the Porta Cachere.
Do you know whether or not back in '96 there was a ballet there?
Yeah, no, I don't know if there was an exact ballet or what it was called at the time.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
Mr. Smith, cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor. Sir, you are an investigator with the MGM, correct?
MGM Resorts, the whole company.
So it would be MGM as well as the other properties that are on the ship?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're more than just yourself doing the investigations?
Correct.
Okay. May I have that document? May I approach on it?
Yeah.
I'm going to publish this again for the jury. State's Exhibit number 44. All right. A couple questions. As the investigator or a investigator, how long have you been doing that line of work for?
14 years.
Did you have any previous law enforcement experience before you became an investigator for MGM?
No.
And then with regards to your training as an investigator for the MGM, are you trained in how to do an investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be something that would be not necessarily law enforcement, but it would just be to protect the properties that MGM owns.
Yes.
Okay. So with regards to the training that you have, is one of the things that you do in terms of training, learning how to write proper reports?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us why that's important?
Documentation for future reference. You're time stamping an event in that moment that you are investigating it.
And fair to say that with regards to report writing, it helps you later refresh your recollection if you're ever unlucky enough to be sitting in this chair facing towards these people, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this case, you were asked to retrieve this video that was what we've all seen right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to write a report for that?
No.
Now, you had shared with us earlier that you had reviewed the videos. Anything about the review of the videos that would have required you to put it into a report?
No.
Okay. And you were going to, I must have cut you off. You were going to say something. Did you want to finish?
I did not, like you said that I provided this video.
Yes.
I did not provide this video.
Okay. So, and once again, we want to make sure that we're accurate, right? So what is your role in this whole thing and what you did here?
The video that we all reviewed, to be able to say that it's MGM Grand's video, that's MGM Grand's location, and whatever you guys want to talk about inside of the video.
Right. So in terms of you verifying it, was it just you looking at the video and saying, yes, that's the casino floor of the MGM?
Yes.
In terms of the date and time, for instance, you're just relying on what's date stamped and time on the actual video that you watched, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have any other way of verifying any of the time and date in this case outside of what's time stamped on the video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's not a trick question. I just want to make sure it's like, yeah, you're good. But in terms of the case itself, was there an internal number that was assigned by the MGM property specifically as to this event in September of 2000 or 1996?
I don't know that answer.
So when you were asked to review the videos, do you know if there were any reports that were written by MGM security or MGM investigators like yourself on September 7th, 1996 with regard to this event?
I don't know that answer.
Now, in addition to that, you were asked to look through the video. Were you ever asked to locate anyone based upon the video that you saw in this case?
No.
All right. And the way the surveillance worked back then, right? I'm assuming you weren't, that was 14 years ago. So that would have been, you were there in 2012.
Technically, I got hired in 2010.
2010. All right. So this is another, take a step back, another 14 years prior to you working there. We heard testimony that the recording system was all VHS based.
Yes.
If you could describe for the jury, right? So you have a control room, I'm assuming, with all these monitors that are on there.
Yes, sir.
And there's multiple people that are probably looking at different quadrants or areas of the casino.
They're looking at different monitors. Yes, sir.
Okay. And some of them are concerned with, like, say, cheating on the tables and that kind of thing, right?
That is a different team altogether.
I see.
You have your security team and you have your gaming surveillance team.
I see. So as a security team, you're just tasked with safety on the premises.
Correct.
Okay. And so in this case, when those cameras are going around, they're going around automatically until such time as somebody in the control room looks and says, "Oh, there's something going on right here," and then manually focuses the camera over there.
Some of the cameras, yes.
Okay. And even if the person in the room is not seeing it, sometimes they'll get a call from security saying, "Hey, we've got a situation over by the elevator banks," and then that would draw someone's attention to that monitor and move the camera over to that area.
Yes, sir.
Now, is the person that's operating the camera at that point in direct contact with the security team that is down below, like in this case, in the elevator area?
Yes, sir.
So they would be communicating back and forth about whatever it is that would be going on that would be helpful for everybody to know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you have obviously a lot of people on the property.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you're too young for this, but I mean, this was fight night, right? Mike Tyson against Bruce Seldon.
Yes, sir.
Is that typical? Like, is that a typical amount of people on the MGM property?
In my experience, yes, that's a typical of fight night that you would have.
Right. So nowadays it's UFC or some type of championship thing with somebody, I don't know. But once again, championship level sort of thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Not an everyday.
Not an everyday thing.
All right. And obviously there's a ton of people that are there. We see at some point the group that attacked the individual run.
Yes,
and
sir.
they run out of the area. And I want to make sure the jury understands. So going back here again here to State's Exhibit number 144, the area where the attack happens is right here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this is right next to it. It just says elevator core, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we talked a little bit about where they exited, and you had mentioned somewhere, but I just want to make sure I'm clear as to where that would have been. Can you tell the jury where they exited?
From what I observed,
Sir, just to let you know, you could actually take that mouse that's right there and just move it around.
Yeah, when he's on the dock cam.
They
All right,
changed
Donna
it.
pointed out.
Usually they can, but
All right. Just go ahead and just describe it, and I'll just point it out.
he appears to have traveled initially after the altercation. He appears to travel north up into the casino area, around that area, and then from the description, it looks like he comes back south and then turns to the
Approach that screen and point.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, please. Could you just?
Talk loudly while you're over there.
yeah, you can get up and just point it out on that big screen if you want.
Sorry about that. I should have that.
The altercation occurs in the elevator core. It appears that he travels up through this location on the casino floor, and then turns here and then comes back down. And it appears that he goes, I would have to watch it again. I'm a little confused on the exact like route. There's only two routes. He either went out the Port of Fisher or went out the Lion entrance. But I'd have to watch it one more time to be able to confirm that.
If we could ask the state to be so kind as to replay that particular video back for the witness.
She needs to put it back on me.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And once again, this would be 115C as in Charlie. Does that help?
Yes, it did.
Okay, let's show this to the jury then. Put this back up if you want to go on. Yes, sir. Keep and for a second. Showing you again, States Exhibit 44. Can you explain to the jury the path that was taken?
Initially, it starts in the elevator core. They exit the elevator core. They enter the casino floor. They come down. They pass the cage. They pass the Emerald City, and then they're out the Lion entrance.
All right, and for the record, the line entrance is on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, with regards to how we're able to determine this, obviously it's, we're looking at this particular map here and there's names of certain parts on here. Did that help you in terms of seeing where the camera locations were?
Yes.
As well as just looking and seeing that there was a casino cage and there was, you know, you were able to determine just based upon that where everything was.
Correct.
Okay. Now, looking at the map again as well, can you point out for us the number of cafes that's located on the property? Would reading the actual thing help you?
Yes, I think it would have. You want the number of cafes, sir?
Yeah, just tell me how many cafes are on the map.
One, two. Three.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm the coach.
Oh, of course, you may move freely.
Thank you. Showing you again for the jury 144. If you can just get up and point to the map in terms of where the cafes are on property in 1996 for us, please.
You have the Coyote Cafe, this video, I'm not sure, coffee shop, and I believe this is also like a gourmet coffee stand.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, in terms of the number of people moving through the casino, obviously very excited in terms of who they think is going through the casino. Would that have been something that would have been unnoticed by anyone?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Seems like a weird question, right? But the idea behind it is that there are so many people moving through that casino. Is MGM built in such a way where you wouldn't notice that, the noise or the bustle or anything like that?
Yes.
It is
You
built that
wouldn't,
way.
no, you wouldn't notice it.
And in terms of the number of people that are going through there at that particular time, you have camera angles, right? And they're showing us where these people are going, right?
Yes.
So outside of the casino, going back down here to the bottom of 144, were there any camera angles out here in the line entrance to help us see where the individuals left and what direction they went to?
Not that I'm aware of.
And fair enough that there is actually cameras that are outside the property as well to protect the MGM property, right?
Generally, yes. I
Yeah.
don't know what that was at this time.
Sure, and I'm not trying to pin you down, but the idea behind it would be, even now, for instance, there would be surveillance cameras to help protect the property.
Correct.
Now, directing your attention over here to, you had mentioned this before. What is this called here? I don't.
The Porta Cashier.
Okay, what is that?
It's a drop off, pickup, a taxi line, limo service. It's basically everything for the guests arriving to the property.
Arrive and leaving at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, and fair enough. Once again, there should have been or would have been cameras as far as you would believe in the hotel registration area as well as this Porta Sure.
Porta Cashier, yes, sir.
Thank you, Cashier. There would have been cameras there. At least now there are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you know what MGM's policy is with regards to events that occur on property where police officers request video surveillance to be captured?
Yes, I know the policy.
Okay, what is the policy?
The policy when police request video is they submit a what we call an admin subpoena with the date, time, and kind of information that they're requesting. And then a member of either security surveillance or gaming surveillance will put that video onto a portable drive of some sort and provide it to the police.
Right. And with regards to that video surveillance, is it the entire property?
No.
Okay. What typically is requested of the police officers and what's typically protected or is saved by MGM?
Situations dictate, but whatever whatever they're initially requesting. If they're looking for a physical altercation, that's what they're going to get, is the physical altercation. We don't provide, a 24-hour like movement of the persons. It depends on what they're requesting.
Right. So in this particular regard, you have an individual dressed in a Dan Marino jersey that at some point leaves the elevator area. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, do you know if there was ever a request to follow that individual through the casino and maybe off the casino premises just because he had been involved in an altercation with some other people?
I'm not aware of any request.
You don't have no further questions. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Redirect, Mr. Duffel.
Briefly. You mentioned one, you didn't know if this was 1996 or not, correct?
Correct.
You also said you weren't sure whether or not there was a report written by security.
Correct.
Let me show you. Does that document generally look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that indicates the accuracy of the times on the, generally speaking, on the video that we have.
Yes, sir.
And I want to read that description to yourself. And there's more. But,
yes, sir.
Based upon reading that, are you comfortable that the Coyote Cafe was present in 1996?
Yes.
And the report, does it indicate that Orlando Anderson was trying to, this person in the 13 was attempting to push past security into this cafe when he was attacked?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Any recross based on that, Mr. Sanders?
And I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your last name.
Ingram.
Ingram. Mr. Ingram, the report that you just read, did you author that report?
No.
Now, in terms of the report, fair to say the report is basically reflecting what's found on the videos that's been provided by the state.
I'm sorry, I lost track. What?
The videos that we watched earlier, is that what's in the report?
Yes.
So in essence, the jury can see the report for them, or see the videos for themselves to determine what was happening in terms of actions and what people were doing, right?
I don't know if that's completely accurate. There are things that are in report that are written by like eyewitness that you can't see on video.
Sure. Now, the report itself, do you know who wrote it?
I do not.
Do you know if that person had the same training and experience that you have here today talking to this jury?
I do not.
And in terms of the report itself, is it a standard report that would have been drafted back in those days?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there would have been somebody who would have supervised that report, I would assume, and reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who it is in this document?
Who the supervisor?
The supervisor is.
I don't know who the manager at the time was.
All right. Once again, not you. You were 12, right? Okay.
Young, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just briefly. Mr. Sam said that only what was seen on the video is in this report, but there's actually a description of what what the person in number 13 was doing before we could see it in video. If you read the first.
Yes, Yes, sir.
This is a document that appears to be authored by somebody who was present and confronting Mr. Anderson from security as he was trying to get into the Coyote Cafe when he was attacked. And then we see on video kind of the remnants of that attack, but not the beginning of it,
Your
correct?
Honor, I'm sorry, I'm just going to object to that question.
Well, he opened the door with that question by
Leading?
saying,
What's your response on leading?
oh, as bleeding? Oh, okay. Read the first 4 lines of the report. I'll rephrase my.
Okay, so it's sustained, you may rephrase.
Read the beginning of the report.
On Sunday, August 7th, 1996, at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers.
Your Honor, at this particular point, I'm going to object as this is hearsay, and there's no exception to this particular statement being brought in.
Okay, your response on that one?
2 things. 1, he opened the door by claiming this report only says it's that. 2, it's a report generated at the time by the person who witnessed it, and it is a record of the MGM from MGM in 1996, all of which would qualify for admissibility.
Your Honor, maybe approach.
Sure. All right, overruled. The statement is not being offered for its truth. Instead, it's being offered to rebut the idea that the only thing that the report contains is viewable on the video, and the jury is to consider it for such.
If you could just, I guess, start over. Start at the beginning there and stop at the point you get to this person in the jersey getting attacked.
On Sunday, August 7th of 1996, at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers. Chelsea, I can't read the first name, Muniz Roberts, at the North Key checkpoint by Coyote Cafe. The unidentified BMA was questioned by myself and officer. Your screen went black.
Oh, sorry. I love technology.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, maybe approach again while Mr. Giacomo is working on technology.
With Mr. Clough? Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead. I think you were at officers whose name you couldn't quite figure out.
The unidentified BNL was questioned by myself and Officer Gamba on the side of Coyote Cafe. The BMA was very uncooperative on answering our questions. While questioning the BMA, he continually kept looking over his shoulder towards the North Key checkpoint. It was seconds thereafter when I noticed a large group of BMAs force their way through the North Key checkpoint. The large group of BMAs, approximately 20, were running right in our directions. As they got close to, close to the BMA that was being questioned, started to run south towards the elevator core. Around 5 or 6 BMAs from the group caught up with the single BMA, grabbed him, punched him, and knocked him to the.
That's probably far enough. Okay. Thank you, sir. I have no more questions.
Okay, Mr. Sam, anything else based on that? I guess that'd be recross.
No, Your Honor, but with regards to my discussions with the state, I'm going to move for the admission of that particular page that was read into the record.
Any objection by the state?
I don't. There's a second page. You want to read it all first and then make a decision as the first page or both pages? Is it bad, the second page?
At least page 1 will be admitted. Page 2 is still up in the air. But would that be next in line for the state, or do you want it as defense exhibit, Mr. Sampson?
This will be defense exhibit B, Your Honor.
Okay, so that'll be admitted as defense exhibit B. We'll hold tight to see if you want 1 or 2 pages. How many pages?
Potentially 2, but right now,
Okay.
Yeah.
Let my clerk know.
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So nothing further.
Nothing further to do.
Any questions from the jury for Mr. Ingram? We do have at least 1. Okay, can I have the parties approach? All right, a question from one of our jurors. Do you know where the person or officer who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessed the person in the Jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Can you restate that for me one more time?
I can try, or I can read it again.
Yes, sir.
Where is the officer or person who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessing the person in the Jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Oh, on the map, it's located, the entrance, the specific entrance, whether it's,
You think maybe you should stand up and do it on the big ones?
Yes,
so you
sir.
can understand that.
so from what I could read, the entrance into the cafe is located here. Into the Coyote Cafe, so this would be where the initial stop and talk by the security personnel would have occurred at.
And do you know where the person who wrote the report was seeing that person in the Jersey from?
From that specific location. So he or she, I'm not sure the exact person, but the security describes that they're at the position and someone tries to push past, in which case they approach and stop and talk at the entrance of the cafe itself.
Okay, And then as to the second part of that question, I'm not going to ask because that's not something that he would know why that decision was made. State, did you want any follow-up based on that question?
You didn't recognize the name of the author of that particular report, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea what happened to that person in the last 30 years in their lives, whether they're alive, dead, locatable, anything like that.
No knowledge.
Thank you.
Mr. Sick?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple more quick points. So I want to be sure I'm clear. Did the MGM during that time period have those booths set up where you couldn't go to the elevators unless you had a room key or something? Is that what we're talking about in terms of a checkpoint?
The checkpoint is, it's not a physical location as much as it's a security position where they would check room keys to get into an area.
So if the report is saying someone was trying to push through, they're trying to go past that area into the elevator area? I mean, where are they going?
That's the direction that he travels. The security report states he tries to get into the cafe, and then when he's approached by the large group of males, he runs towards that checkpoint. So he's trying to get out or through the elevator core down into or wherever he decides he's trying to go. But that's the checkpoint. That little looks like a telephone next. Correct. That's where he's trying to get.
All right. So, but the report's kind of weird, right? Because it's not saying that he's trying to go into the Coyote Cafe. He's actually trying to go through a checkpoint or an area. I think that's what you read, right?
I would have to reread it again, but I believe he tried to get into Coyote Cafe first.
Okay, so he's going, there's a ton of people, they're all leaving the fight, and for some reason, him going into the Coyote Cafe causes security to go after him?
If it's closed or if it's blocked for a private part, I'm not exactly sure, honestly, why they would do it.
I see. So, I mean, but outside of that, your idea as to why the Coyote Cafe would not be open to this particular individual in the Merino jersey would have been because it's closed for a private function or closed completely.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, John.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ingram, you are excused at this time.
Sorry, Judge, can I have one follow-up to that?
Oh, okay.
Or the cafe is overcrowded and they're stopping people from going in.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, now you're free to go.
Thank you, Ben.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute restroom break. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I'll see you guys back here at 11:15. Please rise for the jury. Jury is outside of the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Well, I'll work with the state with regards to the last proposed defense exhibit.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
Well, and then let my clerk know what pages you wanted in it, or give it to her, actually.
Yes, ma'am.
You're gonna have to print that out, I guess. We'll be in recess. Okay, back on record in C versus Davis, C 377-407. Anything we need to address before bringing the jury back in?
Hang on.
Let's bring them in. Please rise.
Rise for the jury.
Do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, sure.
You may all be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
Kenneth Rios.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Kenneth Rios, Kenneth Rios.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I was employed as I retired as a Las Vegas sergeant for Las Vegas Metro Police,
And how long were you with Metro?
28 years.
And when did you start?
April 17th, 1990.
May direct your attention to September 7th of 1996 at about 9 p.m.-ish in that area. Where were you working?
I was working as uniform patrol at the MGM Hotel.
At that time, did you learn of a situation that occurred in the elevator section of the MGM?
Yes, I did.
And did you respond over to that location?
Yes, I did.
Did you have contact with an individual wearing a Dan Marino number 13 jersey?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to play a little video for you. Can we go back down, please?
Yes.
And this is 115B. And, oh, I got to play it with the other program. I don't know why. I'm going to back up just a little bit here. When you come in. Started right about here. You let us know when you see yourself.
I see myself.
All right. And which of the three officers we have on scene there are you?
One with the dark hair. My back, well, it was dark back then. My back is towards the camera facing the gentleman that has the Merino jersey on.
Eventually, if we watch this video, you have a conversation with this individual, correct?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, did you ask him to identify himself?
Yes, I did.
How did he identify himself?
He identified himself through a California driver's license, which security had in their possession and gave to me.
Back then, this is just the fight call and he's the victim, correct?
We thought he was a victim, yes.
And so did you talk to him about whether or not he wished to press charges or be involved. Describe that for us.
Yes, I asked him first if he needed medical assistance, and he refused. He said he was fine. I then asked him what happened, and he told me basically that a couple of guys that he didn't know jumped him. And once again, I asked him if he needed medical. He said no. I asked if he wanted to file a report, and he said no.
At that point, was he released and free to go on his way?
Yes, he was.
Later on that evening, did you learn about a shooting involving Tupac Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then were you asked to then draft a report as to what your interaction was with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, what name did you remember for Mr. Anderson?
It was Orlando. I remember his first name.
Is it anything unusual that when a victim gets attacked and doesn't want to press charges or write a report, for you not to have written a report that night?
No, it's not. Basically, if you don't have a victim, you don't have a crime, as we put it, which isn't necessarily true. You always have a crime. But if you don't have a victim, the chances of prosecution, you won't get any information, and so we don't take a report if the victim refuses.
It's only afterwards, the incident that occurs a couple hours later, you then go back from memory and write down what you recall from this incident.
Yes, I did.
And you were able to remember his first name as Orlando.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Cross, Mr. Sims?
Mr. Rios,
Yes, sir.
did you review anything in your preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
What did you review?
I reviewed my officer's report. I reviewed my memory. I reviewed also the last statement that I gave, I believe was to the grand jury a few years ago.
Okay. And I would assume that prior to your testimony to the grand jury, you reviewed your officer's report back then even?
Yes, yes, I did.
Prior to testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Make sure we're clear here. You wrote that report. That's in the normal course of your duties as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
No exception to in terms of you conducting your business as a police officer that you don't ever write a report.
No, there's some instances where I may not write a report.
Sure. Can you tell us what those instances are?
Not offhand, because it's been so long. You don't write a report for everything that you do. Everything's recorded in some way through the computer or through dispatch, I'm sure. But to sit down and write a formalized report on all my actions, no.
So in terms of all your actions, are you saying, like, for instance, if you get up out of your cubicle and you go into your sergeant's office to talk about fantasy football? Oh, no, that wouldn't have been back then. Talk about the game between the Bears and the, Chargers. We're not talking about that kind of documentation, right?
Right. I would never talk about the Bears, but yes.
Okay. And there we go. And in terms of the way, though, you would handle, like, for instance, if you're doing an investigation, or in this case, you're part of an incident that occurs, a report would be drafted for something like this.
Yes and no. It would just depend. It would depend. It would depend on some factors. In this case, there was no victim. He refused any kind of help. But it was worth noting because of his involvement.
Yeah. And so the state had asked you a question specifically as to when you wrote your report. You wrote it after you got off of this particular shift. Is that when you wrote your report?
I don't recall when I wrote it, but I'm sure that my officer's report would reflect that time. But I know I didn't write it immediately after.
All right. And in terms of your knowledge that Tupac Shakur had just been shot, your testimony to the jury is that you had understood at that point that potentially a person by the name of Orlando may have been something to do with that particular case.
I don't recall if that was the reason why I wrote the report, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I'm a little curious. Like, how do you, there's a shooting of Tupac Shakur. Is it because you heard that there's a shooting about Tupac Shakur? They go, wait a minute, there was an incident that occurred with Tupac on property. Is that how we get to this point?
Back then, I don't recall if that was the process that I went through to make the report. I don't believe so. I believe that there was some other officers that probably told me and suggested that I write a report because of his possible involvement.
Right. So news goes out throughout the valley. Tupac has been shot, and then you're advised, hey, there was something happening where Tupac just captured whatever it is that you remember. Right.
I don't recall that happening that way, but for most intents purposes.
Right. Now, in terms of your report and you writing it, you're still, I mean, you're still on property when you hear that this incident had occurred with Tupac Shakur.
I don't recall where I was at the time.
Okay. Would you have ever called back to the MGM and say, hey, capture more video of, this particular incident and the guy with the Merino jersey, the night of the shooting to help them with whatever investigation could be out there? Could you do that?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you know of anyone else among the 3 officers that were there or any other officers would have done something like that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Maybe they're all Bears fans and that's the reason why they didn't do that.
It could be.
Yep. Let me ask you this. So in terms of your, this particular night, extra officers show up as overtime. They work overtime. Is that what this is?
Yes, sir.
All right. And they're doing it for a special event, right?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, this special event was the Tyson fight.
Yes, sir.
All right. In terms of the amount of people in Las Vegas, I would imagine there would have been a lot.
A lot of people?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
We see video showing obviously a lot of people at the MGM.
Yes, sir.
And would it just be the MGM where the fight was taking place, or would that be throughout the Strip?
No, there'd be officers on other properties.
Yeah. And once again, these officers are on there because of the anticipated flow of people coming into Las Vegas for this special event.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We have at least one. Can I have the parties? All right, a question from one of our jurors. After an incident like that, is it customary to not follow the people who did the assault? Is it common for everyone to stay with who you thought was the victim?
My position at that time, yes, it would be to stay with the victim because we had already radioed 2 other officers that were on scene.
Okay.
And as well as the MGM security had radioed to their officers up front. So it would have been my responsibility to stay with the victim to make sure that he wasn't in dire need of medical assistance or still wanted to file a report.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Mr. Sanft?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. With that, you are free to go, Mr. Rios.
Thank you.
All right. State, who's your next witness?
William Hedemeyer?
William Hedemeyer.
William.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, may I have a seat?
Thank you.
And sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
It's William Heidmeyer, William William, and Heidmeyer, Heidmeyer.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in 1996, were you working here in Las Vegas?
Yes, I was a security officer at the Maxim Hotel and Casino.
The Maxim these days is now the Westin on the corner of Koval and Flamingo?
Correct.
And it's on the northwest corner.
Yes, northwest corner.
Actually, sometime prior to 11:17 p.m., were you engaged in an investigation with some Metro officers?
Yes, I had 2 Metro officers with me, and we were looking for stolen vehicles. There were 5 or 6 Dodge Caravans that were stolen out of our parking garage that night.
And where were you located when something unusual did happen?
Well, I was on the ramp of the 3rd floor of the parking garage on the southeast side of the property.
And while you were there, describe what you hear.
Well, the 2 officers, another security officer and I were standing around one Dodge Caravan, and we just suddenly heard a lot of gunfire. And we ran to the barrier wall that was overlooking Koval Boulevard, not Koval, Flamingo Boulevard. And that's when I witnessed what I saw.
So you hear a bunch of shots. Do you have any idea how many you heard?
It sounded like a lot.
1 volley, 2 volleys?
3 volleys.
3 volleys.
Yes.
Heard. And when you say a lot, I mean, to some people, can you
It
put
was-
any sort of number on it?
I had 3 to 4, maybe even 5 each volley. It was a series of pops.
Somewhere between 9 and 15 shots in a series.
Something like that.
You said after the shots fired, you guys ran to the retaining wall.
Yes.
I assume you ducked for cover at first.
No, because I was armed, so I was leaning over the retaining wall to see what I could see.
And when you look over the wall, what do you see?
I see a line of vehicles in the left straight lane on Flamingo heading east. And there's several vehicles. There was a white Dodge Stratus at the front, a black BMW behind it, another dark car, and I believe another car, and then there was a white Chevy Suburban behind that, and several more cars.
Do you see anybody outside of those vehicles?
Yeah, there were a number of people standing outside of the vehicles in the traffic lanes.
And do you see any of them armed?
One gentleman was armed, one black male adult, very young, well-dressed. He was wearing a very bright white 3/4 sleeve shirt, black pants, and a black dress vest.
And at the time that you see him, is he firing his weapon?
No, he's not, but he does have the weapon in his hand. It was an automatic weapon, automatic pistol.
Semi-automatic pistol?
Yes.
And is he holding it down? Is he pointing it in a direction?
He wasn't pointing it in any direction. It was kind of just off to his side.
What do you see this caravan of cars do?
Well, I looked back because the Metro officers jumped in their cars to pursue. And then when I turned around, everyone was back in their cars again. And they made a U-turn heading west on Flamingo towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
All of the cars in the caravan?
Yes.
And so you see them make a U-turn at Koval and head back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
And those vehicles, you saw the 2 Metro officers you were with jump in their vehicle to give chase to that caravan.
Correct.
At the time that you're out there and you see somebody with a gun, you've just heard shots fired. Is it the conclusion you originally drew that person was your suspect?
Yes. Yeah. That's what I deduced at the time.
And based upon the officers following that caravan, that's a reasonable assumption that they deduced that as well.
Right. They asked me what direction they were going. They rolled down their windows and were asking me what direction everybody went. And so I pointed to make a right and head towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
And those officers then went after the caravan.
Correct.
Objection as to speculation.
What's your response?
Well, he watched them do it. He didn't
Okay.
testify. Did he testify that? Did you watch
Lay
the
some more
officers?
foundation.
Did you watch the officers go after that caravan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I pass the witness.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Stamp?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Heidmeyer, I'm going to show you, it's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number
1.
1. No. Yes.
Want 1, you want 2?
I need both. Thank you.
Closer name, more modern. You're right.
All right. I'll show you State's Exhibit number 1 here. You recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Just to get to the point, this is Las Vegas.
Yes.
All right, and I'm just more concerned right now about the actual streets themselves. Can you just show us? Actually, you know what? If you could step down out of the witness chair and just go to that screen, I'm gonna have you point out for the jury where everything's at. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Can you point and show us where the Maxim Hotel is?
The Maxim Hotel, this is Cobalt, and that's Flamingo, would be right about here.
Let me help you out.
Yeah, right about here.
Okay, and just for the record, it looks like you're pointing in this area right here.
Well, this would be the hotel, and this would be where the parking garage was, and there was parking in front of the parking garage as well.
All right, and just for the record, I'm pointing to the north part of, this would be Flamingo that I'm pointing at, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's on the north side of Flamingo, in between, what's the main streets that are in between where the property sits?
It sits on Cobalt and Flamingo. The entrance to the parking garage was over here.
All right, and so that area is where the Maxim Hotel was located.
Right, but adjacent to the parking garage.
Right, and the parking garage, once again, for my edification, is where exactly, if you could just point that out for us.
Right here.
All right, so that would be on the north side of the property?
Yes.
So would that be behind where the hotel is?
No, it's beside the hotel.
Beside the hotel, okay. And that's where you were located with the 2 police officers?
Correct.
Now, you were investigating at that particular time stolen vehicles out of that garage. Did you write a report on your own with regards to what you were doing that night with the stolen vehicles? And
Actually, no, I turned that report over to my other co-officers at security because I was tied up with this incident.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in a little bit better for you here, sir, if I could. Going back again. That's hopefully more helpful. All right, so when you said that you looked over and you saw, can you explain for us again sort of where the vehicles were that you saw?
Well, the vehicles were on Flamingo heading east, and they were in, you have a left turn lane, 2 forward lanes, and a right turn lane, and the vehicles were in the farthest left center lane.
Farthest left center lane,
Correct.
meaning that they were intending on going forward.
Correct.
They're not making that left.
No, but they ended up making a U-turn.
Sure, and once again, for our edification, this is 30 years ago, right? So you've got 3 lanes going directly east, and is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then you have, is it 2 lanes that are actually turn lanes to turn onto Como, or is it just
Actually, I
one?
believe it was 2 lanes, so it would be from the facing east, it would have been the 3rd lane that they were in. There's 2 turn lanes, 2 straight lanes, and then a right turn lane.
All right, and then with regards to the vehicles themselves, your testimony was that there was a white van of some sort, or maybe vehicle in front of the black BMW.
Yeah, it was a white Dodge Stratus.
I see. Is that a van? No, that's a
No,
car.
it's a 2-door sedan.
Okay. And then behind it is the BMW,
Yes.
and then behind it are multiple cars leading back.
Yes.
And your testimony was that you had identified a Lex, is it a Lexus behind it?
I think it was a Lexus, I believe so.
And then another vehicle, and then a white Chevy, and then it just kept going all the way down.
Correct.
So even though we're identifying these vehicles, you don't know how many vehicles were in the procession or the.
It was several. I didn't count them at the time, but it was a good 10 vehicles.
Okay. And all those vehicles are now making a U-turn and heading back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
You don't see the actual shots being, someone actually pointing a gun at something and shooting something.
No, I did not.
You just heard it.
Yes.
The individual that you had identified as the person with the gun,
Yes.
did you see that individual shoot his weapon?
No.
All right, but you saw him dressed up in a relatively nice looking sort of presentation, black
Yes.
pants.
Yes, he was well dressed.
Okay, vest and a white shirt. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can go back there. Yeah.
Sit down.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries. State anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Heidemeyer. You are free to go.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. State, you have one more, right? Before
Yes,
lunch?
Judge.
Okay, who's that going to be?
Dino Kelly.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
See. If you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
It's Dean O'Kelly, and it's DEAN O''K-E-L-L-E-Y.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. You may proceed, Mr. DeJarmo.
Yeah.
Sir, how are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy marshal in district court with Judge Erica Mendoza.
Prior to become a deputy marshal, well, I guess you've had multiple hats. At some point, were you a Metro police officer?
Yes, I was for 20 plus years.
And approximately what year did you start?
September of 1991.
And when did you retire as a Metro officer?
July 12th of 2012.
And after July 12th of 2012, did you do something else with Metro?
I did for about almost 8.5 years. I was a cold case homicide investigator.
Now, well, let me ask you this. When did you first go to homicide?
In 2003 on July.
So on September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective in the gang unit on one of the enforcement teams.
What does that mean you did for Metro? What's an enforcement team?
So the enforcement teams are dressed in greens, and we usually have 5 or 6 detectives together, and we would patrol known gang areas and come in contact with gatherings that involved gang members. And then after enforcement, I did 2 years of investigation where I investigated gang-related crimes.
Before I get to your actions on this particular evening, I want to ask you a little bit about how the process of report writing has changed at Metro over the years. You have handled your own cases since the early 2000s, but you also were a cold case investigator, which I assume that means you also have experience with years and years and years before you ever even became a police officer.
Certainly.
Was there a particular way that cases were documented up until the early to mid 2000s?
I mean, I think there's been some changes over time just because of the digital age. And, when I first went to homicide, we were still using typewriters that had the little spinning ball on there and actually typing in triplicate, those types of things. Keeping our notes, handwritten in our notebook. And then it kind of changed over time. Everything went digital and we started keeping things on the computer.
And so when we're talking 96, there was multiple reports written by officers as they did things because there wasn't the same computerized systems we have today.
That's correct.
Modern day, is there something called a main case report or a main officer's report related to homicides?
Yes, there is.
Explain that to ladies and gentlemen.
So what we normally do, and it kind of depends on the detective themselves. I mean, you probably worked with people that have Post-its all over their desk and it's a total wreck and you have no idea what you're looking at, but they know where everything is and they know how it's organized. We had detectives that were like that. Me personally, I would keep everything on what's called a case management form. So from the very beginning, from the very start of when we got a call and we're keeping notes in a notebook,
all that information go into a case management form. So I wouldn't be initially concerned with an officer's report getting started at any point, because I was using that management form each and every time we did something investigatively. If we took a phone call from, a witness, then I would document that on that form. And at some point, especially if you had somebody that was in custody, you would transfer all that information over into an organized officer's report, which would then have the title at the top. It would have the date and time and location of when the incident occurred, who's involved, who are the suspects, who are the victims, who are the witnesses, and it would be in a chronological order in an investigation. But initially, everything's kept just basically in the management form. Eventually, you want to get to the point where you put together all that information into an officer's report, and there will come a point in time where the individual detective would make the decision that the officer's report's final, right? You would get it signed off. It'd be signed off by your sergeant. It'd go into the case file. And then from that point, you would just basically be filing addendums as new information came in. You might write that information down on that management form and then do an additional officer's report. That's definitely something that I saw when I went to cold case. Some of the cases that were, 20 years old, every single step that detective did was a completely separate officer's report. So you get 15 officers report in the case file. It definitely made a lot more sense to finally get to one point where we had just one officer's report covering the case.
And in your experience, is it unusual for an officer's report to be the very last thing that's generated by the detective assigned to the particular case?
No, that's not unusual at all.
I want to direct your attention back to September of 1997, and I'm going to put up really two aerials for you first of all, but I'm going to start with State's Exhibit number 1. Can we go back to me? That appears to be an aerial of Las Vegas Valley.
Yes.
And it's clearly more modern than 1996 because you can see T-Mobile over here and some other things. Is that correct?
Quite a bit different today. Yes, that's true.
And then I'm going to go back and show State's Exhibit number 2. This is a much earlier rendition of the Las Vegas Valley because T-Mobile's not there. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And identified on State's Exhibit number 2 is where the I can't move. Oh, I can move the mouse away. Where it says Monte Carlo, that's generally where the Park MGM is today.
That's correct.
And at the time, back in 1996, there was a club called the 662 Club on Flamingo. Is that correct?
Yes, very familiar with it.
And is that referenced in State's Exhibit number 2 as well?
It is.
And is that generally the location where it's at?
Correct.
So now I want to jump back to 1. At about 11:17 p.m. On September 7th of 1996, where were you?
We were conducting enforcement activity kind of northeast of the location of Cobalt and Flamingo.
And did something catch your attention?
Yes. As we were out with a couple, 2-3 gang members, we heard over the radio an officer rather excited, certainly under a stressful situation, reporting shots being fired and requesting a code red on the radio. We weren't very far away, so we cut the guys loose that we were with, got in our vehicles, and with lights and siren, we went over to respond to that area of the Maxim Hotel.
When an officer calls out code red, what does that mean? What is he trying to do?
The code red is so that no other radio traffic is coming across except for what those officers are going through. So it's trying to keep the radio traffic to a minimum
So we didn't even announce that we were en route. That's not important for dispatch or really anybody else to know that we were on our way, because we're waiting for updates from that officer or from the officers involved. So we stay off the radio. It's a sacred thing. You don't break the code red unless you really have to get on the radio.
And where do you respond to?
We responded to the intersection of Koval and Flamingo right there at the Maxim Hotel. Now it's called the Westin. But we went into the parking lot on the south side of the Maxim, and where we saw a patrol unit.
At some point, do you walk out onto Flamingo? Well, let me ask you this. When you first arrive, is there traffic still driving eastbound on Flamingo?
Yes, I mean, nothing's changed so far as traffic at that point, because whatever had happened was several minutes before that. So now people are still just driving by. We got to the parking lot. My Sergeant Cindy West, had inquired as to where the shots had come from, and we were able to look out into the street there on Flamingo, just west of Koval, and I saw in the headlights just little glints of light and recognized that. I spent plenty of time on a firing range, and I know what brass looks like on the ground. So we were able to determine where several cartridge cases were located in the street west of Koval on Flamingo.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Proposed Exhibit 34 to 41. As you look through those, I'm going to grab something from the clerk.
Yo, smash the like button. Smash the like button, everybody that's in the building. Smash that like. Y'all know what's up. Salute everybody.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
When we spotted the cartridge cases in the street, at the time, my enforcement vehicle was in a Chevy van, and we had a whole bunch of cones. So as we located the cartridge cases there on the roadway, we took a bunch of cones out of my vehicle and actually placed them, in the photographs you'll see it a little bit different, but we placed the cones on top of or over the cartridge cases. So the cones protected where they were located, because you could even see there was at least, I know one for sure, maybe more, that had already been run over by traffic. So it was a little bit mangled. So we protected the crime scene. And we also popped a couple of flares on the north side of the number 3 travel lane where the cartridge cases are located.
And this fairly, State's Exhibits 34 through 41 fairly and accurately represent that situation.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admit it.
So I'm going to put up 34. And can you just describe for us what we're looking at?
So you can see the cartridge cases are kind of straddling the 2 lanes.
I'll stop you for a second, Mr. O'Kelly.
Yes.
There's a mouse sitting right there. Don't click it. Just it'll freeze up the whole system, but you can use it as a pointer.
Exactly. So these 2 cones that we set up here were more or less to protect where the cartridge cases were located. These other cones are covering the actual cartridge cases in the roadway. The one that's closest to us in this picture is a bullet fragment. It was the furthest away from Koval. And then the other cones are all spent cartridge cases, Winchester, Smith & Wesson 40 caliber cartridge cases.
Do you know a person by the name of Dan Ford?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Dan?
Dan Ford is a senior crime scene analyst that I worked with quite a bit. We started on the department right around the same time. and ran into him several times on cases that I worked with in the gang unit investigations. We also utilized him on the RICO task force that I was on for a couple of years. And then he responded countless homicide investigations during my career.
Eventually, does Mr. Ford leave the crime scene that was at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard and come, and is he the person that takes these pictures and winds up collecting these items?
Yes, he is. Fortunately, Dan was already dispatched to the area of the Maxim for the patrol units that had called out on the radio the shots that were fired. They were taking a report for damaged vehicles that were there, and Dan had already been dispatched to that. So he wasn't far away when the shots rang out, and he was requested to come to that scene.
Sitting there in front of you is state's proposed exhibit 129. Looking at the state's proposed exhibit number 129, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do. I've seen and reviewed the handwritten evidence inventory that was authored by Dan Ford. I can see that that's his handwriting. It's also his initials and P number that are on the package for the Winchester cartridge cases.
And then there's a red seal on the back of here. That would have been placed on by Mr. Ford, correct?
The red seal is not, so it is marked up here at the top for his P number. This doesn't look, I don't know, that he wrote the date on that. So 9/7 of 96. So he initialed in the top corner and then put the date down in the bottom corner, yes.
And all these blue seals.
Y'all see how Keefe D looking this whole time? Keefe D looking like, man, I don't know, man. Keefe D looking, man.
Top corner and then put the date down in the bottom corner, yes.
And all these blue seals are the times that the forensics lab has opened this package in order to look at these items and potentially do some testing.
That's correct. But I do remember from the evidence inventory that that Dan had indicated that these cartridge cases were checked for fingerprints at the time with negative results.
So I'm going to have, well, I guess I'll move to admit 129, Judge.
No objection.
Okay, so admitted.
I'm going to have you cut this not along a seal. If there's a place left to
Is
do
there a
it.
place?
I think you can cut right along there. You can pull those items out.
Oh, yeah, down here at the bottom I can. I don't think we have to go too far. Let's do that.
And we just pull those items out. And these, well, they will eventually be marked 129 G, well, A through G, but I'm going to show you this one, which has a 14 on the top of it. And you said you remember at least one of them was mangled.
Mm-hmm. This one's flattened on the opening opposite of the head stamp. It's flattened, so it's been run over.
And there appears to be at least one more of these that has some damage to it. Several of them have damage to it. Is that correct?
They're definitely misshapen. A couple of them are. This is actually the closest that I've seen them, because when we came out, we just put the cones right over the top of them, didn't mess with them at all. So I'm able to now look at even the primary impacts, which is significant.
Why is that significant?
Because a Glock pistol has a rectangular opening for the firing pin. It's vertically oriented on the front of the bolt face for a Glock pistol, and you can tell by looking at the primary impact that that's roughly the shape of the impact on the primer.
So that suggests to you that the weapon was a Glock 40.
That's correct.
Now, Detective, or I guess It's Mr. O'Kelly now.
Detective retired. I don't know. Deputy Marshal.
Yeah, Deputy Marshal, there you go. While you're at the scene, are you getting updates on the radio as to potential suspect vehicles that you should be looking for?
Periodically, again, that code red is in effect for quite a while, so there's not a lot of radio traffic that was going on. The call came in initiating the code red at 11:17. We were a short distance away, and we went code, but we ran code, so we did lights and siren. It didn't take us very long to get there. I know that Sergeant West waited until there was a complete lull in the radio traffic and announced that we were en route and arrived at the same time. And I believe that was at 11:26. We had been there before that. So we were there before 11:20, we were already there at the scene. So at about a little bit past 11:30, we got an update on the rough description of a light colored Cadillac. I know at some point on the CAD report, it said late 90s. It had to be late 80s, right? This is 96. And there was also some indication that it was in good condition, which would say that it was an older vehicle than late 90s, right? So we were looking for a light colored, possibly white Cadillac with two black male occupants. And there was a report that it was northbound on Audrey, which now Audrey Lane is the link, right? It's the link lane. So it's on the west side of the Maxim going north. There was some report that possibly that's where the suspect vehicle had gone.
So initial report says light color Cadillac, last seen northbound on Audrey.
Right, with two black males at that point.
Do you wind up getting updates throughout the evening as to the vehicle you're looking for?
We did. I'd say it was about an hour or so, about 1:45 maybe, right around that time, that we got an update that we were looking for that same white Cadillac in good condition, but potentially occupied now by four black males, and was southbound on Cobalt. That later made a little bit more sense to us, especially that we were out on the eastbound lanes of Cobalt, right just short of the intersection, and that the Cadillac had to have been to the south of the BMW, and it made more sense that they would have made a right turn. So that definitely clicked when we were told they were southbound on Cobalt.
Does there come a point in time when you do what's known as an ATL or attempt to locate that particular vehicle?
Yes. Thankfully, because Dan Ford was not too far away, we were able to get relieved from our protection of the crime scene where the cartridge cases were located. And I think we cleared exactly an hour after the initial code red was called. And that was the first thing that we did was we went south on Cobalt. We checked areas that we frequented in the gang unit, looking for potentially really any light colored Cadillac. I mean, the kind of the yellowish lights that we have in town, the street lights that they use for low, so it's not too much light in town. Those can kind of throw you off on color. So we were looking for any light colored Cadillac.
We'll put back up Stacy Exhibit 1. During all this time period that you and your partner ATL'd for this white Cadillac, did you ever drive into the parking lot of the carriage house?
No, I can say that in my 35 years, I've never been in the carriage house.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Sims.
Sorry, sir, what's your last name again?
O'Kelly, O''K-E-L-L-E-Y.
Mr. Kelly, thank you for being here today. Your testimony, obviously, I would imagine before you were here, you probably reviewed your reports, whatever it is you wrote during that time period.
I didn't write any. Certainly. Even after I went to homicide, I wasn't involved in the investigation for this case. I did review the CAD report, the computer aided dispatch report, noting those times. I don't have that great a memory, so I'm going to have to tell you that. And that handwritten evidence inventory by Dan Ford. I have both copies right here in my notebook.
I see. So at the time you retired as a homicide detective?
I did.
And then at that point, you came back to work as in the cold case unit as an investigator.
I did, yes.
All right. Now, a couple things. First of all, when you retired as a detective with homicide, were there any outstanding reports that you had not drafted when you left?
I can tell you that and people love me, so they got a limousine and we had a big party. So as there was a limousine out in front of headquarters at 400 Martin Luther King, I was typing the last officer's report that I needed to personally finish. I was leaving a partner behind whose name is also Dean. So he was able to, tie up any of the cases that we had at that point. But I would say there were, but the ones that I knew I needed to get done before I left, I got done.
And the reason why you prioritized those ones is because I would imagine they're still open investigations and you're handing it off to the next person to continue with your work.
That's correct. It makes it easier for them if it's tied up as best we can.
Right. Did you take any of those cases with you when you went over to the cold case unit?
When I came back to cold case, that was the original reason that I even agreed to do cold case homicide investigation was because of unsolved cases that I personally had investigated, one in particular. So as soon as I came back to cold case homicide, the very first thing I did was go and pull Jamie Sheldon's case and bring it over to my desk. That's the first case that went there. And we were able to work, I was honored to be able to work on cases like that and others that I had been a part of when I was a detective, yes.
So in terms of, just explain to the jury what a cold case is. Can you explain that?
Certainly. So a cold case is officially cold when the detectives who are originally assigned to it are no longer there, whether they transferred out or they retired. If there isn't an original detective assigned to the case, it's considered cold, right? No one's assigned to it. Those cases can be handed off to other detectives that are still in the unit. I remember, when Marty Wildman left the department, he came over to me personally and said, hey, I'm handing Teresa Insana to you. Can you take this case on and continue to follow it up? It's considered cold because he's gone, right? As soon as he left, it's officially a cold case. But if there's a detective who was originally assigned to the case, it's their case until they're done, right? You're not going to go stepping on toes and just pulling cases and start working on other people's stuff unless they asked you to do it.
And with regards to the cold case unit, I'm assuming there's probably two detectives who are the official detectives for the unit. Then you have investigators, retired homicide detectives that help with the investigation.
That's correct. Initially, when Sergeant Hefner, sergeant in homicide, but then came back with me at the same time. So the two of us came back and we were on our own. Like we had a sergeant that was assigned to us, but basically they were a signature block. We could pull any case that we wanted and work on those. The department saw, thankfully, a lot to do with the work that we were getting accomplished, where we solved 20, 25-year-old cases. And, the department's able to go to the media and say, look, we're not giving up after all these years. We're going to continue to follow these cases and solve them. Because of that success level, then the department dedicated 2 full-time detectives that were still in homicide to the cold case unit. And then we had, I want to say 3, 4 more cold case investigators that were assigned to us. I think we had a total of 5 or 6 at one point, plus the 2 detectives and a dedicated sergeant to the cold case unit.
So in terms of your work in the cold case as an investigator, you're not a detective, right?
No.
So there is a difference in terms of your responsibilities versus the responsibilities of a detective.
Correct.
Because the detective would be the law enforcement officer,
Certainly.
and you are the person helping the law enforcement officer.
Essentially, I mean, we can still steer the investigation where we want it to go. We're doing interviews, we're doing those things, but say authoring a search warrant. So if we run into a situation where we need a search warrant done, it's going to be, it may get written by one of us, but it's going to be sworn to as an affidavit by a detective on the department who's a sworn police officer.
Have you ever drafted a report, I don't know, 8 years after you started an investigation?
Well, because of cold case, yes, certainly.
But
Yeah.
just as a police officer or a detective, have you ever waited, say, years to draft an actual report on something?
I don't know what would be my record-breaking delay in authoring a report, but I'd say, yeah, if you're dealing with a case where there's nobody in custody, like you haven't arrested anybody, I mean, it probably pushing 2 years before I finally said, you know, and even reluctantly said, all right, I'm gonna close this officer's report. It's signed off because we've run out of investigative leads. We're to that point. There's really nothing else coming in. And now that's officially done. Then there could be maybe somebody calling up, or we could have somebody that gets in a jam, right? Where they're now looking at serious time. This has happened to us in cold case, where now that person says, hey, I have information on a murder. So now it's completely open. Now the case is back up and running, and there would be a new officer's report started at that point in time to complete that investigation. I know where the gun is. I know who did the shooting, and now we've got a solved case after 15, 20 years.
Now, have you ever delayed writing an officer's report after going to the grand jury presenting evidence on that same case?
Yeah, I would say that I've gone to grand jury before officers' reports are done. I would say that I've gone to grand jury before I've started an officer's report. Again, because for me personally, and for a lot of the guys that I work with, I'm not completely OCD, but I mean, certainly there's things that I need to get done, or I'm not gonna be able to sleep, that kind of thing. You may feel that way, but I always get the case management form started and maintained up to date. It's going to be up to date. If you make a phone call to me, I'm going to document a date, time, phone call, right? That may not go into the ultimate officer's report because it's superfluous information, didn't mean anything, but I'm going to keep that record in the CMF. I might not even start the officer's report for months, and grand jury may have already happened. Now, I feel now some pressure to get that done, right? Because if I'm going to grand jury, more than likely we have somebody in custody, and I want the district attorney's office to have the benefit of a completed officer's report, although it's not necessary.
Right. And so if you had submitted it to the grand jury or done your grand jury, you're telling us at some point you could delay finalizing your officer's report.
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you delay that officer's report until after you retire?
Well, because I still have a partner that hasn't retired, I can have confidence in doing that. You know, we definitely did have that happen. I recall specifically a double murder that was not, the officer's report wasn't done when I left, because I knew Dean was going to be, Detective Rates was going to be continuing on with it.
Right. So you knew that the other detective would still be the detective handling the case through because you are now retired.
No question.
But what if you didn't have that detective there, that you're a partner? Would you have delayed after you retired to draft your officer's report?
I would not.
How about?
I wouldn't be able to do it, right? I mean, I just know that I wouldn't be able to do it. That's why when, the limo's out in front of headquarters, I'm typing an officer's report. I literally I got the officer's report done and then went downstairs. And I was done. I was retired.
Now, can you explain to us, I'm sorry for interrupting, but can you explain for us a little bit about why reports are so important to you in your line of work as a homicide detective?
Reports document everything, right? I mean, you need to document your observations. You need to document evidence. And for us in homicide, or even in the gang unit before that, we did that with officers' reports. Officers' reports don't become evidence, right? Officers' reports are so anybody picking up that case file can walk through the investigation from beginning to the last part of an officer's report is conclusion, right? So it may be a conclusion as to what you believe happened and you don't have somebody in custody. It can be a completed officer's report where the case isn't solved. It's still open, right? But it's at that point when you're doing the conclusion, it's more or less your opinion. This is what we believe based on everything else that precedes it in the officer's report.
Okay. And that would, of course, help you later if you ever recalled to testify in front of a jury to recall what happened.
Oh, absolutely. That's the go-to document for somebody who's preparing for trial is that officer's report. I mean, it can be lengthy. I've written officer's reports that are 70 pages long.
And with regard to those reports and being 70 pages long, fair to say that details are super important when you're doing this kind of investigation.
They are.
And that would be helpful for you to remember details in the future, right? To write a good report.
Right. The more extensive and the more detailed your report, the better off you're going to be, the more prepared you're going to be. But in addition to that, you could be documenting things that you observed or that you knew at the time you were doing the investigation that you don't realize were important, right? So I could document something in a crime scene that seems like it's innocuous, something that's just doesn't seem like it's that important. And then later on, when maybe a suspect's in custody or, the investigation's further, then you find out, oh, that one item that you made a note of now becomes important because the suspect touched it or that was the murder weapon that was cleaned up and stuck over there and nobody realized it.
Now, let's shift gears a little bit here. So you're no longer a detective. You're now working with a cold case. Have you taken on any cold cases that weren't yours to begin with?
Certainly.
And what is typically the standard operating procedure when you are starting your investigation as a cold case investigator?
So you're pulling the case file, right? And it can be extensive depending on the murder, depending on the case that you're looking at, can be rather extensive. Some of the cases that we were pulling had pouches in them with VHS tapes, right? There were separate boxes that had VHS tapes in them. We probably may even know what a VHS tape. So, and we had cassette tapes, right? Actual physical cassette tapes. So we had to maintain a VHS player in homicide to be able to review those things. So we had some of the archaic methods to review evidence. We would go through the entire case file, and that would give us a starting point. As you might imagine, what we're looking for in cold case, because of the advances in technology, is do we have any trace evidence that wasn't analyzed? Do we have any fingerprints that weren't analyzed? Do we have any DNA that maybe, this precedes DNA? We looked at some cases that were before I was born. Okay, it's my 65th lap around the sun. We were looking at cases before I was even on this planet. So you go through the entire thing and you try and make as heads or tails of where the detective took that investigation to that point. Sometimes that could be difficult, especially if you're dealing with one of those Post-it people, right? You're dealing with one of the ones that are writing notes on cocktail napkins and stuff and keeping them in the case file. We'd pull little notes that were like, I have no clue how this relates to the investigation at all. Don't know if they talked to this person, didn't talk to this person. Was this a witness? Was this a secondary victim? We didn't know. So we'd have to try and track those down. And some of the cases were so old that, people that we were dealing with are deceased.
Did you have any success with what you did on the cold case unit?
Oh, certainly. Yeah. We closed quite a few.
So when you say closed, meaning that you were able to find out basically information you needed case-wise?
Yes, absolutely. All the way through to an arrest and prosecution and conviction, yes.
And with regard to the success you had on the cold case, did any of those cases not involve some type of technological thing like either a trace, DNA, or fingerprints?
I think I'd say there was none come to my mind that we didn't have something that was redone and reviewed, and then came to a conclusion or pointed to a specific person that we were then able to go and interview. We had one where we flew to Toledo and we got a confession on a murder that happened here in Las Vegas, because that person was already doing life without there for another murder that he had committed. I don't recall that we had any physical evidence in there that we needed. He confessed to it basically. What do I have to lose? I'm already doing life without.
So he basically was in custody ready for a murder in another state and basically
Columbus,
confessed and said, hey, I'm confessing this murder in Nevada.
Correct.
So it wasn't like you found,
We did. I mean, you look at some of these case files and they're definitely pointing towards a specific person, right? Every indication is that this is who you're dealing with.
Right.
And that it just you couldn't get it across the finish line, right? And like Jamie Sheldon, I brought up earlier, I know who did that murder, but it's whether or not there's enough to get across the finish line with that piece of evidence that's going to be where the district attorneys are willing to take that case to trial. And you're waiting for that one more thing, right? So it just stays there waiting for that one more piece of evidence to come in. And that happened with some of the cold cases where it's like, hey, we knew who this person was. I remember one specifically where we had a guy where we knew in the gang unit who we were looking for. And then I got to homicide and then looked up case files and saw that that person had never been charged. Like, how did he never get charged? We knew who it was. And we were able to then put enough together to arrest him and get a conviction.
And the arrest was because of either DNA or fingerprints or something along those lines?
And that one, no, we had video surveillance that existed at the time on a VHS tape from a 7-Eleven, back when they were recording over them every 7 days. And so it was grainy and you're like trying to get a clear enough picture. But we were able to, and we had physical evidence at the time that existed at the time connecting him to other cases. And we were able to get a conviction on that particular case with nothing new.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So that was video surveillance with some other physical evidence that helped you solve that particular
Cartridge cases, yes.
Okay. All right. And then in terms of your work, the night of what happened here, and if I could just ask to switch over to. Are you? Does this help a little bit here about just zoning into what's zooming into where this thing happened?
Right. That the red triangle or the red rectangle there is where the cartridge cases are located. Near the intersection. I think the closest piece of evidence was 60 feet away from Koval. And they were out in the travel lane, probably 14, 15 feet away from the south curb.
Okay. So my question to you, very specific. You mentioned a little bit ago about what potentially would be a white Cadillac traveling north on Aubrey. Can you just, you can step up, Dean, if you want, and just actually point with you can just point at the screen from over there so Jerry can see.
So this is Koval. This is now the west end, right? Used to be an axle. And this is the Aubrey lane. Going and down in here is Aubrey Street that cuts over, it actually cuts south and then goes all the way over to the boulevard. The initial report was that we had this light colored Cadillac occupied by two BMAs that went north on Audrey. So they would have to, with the entourage that everybody had U-turned and gone this direction, they would have to follow and then turn right to go up on Audrey. There's really no way for you to get from eastbound Flamingo at Koval to northbound Audrey without making a U-turn.
Okay, and just you could stay there for a second. Dean. The other part here is that I'm just pointing again with my pen, and that would be the area where you found and located the bullets, the cartridge cases.
Cartridge cases, yeah, they're in the eastbound lane. I think the number 3 travel lane.
primarily kind of straddled in the lane there a little bit, right here before you get to Cobalt.
Now, if you can describe for us the street. So on that street right there, and I'm just pointing to the part of Flamingo that's, I guess, west of Cobalt, and then before or between Aubrey and Cobalt, this area here. Is there a concrete divider that's in that area?
There was not a concrete divider, no. And I think now it's like those yellow plastic cones that are every 2 feet. Now separating it when you come up, because on eastbound Flamingo, there's two left turn lanes to go north on Cobalt, 3 travel lanes, and then a right turn lane to go south on Cobalt.
So for instance, if cars are going to make a U-turn and turn around and follow, like say, for instance, the black BMW, right? The other cars could just basically just make a left-hand turn and go right back. They don't have to go in procession around and keep going. Fair?
Yeah, well, now they would be hitting all those yellow cones. So I don't know. I don't think back then, I think you could probably just right there. I mean, it's a violation of the law.
It is.
Yes, you could certainly make a U-turn.
Because my understanding is those cones that you're talking about will be actually on Cobalt to prevent people, I guess it's like to stop traffic from merging or having too much lanes or traffic in that area. Do you recall that?
I know all the yellow cones because I took a fellow Marshall to the airport yesterday, and the lady in the box actually took me north on Cobalt to pass that intersection. So I was able to see all the yellow plastic. They're permanent cones that are there, dividing the north or east and westbound traffic.
Right, but at the time, your recollection back in 1996, you don't know if there were cones up at that.
I don't know, there wasn't. Yeah, I know there wasn't, and there wasn't New Jersey wall. So I think you could just make the turn. There might have been a curb. There might have been a cement curb, but I don't see that in the photo, and I don't have an independent recollection of it.
Gotcha. So those cars are, if we're trying to envision the BMW getting shot at, and at some point it's making a U-turn, there's some discussion about rims on the vehicle being messed up because of possible. And then as it's going down, the other cars would have just either just turned around and made a left, immediate left.
Possibly. I know, because we never went to Harmon and the Boulevard, and never saw the entourage, the other vehicles that had gone down.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Jackman?
Briefly. I don't know if you retired on a Friday, but if you knew when you retired on Friday that on Monday you were going to be right back there as a cold case investigator, you wouldn't feel, or would you have felt, the need to finish that Friday before you got in the limousine?
I think I would have been okay to let it go. Yeah, that'd have been all right, and skip that part.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Has there been at least one case with you and I, in fact, where there was never an officer's report that was able to be completed?
Debbie Flores Narvaez.
And, is there any requirement that there be an officer's report created?
No, again, officer's report's not evidence, right? It's just kind of a guideline to go through the case file itself. There was, in the case that we're talking about, a case management form that went all the way through the investigation. So it really wasn't necessary to get to put it on a trial and get a successful conviction.
You mentioned as well that old case files. You've looked at, you said case files from before you were even born.
Yes.
You don't know if all of the reports that were ever generated were in that file or not in that file when you get the case, correct?
I could say that there were some case files that we pulled that they weren't even in 3-ring binders anymore. They were in accordion files, and there were definitely things missing, right, over time. The frustrating part of cold cases, going to pull evidence and seeing that it had long been destroyed, wasn't even available anymore, which shouldn't happen, but it sometimes does. And so, you're trying to piece together the case even without some pieces of evidence that you think is crucial.
So despite not having maybe everything that the original detectives have, you don't just give up. You still try and solve the crime.
Exactly. Well, you go redo it, right? I mean, if there's indication, like again, if you got a cocktail napkin with a name and a date of birth on there, but you don't know how that was involved, then you know, if that person's still around, you know, you go interview them. And, you know, we ended up doing it in cold case. We ended up doing a bunch of traveling to where we would go do those interviews and sit down with people. And, you know, they have, I mean, being a witness to or being involved or even connecting remotely to a violent incident like that or a murder, that's called a significant emotional event, right? You're going to remember very specific details. I'm sure in your own life you had that where something really significant hits you. You can remember what you were wearing. You can remember the smell. You can remember where people are standing. So we're able to just go back and redo that interview and then put that into the case file, even though it was missing.
And you sort of said this, but in a lot of those case files, law enforcement knows what they believe to be the story. They just don't have the witnesses to present in a courtroom to establish the crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
No question. I would say, especially during my 2 years in investigation in the gang unit, also the 2 years on the RICO task force that we were involved in, we were dealing with gang-related crimes, and there were many cases where we had something happen with, you know, we knew 50 people around, right? There were 50 people there, and you start talking to witnesses, and everybody has the same statement. I heard shots, I ran, and the police stopped me for no reason, right? So you don't get that level of cooperation because people are afraid, right? People maybe think because they think gangs might be involved, they don't want to say anything, they keep it to themselves, and you know, they live with the fact that they didn't help, right? But then with cold case, we were able to come back to some of these older cases where now that, you know, that young gang member that might have had 7% body fat back then and was, you know, in his prime and was scary is now an older toothless, you know, bulldog, you know, that's resting in the shade. So people are not afraid to now come forward and say, yeah, I was there, I saw it, I know exactly who did it, and I can prove it. So we were able to solve some cases like that, which was good.
And you even mentioned the situation where you read through the file, you're like, I know who did it. You flew to Toledo and he confessed.
Correct.
And that can happen in cold cases as well.
Yes, it does, thankfully.
Nothing further.
Mr. DeGiacomo, are you moving to admit exhibits 129A through G?
I was going to have her mark them first before I offer.
Okay. Was there an objection to the admission of them?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, they will be admitted and you may mark them. Jessica. And Mr. Stan, further questions?
Sorry, I thought I was done with you before.
No worries.
So with regards to the this incident, I want to make sure I'm clear here. You thought you had a suspect. What did you do? Send him a letter and say you need to confess to this crime? I mean, how did that work out with the thing that happened in Toledo?
Oh, in Toledo?
Yeah.
We had put together enough of the case to know, you know, with every bit of confidence that it was him, even to the point where we were able to author an arrest warrant for him. And then we were in contact with the correctional facility that he was in custody and let them know that we wanted to come out. They actually approached him to let him know the detectives from Las Vegas want to come out and speak with you. And he agreed, right? And he's sitting in custody for, you know, serving life without for actually killing two people, a child and the child's father. And so, you know, I think probably just for entertainment value alone, he agreed to talk to us, and we were able to come out there, sit down with him. They pulled him out of his cell, obviously, and away from the rest of the inmates. And we talked to him for a couple hours before lunch, and then we broke for lunch, and then after lunch, he told us he did it.
So you put together information here in Las Vegas that was all corroborated, right? I mean, you had information, you had evidence that you're putting together, right?
Correct.
And all that evidence pointed towards this particular person.
It did.
And then at some point you said, you know, we just don't have enough. We would want to hear from this guy himself. And that's when you went out to Toledo to confront him on it?
I think that we would have been able to get a conviction without him telling us that he did it, but why not? I mean, if we went there and he said pound sand, I'm not going to tell you. Like, you flew all the way out here, and now I'm not going to tell you that I did it. I mean, we still would have gone forward, but it certainly, bolsters the case to have him say, yes, I did it, and this is what I did before and after, which is what he was able to do.
Right. So in the case you were developing, you had corroborating evidence here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And this was just the final, cherry on top to actually hear him say the words that, yeah, I did it.
Agreed.
Now, the corroborating evidence you had here, though, was your investigation. I would assume that it had some physical evidence, witnesses, that kind of thing to it. Okay. And your testimony here right now is literally, you don't necessarily even need his confession. You could have just done it without it.
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, obviously, if you didn't have those things, you suspected somebody, but you don't have DNA, you don't have fingerprints, you don't have an eyewitness, you don't have surveillance video, you don't have anything at all that would tie that person to whatever the crime you believe has occurred. That would mean at that particular point you don't have it, right?
I would agree with that.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony here is, and I want to make sure I'm clear, you were a gang person before, and those field interview cards would be helpful if you were looking into a potential crime where someone is accused of the crime. Like, look at those field interview cards, right?
Field interview cards are very valuable. I worked bike patrol for the gang unit, and we filled out probably more FI cards, field interview cards, than a lot of the gang detectives did. That got me voluntold to test for gangs. And so, field interview cards are very, very valuable piece of information because you're contacting somebody in a non-threatening, non-arrest, non-custodial environment, and they're telling you, they're giving you information that you're able to document.
And if you can explain to the jury a little bit what a field interview card is.
So that, like I was talking about that stop that we were on before the code red was called. So we were talking to some gang members that were gathered out in a neighborhood that we were familiar with gang members that we were familiar with. And so each time they're contacted, we would do a field interview card, little small, 3x5 card. This is a rights card, but just like this, it's white, and it has all of their pertinent information, name, date of birth, all, height, weight, eye color, all those things, where you're contacting them. And there's a narrative portion on the back. And, most of the gang members in that type of environment would say, yeah, hey, I'm 18th Street. I'm like, whatever, for life. I'm 18th Street for life. So you document that. That's 18th Street for life, because that's maintained in what you've heard, the gang file for a period of time until that person says, no, I'm not, I don't affiliate with them. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm away from it. And then if that stays consistent for a certain amount of time, then that person is no longer in the gang file.
And is it every time that person comes in contact with law enforcement that a new card is generated because it's a physical thing?
A new card is I always did. It documented my stop. It documented my activity. It documented our work. It documented, plus it starts the time clock every time, right? So every time that person admits, every time that person's in the company of other known gang members, and then it starts that time clock so that they stay in the gang file until that time expires. So you want the clock to continue to start over.
Okay. And just one last question, and I hate hammering the heck out of this report stuff, but in terms of the example that was given you by the state, they said, well, if you retire and then you go into cold case, you can continue on with the investigation if it's a cold case, right?
I would, yeah, okay. Definitely.
How about the district attorney's office? You're an investigator of the district attorney's office. Does the district attorney's office have a cold case team?
We didn't have anybody assigned to us at the time, because I left in January of 23. At the time, we didn't have anybody that was catching our cold cases specifically. So I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
Right. So you are testifying that Metro has a cold case unit, to which if you're a detective with homicide and you want to take a case with you, you could have done that, right?
Certainly.
But with regards to taking your case as a homicide detective and now working for the district attorney's office, that's not how that typically works. Right?
I wouldn't know how they function with it, because I know, we put a case file together and we submit that case, it gets approved by the DA's office, and that the district attorney may recognize certain things that need to be cleaned up or need to be followed up on that maybe wouldn't come back to the detective in homicide. Because keep in mind, if we're working a big case, we're still catching new cases. You don't catch a big case and then all of a sudden, time out. And I get to do this, work this case. You're still catching new cases. We worked one weekend in 2003 where we had 6 murders in one weekend. So you're up going into the weekend and up on rotation coming out of the weekend, because all the teams caught a case.
And so, just for the jury so they understand, Metro is the police department, they do investigations.
Correct.
Once you're done with the investigation, you develop a suspect, you then submit that request to the DA's office and the district attorney's office for prosecution.
Correct.
The district attorney's office, on the other hand, do not have investigators that initiate cases to be charged, right?
I don't know how the DA's investigators run I know I had contact with them multiple times over the years, because now we've involved the DA's office in what we've produced, because we seek the truth. DA's office seeks justice, right? So but I know there may be some incidental things that come up that an investigator will handle rather than taking it back to the homicide detective for follow-up.
In your experience throughout law enforcement, even up to currently, have you ever seen an investigator or the Clark County District Attorney's Office be the primary officer on a case?
No.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo? No. Any questions from the jury? We do have at least one. Can I have the parties approach? Except we only have one. All right. Question from our jurors. There are 8 cones, but only 7 glass bottles in evidence. Was there another bullet not accounted for in the envelopes, or are there only 7 cases located were there only 7 cases located on scene?
Good question. So the cone that was closest in the picture if you remember, I said that was a bullet fragment. So underneath that cone was just a piece of a bullet, mostly just the lead. And so the bullet fragment plus the 7 cases.
Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Detective, you opened the 7 casings, correct?
Yes.
Showing you with the marked state's proposed exhibit number 130. These appear to be all the bullets and fragments that were collected by Dan Ford.
That's correct. They were also listed on the evidence inventory that I've seen a copy of. I recognize the handwriting and initial and P number for Dan Ford.
As once again, there's also a blue stripe on here. I'm not going to open this one. There's also a blue stripe on here indicating that they were forensically tested as well.
Yes.
So don't move to admit 130.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other questions that you have?
No.
Mr. Stamp, questions on this question? Essentially?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. All right, you are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time we are going to take our lunch break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll be in recess until 1:45. Please rise for the jury. So 1:45, guys. All right, jury seconded. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Hang on, up on the stage.
We'll be in recess. Thanks, guys.
All right, you guys. So y'all smash the like button as y'all come on in. Salute to everybody that's in the building. Y'all already know what's up, man. And we are going to get into this. Right. Again, I appreciate all you guys that's tapped in. And y'all know what's good, man. Y'all know how we be moving on this thing, man. It's real. Can you dig that? Can you dig that? That's a real question. Right? That's a real question, y'all. Hold on one second, you guys. I want to kind of I had something I want y'all to hear. All right. Hold on one second. Shout out to my boy Art of Dialogue, man. Salute to everybody that's tapped in. Y'all know what's up, man. Hold on. Let me get this up for y'all. Right? Yo, y'all smash the like button.
Young Noble, happy to have you, my man. I guess we could take it from the top, man. I don't want to waste no time. How was it like growing up in New Jersey?
Well, I grew up in New Jersey, but I was born in California. So I moved to New Jersey when I was probably 8 years old. Some traumatic happened for us. So I was born in Los Angeles County in a place called Sierra Madre. I never been there, but my mom, she used to live in Pasadena, and her doctor was in Sierra Madre. So I was born there. She lived in Pasadena, then she moved to Altadena. So I only remember Altadena. And you know, around 8 years old, my brother, I got a big brother and a big sister. They about 8 years older than me. And they twins. My brother was cripping. He was a young cripper, an Altadena block crip. And he wound up getting into some shit with our neighbor that lived right behind us. And he used to run with them. They used to rob houses and shit. He was like an older crip. My brother used to run with him. And I guess they robbed the house or something. And next thing you know, the dude that lived behind us, his crib got robbed. He thought my brother did it. Maybe he did. I don't know. I was a little kid. And he came to the house looking for my brother, knocked on the door. My mom opened the door, had a gun to her head, you know what I mean? Threatening to kill her. Mind you, he used to come to our house all the time, eat dinner over there. I thought he was like like one of my big brothers or something, but obviously he wasn't. That situation, he came over there, put a gun in my mom's head, held us hostage in there for about an hour. My brother found out about it and went and looking for him. He wound up like shooting at him or shooting him. I don't remember what happened. I was a little kid, but my brother got locked up for it. And he was supposed to do a lot of time at the juvenile, but they wound up working it out for him to move to New Jersey, And so he wound up moving to New Jersey with my grandma Joyce. So he's out there, and I'm just like up. I'm a little kid. My big brother was my superhero. So my mom like, we're gonna move to New Jersey. I'm like, let's go. The day before we about to move to New Jersey, my big sister comes out the house with her boyfriend. He was an older Crip. His name was Sean Queenie. Rest in peace, Sean Queenie. My sister was like 14. He was like 19. And my sister was like, I'm going to the store. What you want? You know, I was like, I still remember. I told her I wanted some juice and some chips, and bring me some juice and some chips back. And she never came back. She ran away. So my mom come home. Where your sister at? I'm like, she went to the store. She never came back with my juice and chips. And she the next day we were supposed to leave. Can't find my sister. She ran away. And so maybe like we there for a week. My mom, she done got rid of the crib. We had to sleep at her friend's house for about the week. She sold a house, sold a car, just everything. We about to move to New Jersey. So police report out on my sister. They looking for her. She turns up in about a week and tells my mom she's pregnant and she's not leaving California. So it was like that whole little move to Jersey was a little crazy. My brother, big brother had to move out there from all that shit. Then my sister wound up getting pregnant and she never left California, man. So, that's how I got to New Jersey. But it's crazy because she made the decision to run away. And that's how I end up being able to come back to California later on in life. So it was almost, worked out crazy, but it wasn't nothing in New Jersey for her anyway, because my mom's was on drugs. It was just, it wasn't really a good situation out there. She wound up going to school and making something out of her life, So me, when I was young, going through all the shit I went through, when it was time for me to be like, yo, I'm sick of the streets. I'm sick of the streets. I actually had a place to go. And, that's how I ended up back in California. You know what I mean? So we get to New Jersey. We moved to Orange, New Jersey. Orange and East Orange. I remember it was actually, when we left California, we stopped in Anniston, Alabama. It was a lady who was supposed to be a family member of ours, but she really wasn't a family member. All I remember about Anniston, Alabama is she used to have big jars of pig feet on her porch and pickles. And I remember I used to hate it. Every time I walked up the goddamn steps, seeing all these jars of pickles and shit. And so I wound up, we were supposed to stay there for a year, but it got cut short. So she put me in school. That didn't last too long. I wound up getting into a fight with it was an albino. It was my first time seeing an albino person. He was like, kid, he was bald. He was a kid. He had a bald head. He was like all white. We wound up getting to a fight. And he started it though. The teacher took him in the back and whooped his ass with a paddle, and took me in the back and whooped my ass with a paddle. And I told my mom, she took me out of school, went up there, cursed everybody the fuck out, They whooped me. I'm like, California, they ain't whooping kids in school and shit. But the lady we was staying with, she was a drunk. And one night she was just talking shit to my mom. And next thing you know, she pulled out a gun and pointed at my mom. I kill your ass, bitch, all this shit to my mom. And we left the next day and moved to New Jersey, Orange, New Jersey. My first school out there was in the back of a projects, Pearl Street projects. And it was like a culture shock to me, moving from, beautiful Altadena, California to, we staying like literally right up the street, Pearl Street projects right there. And I went to that school and you know what I mean? So, Jersey was cool,
And you, Fatal, and Gaddafi grew up together, right?
Yeah, I grew up with Fatal and Gaddafi in Montclair, New Jersey. I knew them individually before they knew each other. So me and Gaddafi, we the same age. I knew him since 3rd grade, went to Hillside Elementary School, 3rd grade, 4th grade, the whole shit. And I knew Fatal from my neighborhood. I grew up with Fatal. He lived in my neighborhood and shit, I remember the first day I saw Fatal, he was fresh out of juvie, man, fresh out of juvenile hall. I had a big ass afro, little skinny neck and shit, walking down the Ave, and everybody was just going crazy, like, Bruce, he out and shit, you know what I mean? And so yeah, we grew up together, man, Montclair,
And y'all all used to hustle together, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Used to hustle on New Street. Like I lived on New Street, like right in the center of the block. My house was like a meeting place for, so many kids. Used to be like about 50, 60 kids out there damn near every day, but only like 4 of us actually like lived on the street, So I was definitely, my whole family was real popular in the neighborhood. My big brother was like a real thorough dude out there. He was in and out of jail. I remember Fatal told me a story. He went to jail, he went to prison. And, his first day in prison, he like, I don't think this was his first bid. It might have been a second bid or something, but he ran into my brother the first day. He was like, yo, I saw your brother, man, the first day. My brother used to always work in the kitchen and different shit like that. And whoever would come to the prisons from Montclair, my brother would always make sure they was good. So many niggas used to come home from jail like, yo, as soon as I got in there, I saw your brother. He used to hold everybody down and shit, you know what I mean? But yeah, we used to hustle on the same block. Me and Gaddafi, we used to play football together, in the Cobra League, like around 6th grade. That's when he stayed on the other side of town, like it's called the Hollow. I stayed in the 4th ward. So, when we was young kids, he didn't used to come down the way. He didn't start really coming down the way until we started playing football. He played for the Steelers. I was on the Giants and Steelers was real good that year. They was kicking everybody ass. But that was around the time when Yaki started being out there with us. And we all started hustling young. I sold my first bottles of cocaine. I was 10 years old, man. You know what I mean?
Damn.
Yeah, it's not a good thing, but my mom's was on drugs, man. It was just part of the whole you know what I mean? It's a normal thing in the hood.
Right, right. So how did y'all get into the music? You, Fatal, and Gaddafi.
Um, Fatal was the first one out of us to get into music. He had a group called The Plague, but in our town, he was number one. Like I remember we used to be in the park playing ball, and the nigga Fatal used to like freestyle for like 2 hours straight. Like whoever walking in the park, you know what I mean? They might got dusty shoes on, whatever the case may be. Fatal would just talk about everything. He was the first dude I seen who could literally like just freestyle. I mean, like flawlessly, like not even fucking up. You know what I mean? So Fatal was the first one out of us who was spitting, but he inspired definitely me and Gaddafi. I started writing early. I had a little group called the Five Clips. I was like 12 years old. So we used to, we had a DJ called Quimmy Quim. He's still the Outlaws DJ right now. He had equipment in his house. His father used to manage the Lords of the Underground. You heard of Lords of the Underground?
Yeah, I heard of him.
Yeah, yeah. So his father used to manage the Lords of the Underground, you know, and Quim had all the equipment. So he was the DJ for The Plague. And that's where all the music started with us. Quimmy Quim, his crib. He had the crib we could actually record music at. I still got a tape right now from, I was 12 years old, recording at Quimmy Quim crib. And that's where they used to record The Plague stuff at, Fatal and the group he had. You know what I mean? Yaki, he wasn't really spitting like that, like around the way, like when we was real young. Maybe a little later, like when he started getting like 15, 16, that's when we knew Yaki could rap too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember Edie saying in an interview before that, he taught Gaddafi how to rap. So yeah, that's dope, man. But I want to ask you about Naughty by Nature. You had beef with them back then, right? Back in Jersey?
Well, Naughty by Nature, when they first came out, we all loved them. Let's start there. We all loved Naughty by Nature. They was repping real hard for Jersey. They was from East Orange. I had a whole bunch of family in East Orange and Orange. So we felt like they belonged to us. They was from, 20 minutes away where we was from, and they was killing the whole rap game. So they used to come to our town, Montclair, and go shopping at this store called Lewinsky's. Lewinsky sold all the drug dealer specials, all the Flavor Tims, the Dickie suits, the Carhartts, the Pendletons, all the you used to see Tretch and them wearing in the videos, like the Dickie suits with the long johns under them. They used to come shopping up there. So one day, Vin Rock was up there, and Vin Rock actually remembered the story. I called him one time. I was like, yo, you remember this happened? He was like, hell yeah. He told me all the details and shit. But Vin Rock and he, a couple of his guys was up in Montclair doing some shopping, and two guys from my hood, Al Tariq and Nico Storm, for whatever reason, got into it with him. I think he like dropped he had one of them old phones. They, got the phone or whatever. I don't even know why they was fucking with Vin Rock, because we all love Naughty by Nature. You know what I mean? And got into a little scuffle or whatever. And it led to like a long time of like back and forth of, Montclair and Day area, East Orange getting to it. Like they used to send carloads of niggas to our hood on a late night. Like, you get caught slipping, you ain't got nothing to do with it. 3-4 carloads of niggas was hopping out. Like it was crazy. Like for a couple months, man. This was when they first came out, OPP and shit. You know what I mean?
Damn, so it got serious then.
Yeah, it got that serious, man. Naughty, they weren't playing no games, and niggas from my hood weren't playing no games either. But yeah, them niggas, they came to the Claire, man, and got into it with the homies and shit. Both of the homies passed away, Storm and Al G. But yeah, they got into it with Vin Rock in the hood for nothing, just them being up there. It wasn't about nothing serious, but it turned into some serious shit because Naughty wasn't going for that shit. You know what I mean? It's crazy that they are brothers though. Years later, you know what I mean? So when Pac, cause Fatal and Gaddafi, they told Pac what happened. And Edie told me Pac was mad about this shit. He actually like wrote a verse one day, like talking shit to them niggas, like leave Tretch alone, like that's my motherfucking brother and shit, you know what I mean? But Pac wound up talking to Tretch, and once Tretch realized that the whole beef and shit with niggas from Montclair, and he realized, oh, them is Pac niggas now. Like he actually like let his niggas know. He actually called a meeting and shit with Fatal and shit. You know what I mean? They had a meeting like in the hood, and he was letting them know like, y'all rocking with Pac, and that's my brother. And whatever we was going through then, that shit is done. And what I mean? I guess he spread the word out to all his EO niggas, and it been love ever since. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Right when they came, ain't that crazy? Yeah, right when they came out, that shit happened, man. You know what I mean? And we all loved them too, man. We was a little irritated at the homies for even doing that. Like, we had love for them. But it's crazy because Yaki Gaddafi was actually there when that shit happened with Vin Rock.
Oh, for real? He was there too?
Yeah. Yep, he was there with them. Yep. It was them and a few other homies. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah, that's crazy, man. And speaking of Pac, if I'm not mistaken, the first concert you ever been to was a Digital Underground concert, right?
Yes, it was at North Symphony Hall. I went with Quimmy Quim and his father Hafiz, and it was Digital Underground, Third Base, Big Daddy Kane, Chill Rob G, Queen Latifah. I didn't even know, Pac wasn't Pac then, but he was absolutely on stage dancing, you know what I mean? But a big fight had broke out, like a brawl. Two crews from somewhere, they had got into it, and after a couple of the artists performed, they had shut the shit down. But I was thinking about Shock G one day, and I had called Money B, like, Money B, do you remember this concert? And he remembered it like it was yesterday. He was like, yeah, I remember that shit. You know what I mean? Somebody had got stabbed up in there. It was like, it was crazy. You know what I mean? But yeah, I was up in there with Hafiz and Quim, and yeah, man, Pac was on stage dancing with Naughty by Nature at the time. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah, that's a crazy story. So take me through that, man. How did you meet Tupac? How did you and him connect for the first time?
How did it come about? Well, I had moved back to California, getting into a whole lot of trouble. I was making a lot of money at the time. I was actually living with an older woman right in my hood. She was like a young Mary J. Blige. I was 16, she was 24. Like I was young, but I was hair on my face. I was like a whole adult, you know what I mean? And she had 2 kids, and I'm holding her down. And I just got tired of Jersey, man. I saw my future one day. I was just, my mom being on drugs my whole youth, and my big brother, he started being on drugs and I think what really made me want to leave was when Nico Storm and Al G died. The same 2 guys, that got into it with Vin Rock. You know, um, that was my first. They died back to back. This was like '95. They died like like a couple weeks apart. Storm, he was on the streets. I guess he was robbing some dudes in one of the Carolinas, North Carolina, South Carolina, whatever happened, and he wound up getting killed. And our homie Al G, he stayed like 3 doors down from me. Al Tariq Bussy, him and Fatal was like best friends, man. Al G was like a real gangster, man. He coolest, funniest, and he wound up kind of going crazy when Storm died. He was one of his best friends, and us young black men um it's hard to deal with trauma. We don't know how to deal with it sometimes. And right after Storm had died, he wound up breaking into the funeral home, and they caught him in there. He was just in there with the shit, with Storm. You know what I mean? I guess he was in there drinking, getting high or whatever. He wanted to see his bro one more time. You know what I mean? But shortly after that, he was with the other homies, and they wound up getting pulled over by the police, and he hopped out and made them kill him. You know what I mean? And the devastation of that, it kind of like made my hood go crazy. Everybody turning against each other, and it was like niggas fighting every day. It just was like I just didn't. It was a horrible time. And I just wanted something better. Just tired of just doing the same shit. I'm like 16. I'm like, it got to be something better for me in life than this shit. I just want to be a kid. I wasn't in school. Like I said, I'm living with this chick, and I just wanted something better for myself, man. And called my sister and said, I'm tired of this shit. I was in and out the youth house, and it was just real street shit, just every fucking day. And I just saw a vision. I'm like, if I stay out here, my life, like, is this all life about? And called my sister, and she was like, yeah, come on. I bought my ticket. And my girl, she was like begging me not to go, and shit. I was like, something in my spirit is just telling me to go. So I left. And a couple months later, I was rapping with Tupac. Mind you, when I moved to California, I was just writing every day. I knew how to rap. We used to freestyle, every fucking day. That's just what we did in the hood. It was just normal. So when I got to California, I didn't have too many friends, obviously. I liked it like that. Knew some girls, met this dude that lived across the street. He was a blood nigga. The whole apartment was Crips. He was the only blood nigga over there. We went to the same school and shit. But his name was Daryl. He locked up right now doing life. But D was cool as shit. I moved to Rancho Cucamonga. That's where my sister lived at. And so I'm writing every day for whatever reason, just to like clear my mind. Like in the morning, going to school. I went to start going to continuation school. I used to be writing, like waiting on the bus, smoking a beanie, writing a rap. So for some reason, I was just writing. And one day I came home from school, and my sister said, 2 of my friends from New Jersey is in California, and they called me, and they told her to tell me to call them as soon as I got home from school. She was like, yeah, it's somebody named Fatal. They said they out here with Tupac and this and that. And I called them, and them niggas, they was out there. They're like, yo, where you at? I'm like, yo, I'm out here with my sister. I gave them the address. They said, we on our way. And niggas was on their way immediately to come get me. My sister, she kind of put a pause on it. And I get off the phone with them, and she like asking me about them, like, who are they, where they from? I'm like, they from my neighborhood, this and that. And she was kind of worried about me going to see Tupac, because he had just got out of jail. Mind you, I didn't even know he was out of jail. He had just got out of jail from he had just got shot, and he was in there for the rape, that he was falsely accused of and all that. And mind you, all the headlines. So my sister was like, you sure you want to, you out here, you done with all that trouble shit. Like, you sure you want to go be around like somebody like Tupac? And I'm like, you know what, you're right. Like these are my niggas. I grew up with them. Like these is my dogs. But, so they got there and, I talked with them. They pulled up in a limo about 45 minutes later. And I ain't just hopping a limo. I talked to these niggas for about 30 minutes, just like picking their brain, like, seeing what the going on. It's just like some out the blue shit. Like I ain't talked to these niggas since I left New Jersey. You know what I'm saying? So I'm out here, I'm like in school, I'm living a good, peaceful life, playing basketball every day. I'm like enjoying just being a kid, not walking out my house. Like I stay in the middle of the block on New Street. I walk out my house every day. It's 20 niggas outside, So I was like really enjoying that piece of just being a kid. Like I was like 17 years old and it was a good thing for me. So my sister, she put me on hold like, yo, find out what's going on first. So I talked to my guys and, they told me a little bit what's going on, but then was my nigga. So I was going with them, hopped in a limo and we went out there and met Pac and shit, you know what I mean?
Pac got mad when they brought you to his house, right?
He wasn't necessarily mad that he brought me there. He was more mad that, excuse me, they stole his limo, So Rancho Cucamonga is probably 45 minutes from Los Angeles. So I guess he was doing an interview or something in his condo. He had a condo on Wilshire. I think it was called the Wilshire House. And once they talked to me, I guess they was like, whatever Pac doing, we going to get no. Like these are my niggas. Like we been through a lot together. They so we pull up to the crib and first thing I see when we get out is Pac's sister. She's getting out of car as well. I guess she had just got there because he was fresh in California, fresh out of jail. He might have been there like 2 weeks or something. So Fatal and Gaddafi was the first two outlaws he got out there. So I meet his sister when we pull up, Setua. She's pregnant with Edie's baby, Malik. And we go upstairs, Set going first, he give her a hug, and we walk through the door. And he looks at me and they introduce like, yo, this is my nigga Nob from the hood, you know what I mean? We grew up with him. And he like, yo, nice to meet you, Nob, and he immediately put his attention on these niggas. And he started barking on them, like, yo, what the like, he had a right to. Like, he was busy doing some shit, and these niggas fresh in California, and they steal his limo. He like, yo, what y'all niggas been going for 2 hours. They had no cell phones and no shit like that. So, he was really more mad about that. Then they walk in the house with somebody he don't know. And yeah, so it was a mixture of it. You know what I mean? So he's barking on them niggas about the whole shit. And like, even in the middle of that, I'm like, and my first thing I'm thinking in my head is, I should have listened to my fucking sister. Like, like what you niggas done got me into. You know what I mean? Like, I'm minding my business. But yeah, he was just barking on them niggas, man. He was upset that they actually stole the limo, but it ain't last long. When I told him, I'm like, yo, no disrespect, Pac. I know you fresh out. I totally understand. I don't let motherfuckers, just strangers coming to your crib, that's just not what it is, you know what I mean? But, yeah, he was like, nah, it's all good. He passed me the blunt and everything and and he walked away. Yaki was like, man, what you talking about? And immediately after that though, he knew who I was, like just from the conversation, me, Gaddafi and Fatal, like, mind you, they just left the hood. Like they just seen my mother a couple of days ago before they got on the plane. Like they used to hustle. My mom stayed on 146 Bloomfield Avenue upstairs from the Chinese store, so everybody hustled in front of the Chinese store. Like my mom, all the fiends, they would come to my, might be 20 niggas out there selling. And, they know my mom, know everybody. My mom was like the mother for everybody. Fatal, Gaddafi, she was like the mother for everybody. You know what I mean? So, they used to be all the fiends that come up to my mom and try to get her to go downstairs and do what they do. My mom was a hustler. She used to get money from them and go downstairs to the brothers, all my guys, and get deals from them and all that shit. So, just from Pac, sitting with me and Gaddafi and we laughing and how we communicate with each other, he knew immediately that, you know, I wasn't just some nigga in California, that I actually like grew up with these niggas. Like, you know, these niggas coming telling me, yo, I'm in Cali, they seeing my mom every day and shit, you know, my brother coming around and, you know, so, you know, he knew who I was that night, that I wasn't just a stranger and shit. So it wasn't really about me. It was more so about them niggas still in the limo. But yeah, you don't just bring no motherfucking strangers to your crib. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was definitely out of pocket. So take me through that. Like, how was that like? You coming from Jersey to LA and living that lifestyle?
It was amazing, man. It was amazing. It was a little hectic. I remember like going out with Pac and I remember thinking that fame is some different just like us going to the mall, right? And we walk into the mall, we about to go get some sneakers or something, and we walk into the mall and people start charging at us and shit. It's like you don't know if you want to punch somebody in the face or, you know, like I'm talking about, yeah, like you just imagine, you know, you walk into the mall and just all these people start just running at you and shit. I'm talking about like grown ass men and, you know, it was like, you know, being around him and that superstardom, you see how people react to it. And it's like I'm sitting back just watching like that fame is something different. It makes that TV screen and that music and being on the radio, it makes people react to you as a human being like different. Just depends on how they perceive you. You know, I just remember me being a 17-year-old saying, this fame is a weird thing. But we just going outside and all these people just start fucking rushing at you and you know? It's a little crazy, you know?
Yeah, I heard Pac used to move around LA with no security.
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, a lot of times it used to just be him and us, you know? A lot of times, for sure. You know, I mean, Pac was a soldier, man, and he was a man of the people, and he wasn't scared of the people, and he wasn't in fear of um just the people. You know, he was a people person. He loved his fans and he loved the streets and the strugglers and you know, and that's how he moved, you know. But he definitely used to have security sometimes for sure. He absolutely needed it. But, you know, a lot of times it would just be him and us, you know what I mean? Just going wherever it needed to be going, you know. Yeah, he was a mega star, man. He wasn't just like a regular nigga with a platinum album. He was like a mega star, but you know, Pac he was a real human being. Besides like, you know, the mega stardom where here it is 28 years later, like Pac passed away when I was 18 years old. Like I'm 46 years old, man. And you know what I'm saying? He passed, yeah, man. He was a real person and real, you know, he had a real heart and a real soul and he really loved people, man. And he was fearless, man, you know. He was fearless as well. So he wasn't about to be a prisoner to his fame, you know, although sometimes he absolutely felt like that. But yeah, he gonna go outside. We're gonna go to some restaurants. We're gonna ride down goddamn Sunset. He loved riding down Sunset with the top back, you know what I mean? Letting the wind breeze. Yeah, no security, just us and him. Like, yeah, he wasn't scared of living, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he ain't let the fame stop him. So when did you become an official outlaw? When did Pac make it official?
Um, it kind of happened like on accident, you know? 'Cause I was there, um, I had my outlaw tattoo and I lived in his crib before he heard me rap, you know. Like I used to go there on the weekends. I was still in school. I was 17. I ain't had no vehicle. So, you know, my sister was working all the time. I'll be watching my niece. So I go there on the weekends, you know. And one weekend, this might have been like February, something like that. Um, he didn't want me to go. He like, dog, like enough's enough, you know, like you supposed to live here with us. And he asked me to drop out of school and he said, don't worry about nothing. We're gonna figure out something for you to do. you know, my first job was going to be to design the Outlaw clothing line. You know, he saw I was like real creative with drawing and me and we used to spray paint back in Jersey and so like them shirts that we had on the House of Blues, it had that big Outlaw on it. So like I designed that, I drew it out. Pac's sister actually helped me take it from a drawing to put on the shirt, you know what I mean? And you know, so that was the first thing I was gonna be the design the clothes, but he was just like, you know, I was his little brother, man. He like, yo, enough's enough. You know, so I'm living in the crib and one day I went to go visit my sister. I was like, I need to go see my sister. And I went back, I had all these clothes there. And lo and behold, I see this notebook, and the notebook is full of raps. So, you know, I'm out there on soldier mode, support my brothers Gaddafi and Fatal, wanting to see their dreams come to life. Me joining the group never even crossed my mind. I'm like, I'm here for whatever my brothers need me to be here for. I was just there to play my position. You know what I'm saying? And I found my notebook, and I started flipping through it. I opened it up, and the notebook was full of raps. You know, I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna take this back to Pot crib with me. Took that back, grabbed some of the clothes I had there, and shit. And Edie was the first one that I start kicking my raps to. You know, I'm good at cutting hair, so I used to cut everybody hair and shit. You know, that was a good bonding tool too. Like, you know,
Yo, everybody, y'all smash the like button as y'all come on in, man. I want to make sure y'all are smashing that like button and tapping on into what we doing, man. Everybody should be smashing the like button and tapping into what we got going on, y'all. Man, there's something real going on out here, man. So hopefully you guys enjoy the content on a little lunch break real quick. But we're listening to these stories surrounding the late, great Tupac Shakur, man. And I believe everybody should be at full attention when listening to these, stories and stuff like this, man. I think it's very important that we all understand the perspective of many when it comes to the legendary, late, great Tupac Shakur, man. I think it's very important. So, y'all make sure y'all stay locked in. Let's get back to the actual interview.
when I first met everybody, like when I came back, Fatal like, you still cut hair? Bring your clippers. I learned how to cut hair when I was like 12 years old. I used to cut my whole neighborhood, you know, from the little kids to the grown niggas from jail, you know, right in front of my mama crib. Summertime, 30 niggas out there. I'm, you know, cutting everybody. We niggas hustling, getting to it. But that was a great bonding tool too, man. Me cutting everybody hair. You know, Pac never got time alone. Like it was so many days me and him was in this bathroom and I'm cutting his hair and we got to talk about a whole lot of shit. Like me thinking about it now, it was a great bonding tool for me with all of the guys personally, you know, just having conversations one-on-one during that time. But I'm cutting Edie hair one night, and I'm like, let me kick something for you. Kick the shit for him. He tell all the guys, yo, no dope, man, no dope. Da, 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 da. So a week or two after that, we had to go to the studio to pick up a DAT for Pac. Me and Edie was the only niggas with driver's license. I was 17 with a driver's license. Edie had his license. Fatal, Castro, none of them niggas had driver's license. So, you know, I used to drive or Edie would drive. Wherever Outlaws, you know, would move. So me, Castro, and Fatal, we went to the studio to pick up something for Pac, Can-Am Studio. And the engineer was in there. Nobody wasn't doing nothing. They like bring up a beat. Castro and Edie was gonna do a song, or Castro and Fatal, you know, they wanted to do a song. They're like, yo, no, hop on the song. So I hop on the song and they bring the tape back, play it for Pac. They're like, yo, that's Nob on there. Listen to Nob. Pac heard it like, oh, you sound pretty good. That was that. It wasn't no, you know, it wasn't no big deal. I say maybe like 2 weeks later, we at his Malibu crib, you know. The shit felt like a movie, bro. Like Sally Richardson was there, you know, in his Malibu house, right? And yeah, I always loved her from TV. I think I was in love with her, man. You know, I always loved Sally Richardson. Man, she was in the crib, right? So mind you, his crib was on Malibu. Open up the back, the water's right there. So she's in and out she knew what she was doing. She's in and out the water and coming in the house with a bathing suit on. I'm like, this shit's like a movie, man. I'm in here with Pac and Sally Richardson. I'm like, this is a movie right here. Mind you, every time she'd walk by, we talking shit to Pac, like, come on, she love young niggas. We trying to convince him to, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man, ain't no, you know what I mean? But yeah, he was like, yo, y'all little niggas crazy, man. But yeah, Sally Richardson was there, man, and that shit seemed like a movie. And Pac was like, he asked me this day, like, yo, let me hear some more raps and shit. And I'm like, all right, I just so happened to have my notebook in the car, and I went out and got my notebook, and I kicked maybe like 5 or 6 raps for him, and he went crazy, man. He went crazy. He was actually like, the initial response was a little different to me because he was like excited, and then he kind of like got a little mad at me that I been living in his house, and I was there when he was recording All Eyes on Me and all this stuff, and I never rap for him. So you got to understand, anybody who meet Tupac that know how to rap, the first thing they want to fucking do is rap for him right on the spot, And he was like, yo, you could rap, you been rap, you know how to rap this good the whole time, and you ain't say nothing. It was like, I was just so humble. I wasn't there to be a rapper. I was there to support my brothers Gaddafi and Fatal. I wasn't trying to impose on what they was doing in no shape, form, or fashion. Like, there's so many pictures I see these days where I would move out the way. Like, I'm not in the rap group. I'm in the Outlaws. I got my tattoo. Tupac paid for my tattoo. I'm the last one he took and got this tattoo. This before he even heard me rap, you know what I mean? And I wasn't trying to impose on what my guys was doing. I was there just trying to play my position however I could help. But he heard me rap, and he was like, he said, everybody who think Nob should be in the group, raise your hand. And he raised his hand first, and everybody raised their hand. I'm like, okay. So he, I remember what he told me. He said, I saw the excitement. I think his level of respect like went out the roof for me that, I've been around all this months and I'm living in his house, and I never like tried to like force any music on him. I didn't really.
He wasn't thirsty or anything.
I didn't even think I was really that good. I just found my notebook. It was just practice for us. You know what I mean? It was just I wasn't trying to be a rapper. It was not even practice. It was just fun. It was just something to do. I grew up with hip hop. Hip hop just turned 50. I'm 46. Like I breathe this. You know what I mean? But I remember what he told me. He was like, you're the youngest member. You're the 7th member. It's like you're the last outlaw. He starts telling me how powerful the number 7 is. I didn't never hear about how powerful the number 7 is. It's something he was expressing to me, like, yo, you the 7th member of the group. You know how powerful the number 7 is? He was like, I want you to write more than everybody. He was like, I want you to be better than everybody. Now, all the guys is right here. I'm like, I just kicked a few raps for him. He already like, he decided he was just gonna push me to the front of the group for whatever he saw in me, And that's what he did. He started putting me on songs immediately. Like my Hail Mary rap was in the book, I wrote that at my sister's house. You know what I mean?
How did Hail Mary come about?
That was started working on the album Machiavelli, and we went to the studio one day, and Tyrone Heard 'Em Bad was in there, and he had that beat on. And I remember Pac playing the beat, and I didn't like it. Like I didn't think like, oh, I'm about to rap on this song. The beat was too slow. I was a young East Coast dude. I like that knock. You know what I'm saying? That East Coast knock, or just a dope beat. I did not like the Hail Mary beat at all. It was just too slow. It felt like church. And I just was like, I don't know where he's gonna go with this song. And as soon as we got in there, he was like, well, he gonna get on this. And he told me to, he like, yo, I want you to write a verse to this. I told him I didn't even want to rap on Hail Mary. Ain't that some shit? I'm like, yo, I hop on the next joint. I'm like, I'll hop on the next joint. This joint too slow, man. He said, I need to hear your voice on this. And I'm like, all right, cool. I opened my book up, read a few pages, and I found peep the whole scene and whatever's going on around me. You know what I mean? I kicked the phone. He said, yeah, that's dope. That's dope. We're gonna use that. And then he said, write a hook. I never wrote a hook before. I'm like, you want me to write a hook? I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, I don't even want to really rap on this song. It's feel like church to me. I don't know, where you going with this. But he told me to write a hook. I said, all right, cool. Mind you, I ain't hear nothing he did. He's just still writing. I come back, I wrote one real quick. If it's on, then it's on. We rate beat breaks, outlaws on a paper chase. Can you relate? You know this. And I kicked the phone and he was like, oh yeah, that's dope. That's dope. We're gonna say that for the end. We're gonna put that after your verse. And he goes in the studio and, I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Hail Mary. And Castro laid his verse, and then I laid my verse, and then I laid the hook, and then Gaddafi laid vocals over the hook as well, And we finished the song. And I still didn't like it, I didn't like Hail Mary until till I heard the mixed version. I didn't like Hail Mary till I heard the mixed version. And I was like, oh, this is kind of banging. But I honestly thought it was gonna be like, I didn't think it was really gonna make the album, to be honest with you. I didn't think Hail Mary was gonna make the album. It just didn't, I didn't hear it, I didn't hear it. Like, everybody, it's a national anthem all across the world now, but in real time, it just felt slow. It didn't, I don't know. I thought it was, once I heard the mixed version, I was like, it's definitely banging more. The beat was dropped out, we was mixed, our vocals sounded good. But I think after I heard it a few times, I start thinking, all right, this is a pretty cool record. But it didn't really hit, until like it came out and everybody, you couldn't go outside without hearing it being played in the car, and it came out after he died, so it was like it was so bittersweet for me hearing myself on the radio for the first time and Tupac was dead, it was horrible, honestly.
Speaking of Hail Mary, right? Why wasn't you and the Outlaws in the Hail Mary video?
We didn't, this was after Pac died, and we wasn't in California, and they just didn't reach out to us about it. I was like, I seen the video on TV. It came on, and we was somewhere, and somebody called me, and they're like, "Yo, the fucking Hail Mary videos on TV," and I see the video, and I see actors in there, sitting on the couch and playing video games, whatever the they was doing. But I was kind of crushed, to be honest with you. I was kind of crushed. My first single, my first song that I'm on, that I'm hearing myself on the radio, and Pac is he had just died on us, man. And hearing myself on the radio, and I couldn't be happy at all about it. It was like almost to be like hearing it and be like, turn the radio off. But it was no escaping it. The song was just being played every car that passed. You was hearing Hail Mary. You know what I mean? So for Pac to die, and they shoot the video for it, and we don't even get a phone call. It was kind of like, damn, where's the love? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, like that whole thing with us, like Pac died September 13th, 1996. Machiavelli album dropped November 5th, 1996. And Gaddafi gets killed November 10th, 1996. So, I mean, it was like, the album come out, I couldn't feel happy about it because Pac was gone. And then, Gaddafi dies 5 days after the goddamn album come out. So, 96, like my introduction year was crazy, so Gaddafi died, then Fatal like rapping, I'm done with this. The day Gaddafi died, Fatal left the group. These are niggas I grew up with, you know what I mean? Fatal, he called the house. He was like, "Fuck all this shit. I'm not rapping no more, period. Niggas is dead. Fuck that group shit. No, I love you, da da da." But it was a crazy time, Like even when Gaddafi passing, like I'm the one who had to, got the phone call. Mind you, I was just in New Jersey with them. Pac's memorial was in Atlanta on November 10th. So I was just in New Jersey. Fatal and Gaddafi. I just remember the conversation. Both of them was just like they didn't want to come to Atlanta, And Afeni was, she wanted us to be there to rep for Pac on November 10th for his memorial. She begged us, like, I know y'all don't feel like performing. I know y'all still grieving and hurting, but she begged us, please, come perform at this memorial. And me and Napoleon was in Jersey as well. We both was like, all right, we all gonna do it. I just remember the conversations with me and Fatal and Gaddafi, and they was like, "F that shit." They didn't want to do it, you know what I mean? But they promised me that they was going. I left before they did, and they promised me they was gonna get on the plane and come out there and do this performance with us. And they missed their flights on purpose. It was Fatal. Gaddafi, us growing up, Gaddafi kind of followed Fatal. He looked up to him like a lot, and he kind of followed him. And Fatal he was the main one really like that shit. And Gaddafi was right there with him, like, we don't want to do that shit. And they didn't catch their flight, So the day before the memorial, I had talked to Yaki, my last time talking to him, and it wasn't a good conversation. I kind of cursed him out. I was a little disappointed. He called the house and he was like, "Yo, we missed the flight. Like, yo, y'all can catch the next one, catch the morning one. Jersey and Atlanta, that's a 2-hour flight." Coming up with all these excuses, I was just disappointed. Like, Pac, he loved y'all, man. He did try to do everything he can. It's the least we could fucking do is perform at his memorial for his mom. And them niggas missed the flight on purpose, man. And I cussed my nigga Yaki out, told him I loved him though. It was what it was. And me, Edie, Castro, and Napoleon, we try to figure out what songs we gonna do. It's like, yo, they're not coming, man. We was all disappointed. Them niggas ain't make the flight. And that night, I was asleep on the floor at Afeni's house. Me, Napoleon was asleep. His brother Camille was asleep. And we got the call. And Big G, Edie's uncle, he woke me up and he said, "Noble, somebody on the phone. They want to speak to you. They said it's urgent." It was my homegirl Taliba from Jers. And she said Yaki's on the floor. She was at his girlfriend house. Her and Yaki girlfriend was, like best friends and shit. And she said Yaki got shot. He's on the floor right now in the hallway, with a hole in his face. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it was unbelievable. And I'm like, I woke the whole house up. Like, what the trying to process this shit. What the happened? Who did it? She threw out a name. Like, who the is that? She said, "It's Muta cousin." Mind you, Muta standing right here. When I said the name, his face kind of like, so it was like, my brother Gaddafi was laying, but I'm telling him this. It was like the whirlwind of emotions was like, it's undescribable, to ask you who just shot him. And then she say a name, and my brother's right here is his cousin, I felt for Moose so bad when that happened. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. And Yaki died, and we had to still perform that next morning for Pac's memorial for Afeni. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, we had to still perform. We absolutely didn't want to. We even let the crowd know, like, sorry, y'all, but, we're going to do this for Auntie, but we just lost one of our group members a couple hours ago. But I wasn't, like, excited enough. If Pac was dead, we didn't know what we was going to do next. We didn't know how none of this was going to unfold, And then the next morning, after Gaddafi, he got killed and all this. Then, you know, then that's when Fatal called. He was like, "Yeah, the group. He was like, I'm not even rapping no more. Niggas is dead. I'm about to be in the streets, doing whatever." And he wanted to speak to Napoleon, and they get on the phone, and it was an instant, like, Fatal, like, I'm gonna find him and I'm gonna kill a nigga, and you know what I mean. And yeah, I mean, it was serious, you know what I mean? And him and Napoleon got into it, and it was like, Fatal, my nigga. I grew up with him, you know what I mean? And like Napoleon, he was asleep on the floor when this happened. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a fucked up situation, man. Fucked up situation. Yeah, man. It was horrible, man,
Yeah, I know that had to be rough. I had no idea you was going through all that, man. And I know when Tupac died, he was beefing with a lot of people, which led
What's
to y'all getting blackballed.
That's a fact. That's a 100% fact. He went at everybody, 100%. He went at Dre. Him and Snoop had just had their little issue right before he passed, and Puff and Big, and everybody. And you got to understand, everybody got tentacles who people they rock with. Where if you dissing Puffy, it's a bunch of people he done paid and know, and producers and rappers, and that'll say, "Oh, no, we're not even gonna stand next to y'all motherfuckers, because it might ruin our relationship with this guy." So we didn't have nobody to call after Pac passed away. We had to learn this shit on our own. You know what I mean? And we did a damn good job. We coming up on 30 years soon of being in this. We done been on over 75 million records. Never been signed to a major label, been dropping independent the whole time. So many doors slammed in our fucking face. Group members dying, group members, going their own way. So me and Edie, we've been carrying the torch. Me personally, I always remember that conversation when Pop put me into this group. He saw something in me. He actually told me in front of everybody, "I want you to be better than everybody, work harder than everybody, write more than everybody." My catalog is vicious. It ain't too many rappers in the world that could with Young Noble. That's on everything. What the charts say, was popular on TikTok, whatever new silly dance these motherfuckers be following. Like, I make music from a real fucking place, man. I got real fans that really been rocking with me for, since the 90s, man. The first song they ever heard me on was Bomb First, nigga. I came in this like, I said, I'm the youngin' with the 9 ready to put in my time. It wasn't just a rap, motherfucker. Yeah, nigga was young, holding it down, ready to, push it forward. Not like wanting to get in the rap to be at war though. Like, I grew up when rap was, it was fun and everybody getting along. Like, my entrance to this game was way different than Tupac's. He got to experience touring with Digital Underground. They making fun music. He's getting to meet people, and it's no cloud over him in his early days entering the game. He got to learn the business with Humpty, with Shock G, rest in peace, and Money B was going. He got to, figure his way out with the movie and be on singles and same song and different things like that. I came in the game with Tupac, and it was wartime, and I was right next to him, you know, on some war not like this is what I want, but these is my niggas. Like I became Pac little brother like immediately. You know what I'm saying? For sure. So it was our experiences is different. He I learned work ethic from him in the studio, not fucking around and playing no games, doing what you need to do no matter what's going on. You tune that shit out. Be a studio full of bitches. Guess what? Write your rap. Go in there. Studio time costs a goddamn hour. Don't be in here playing no games. So the Outlaws, like I said, my experience in this game from Tupac, is different. He passed away before, I could even do a music video with the nigga. You know what I'm saying? We just was recording all this time, and then he left us. So our hard work and figuring this shit out started after he passed away. We had to like learn it and figure it out and learn how to create great songs on our own. Because when he was here, it was easy for everybody, to be honest with you. He go in the studio, this nigga hear a beat, he like it, he got the concept already. No, write 8 bars. Edie, write 8 bars. Fatal, write 8 bars. That's easy, you know? So to be able to make good music on your own, we had to learn that after he passed away, how to construct songs and be a group together. And, not be a group together, it was already a group, but without him, like directing every single song. But that's what it was when he was alive. So even like Hail Mary, when he asked me to write that hook, I was a little like thrown off because I never seen him asking none of the Outlaws to write a hook before. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you want me to write a hook? All right, I'm gonna try. If it's on, then it's on. But it is what it is, man. I'm still here, blessed and breathing, and it is what it is. And let me be clear, right? So Pac, I know he saw his power. He saw how the media was spinning this thing and they was putting everybody on covers and people picking sides. And that's when he decided he wanted to do the One Nation album. He wanted to do the One Nation album because he it was this thing created that he didn't like. He didn't like all this negative shit. It's not. I think he had to get that out, and then he wanted to bring unity. He flew the boot camp out like we would discuss it. Who should we bring out? We throwing out everybody we love. Get the boot camp click. We love. You right. Let's get them. Boom. Smith and Wesson. He got Greg Nice and Smooth Beat Smooth Beat didn't come out there. Greg Nice, but he was just getting started with the One Nation album before he passed, and he planned on putting so many different rappers on it, man, from Scarface to Bone Thugs and Harmony to the Loonies and E40, of course Snoop and the Dog Pound. He saw that he saw the effects of what all that dissing, was doing.
Right. Yeah, that One Nation album, man, would have been incredible. I like the idea Pac had behind that. But why wasn't Fatal on Still I Rise? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't mind, man. It's truth season, man. I'm popping out. We're gonna talk about some things. So around this time we was rocking with rap a lot, and Fatal, his manager, he heard we was out there. He had just got dropped from Relativity and he was going through a lot of different things. He just got out of jail and all that stuff. And we Lil J, we in down at Rap a lot at this time. Yuck Mouth had us come out there to shoot to be in a Still Ballin' video. Shout out to Yuck Mouth. And Lil J, he fell in love with us, man. He said, yo, I guess he spread the word like the Outlaws is coming, and all his artists was like, we need the Outlaws on the song. You know what I mean? Cash Money, they even drove up to come see us and from New Orleans. You know, this was when they first, was rocking out. So Fatal, his manager was calling up to rap a lot, damn near every other day, like, it's another outlaw y'all should have out there. Mind you, we not even signed to Lil J. We was just like, he had us out there for like 2 months, gave us all this money. We signing, writing all these rhymes for his artists and doing all these features and like this was a beautiful thing. Like we needed to be out there at that exact time. And it was a great learning experience for us being out there with Lil J for them 2 months, man. He took great care of us. But Fatal, his manager kept calling. I remember Lil J came in the studio one day and was like, yo, so Fatal manager keep calling the office, and he was asking us about Fatal, and I spoke up for Fatal and let him know, what happened about him being in the group and departing. But I'm like, that's our brother for life, no matter what. And as far as the rapper is concerned, he's one of the fucking best, you know what I mean? And a week or two after that, we was on our way to Galveston with the Ghetto Boys. They had a concert in Galveston, and Lil J said me pull over at a hotel, and Fatal comes out the hotel, man, and it was like a surprise reunion, and it was really dope, from because we haven't seen Fatal in a while, and yeah, Lil J, and he had Fatal come out there and had like a whole little surprise outlaw shit. We went to the goddamn concert, and it was like we was all back brothers. Napoleon and Fatal, they got to see each other, and niggas was like back brothers again. You know what I mean? And Lil J ended up signing Fatal, but we didn't. We was still on death row at the time. We get a call from Afeni while we were in. To get back to what you were saying, we get a call from Afeni when we were in Houston, and she's saying that she want to do this project. They got all these Tupac and the Outlaw songs, and she's saying, I want y'all to do an album. We sitting on death row at this time. Sugar's locked up. We don't know what's gonna happen, They start putting Still I Rise in motion, and we have a meeting about the way that the songs we're gonna use and this and that. And one of the ladies that worked for her company informed us that Fatal was gonna come off the songs that he was on. It was like they're gonna pay him his publishing and all of that, whatever they was gonna pay him, but they saying he got to come off Still I Rise, And mind you, we haven't recorded no songs at this time. He ended up, I think it was probably 3 songs on Still I Rise album that he was on that's on the album that his vocals got taken off and got replaced by one of us. So when they told us that, we sitting here like, nah, leave Fatal on the motherfucking album. What you mean he coming off? We was just in Houston with Fatal. Like, everything is good with us in Fatal. Leave him on the album. We like trying to fight for them. And lady basically let us know, like, Afeni, she was mad at Fatal, because when Pac, right before Pac passed, we was in New York, at the MTV Awards, he started handing out his jewelry to us. He let Fatal, he didn't give it to him. He let him wear the Rolex and his death row piece. Pac had on his euthanasia joint, and he let Fatal wear it. Mind you, Pac, he didn't see Fatal for about 2 or 3 months. Like, his last 2 or 3 months of Pac life, Fatal was in New Jersey. He had wound up crashing Pac Land Cruiser one fucking night. He shouldn't even been driving, We at the Oakwood Apartments, he went to go get some liquor, and he come back and crashed in the parking lot at the hotel and hit the pole. The pole in the garage, man. The pole. He hit the fucking pole and smashed the whole, he f***ed the damn Land Rover up. And he left that morning he called Gaddafi mom and said, "Get me a flight." He didn't even want to deal with whatever Pac was gonna say, and Pac woke up and he was just pissed. Like, you crashed my truck and then you leave before I even wake up. So he was pissed about that. But fast forwarding, we see Fatal in New York, and you know what I mean. He know we coming out there. We on our way. Gather the soldiers and come to the hotel. And Pac was happy to see his brother Fatal. And he said, tonight, nigga, shine with this. You know what I mean? Put this shit on. Put the Rolex on him and the death row chain. And that night, we had a little meeting after the after everything. And he told Fatal to send the homies home, all our Jersey brothers. And we went downstairs. I remember we was downstairs for 20, 30 minutes, and Fatal hopped in the van and left with the homies. Mind you, niggas is drunk, high and shit. I don't even think he even probably even remember Pac said, "Yo, send them and stay," or I don't know. But he left. He had no cell phone and no shit like that back then. And Pac was pissed, man. He was pissed, and he wound up getting shot. We go back to Cali, and we didn't see Fatal for the next day that we was in New York. So he still had the chain and the Rolex, and Pac ended up getting shot and killed, 2-3 days after we get back. And I guess Afeni was upset that he didn't return it to her, So when Still I Rise, mind you, I don't think none of us ever even talked about this. We get blamed for the last 20-something years that Fatal ain't on Still I Rise. We tried to get them to keep Fatal on Still I Rise. Afeni said no. She was pissed that he didn't return the death row chain and the Rolex, So that's why he wasn't on Still I Rise. He got paid for the 3 songs or whatever that they took him off, but his voice wasn't on there. So whatever songs he was on, they would say, they was, Noble, you rap on this, ED rap on this, or whatever the case may be. Me personally, I never asked to be on no Pac song ever. When he was alive, he always pointed to me and say, on Machiavelli, I'm on 4 songs. I'm on the album more than anybody, all the songs I did with him when he was alive, I never asked to be on anything. It was always, you'll know right to this. And after he passed away, it was the same thing. I would always get a call from somebody from Tupac Estate and, saying, "Yo, we need you at the studio, rap on this song." You know what I'm saying? So, the fans don't be knowing how it should be going, but we actually like begged them to leave Fatal on Still I Rise. We like, yo, we was just with Fatal. Like, that's our brother, or whatever, everybody was going through. That shit is in the past. But, Fanny, she was upset about that death row chain and the bracelet, man.
Why wouldn't he give it to her?
I don't know. I don't even know if she asked for it. I don't, to be honest with you, I just know Pac, he started that night. He actually gave me a chain. It was a long ass motherfucking chain. And he gave Yaki, what did he give Yaki? I forgot. But he gave Napoleon the ring and the Rolex ring and the bracelet. And I gave my chain to Gaddafi that night. It was too long for me. Once I put it on, it was like at my belly button. I'm, like you see videos of Yaki at the hospital. When Pac died, he had this long ass chain on. Like, Pac actually gave me that chain. I gave it to Yaki. I was like, here, this shit too long. I'll buy me a chain later on when we get some motherfucking checks or something. You know what I mean? But he didn't give Fatal the death row chain and the Rolex. He was happy to see his brother. He said, because Fatal was older. Fatal and Pac was almost the same age. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was 18 when Pac died. Pac was 25. Fatal was probably 24. Fatal was the oldest out of all the outlaws. So Pac was happy to see him. You know what I mean? And he he wanted him to shine at the motherfucking awards and shit, you know what I mean? So he was like, rock the shit. You know, Fatal, he wound up leaving. He for sure didn't leave like, oh, I'm leaving with the chain. You know what I mean? Like, that's Fatal. He coming back, you know what I mean? But we just left. You know, cell phones, we didn't get to see him, and we left, you know? Pac was pissed, I ain't gonna lie, you know what I mean? But I don't know if Fanny even sent the kite to tell Fatal that she want the shit back, to be honest with you. You know? I don't know. I never had a conversation with him that said, you know, Fanny want the chain and the watch back. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. Maybe nobody never even said nothing to him. And I don't know. Maybe she just assumed that he should have returned it, you know? I don't know.
You was right there when Pac and Nas had that run in at Bryant Park, right?
Yep, I was right there front and center.
From your point of view, can you give me the backstory?
My point of view. So the first thing that happened was at the awards, me, Gaddafi, Fatal, Napoleon, and who else was with us? Our homie from Declare Bang was with us. We inside, right? It's probably about 30 of the homies outside. We inside the awards. We walking in the back. You know, it's the stage, then it's all the seats, and then it's like a little area where everybody walk back. So we walking in the back, and Gaddafi walking in front of me, and I see him. He looking, and he stopped and kind of like turned and look right there. And there's some guys they like right there, and it's Nas's boys, and they kind of like grilling us and shit. So we like looking like, you know, like we grilling them niggas back, you know. So it was almost like a little exchange, like you know what it is. Like, come on, man, let's, you know. So that was the first thing that happened. So we walked, go to our seats and Pop, he presented his award. Once he presented his award, we knew he was going to be walking out soon. So we got up out our seats. We hanging over on the side waiting for him to come out. So we come out. We see him, and you know, one of the homies probably told him like, you know, we just seen Nas boys and shit. You know, we recognize him from the videos. We all was huge Nas fans and shit. Like, we all love Nas. So we recognized the niggas we saw. They was his boys. About 5 of them and shit. You know what I mean? And somebody told Tupac like, yeah, we just seen Nas people and shit. It's trying to grill us or whatever. You know what I mean? So we start walking back out, and we see 2 or 3 of them again. And one of them niggas, I don't know, he says something. Pac kind of like they were standing by the exit way to go out the thing. And Pac kind of start barking on it. And I just remember security like, this ain't, you know what I mean? So we all go out. So we just know like, niggas see us. And, you know, they from Queens. I'm sure they was feeling the way about Pac coming at Mobb Deep, you know, as they should. They, you know, that was their brothers, you know what I'm saying? So we leave out. We go to the park, the after party, right? It's like probably a 10-minute walk. You know, you had about 30 Jersey guys outside. And we go outside, and you know, Pac like, yo, we're gonna go to the after party, this right down the street. So, you know, everybody couldn't fit no van. So we all walked to the park. Pac giving out $100 bills the whole way. Might have gave out about $5,000 or whatever it was. I just know he kept saying, yo, give me some more money. And, you know, the streets was like, they was happy to see him. He was out there showing love, you know, just on our walk, you know. So we walk into this park. It's about 30 of us, and you know what I mean? And we get there, and we there for a hot second, maybe like 10, 15 minutes, and drinking, just happy to be in his atmosphere. And you know, the Jersey homies is there. We introducing him to everybody, and Pac was feeling real good to be back home. You know what I mean? So I remember he did an interview, and he was like, you know, you probably see it on YouTube. You see all the niggas behind him holding up Death Row East signs and all that. Yeah, he like, you know, I bring a, you know, Pac was crazy. I bring a new government back, you know, all these suckers, Nas, everybody, he naming everybody in this about, after he did that interview, about 5 minutes later, we see Nas come around the corner. You know what I mean? Everybody look. It's about him and maybe about the same guys we got into it with it, and you know, so, you know, they walk up, you know, the whole clan surround them, you know. Mind you, I'm right there in the middle. I'm shoulder to shoulder with Pac right here. Pac standing right here, Nas standing right here. Nas walked around the corner. He wanted to see Pac. He wanted to talk to him. His body language was like, me and Pac need to chop it up. They met each other before. They had mutual respect for each other, you know. So I know when Nas seen his boys at the awards, you know, they probably told him what happened. Yo, we seen Pac, whatever. So he probably feel like, I need to see Tupac. He pull up. They start talking. You know what I mean? Mind you, they totally surrounded at this point, you know. They was outnumbered. Nothing tough about that. It was just Pac first time back in New York. We was deep, you know. And that's just what it was. Now, this is a corporate event. A lot of rich white people and actors, and you know, it was no reason for Nas to be there deep at all, you know. So he had his couple of guys, and as he should, you know. Yeah, it's cool squad and so they chopping it up, you know. I'm right there, you know. Mind you, Nas was one of my favorites. This was like a movie to me. I see he right in front of me. You know, I knew Illmatic, I knew the words to a fucking song. You know what I mean? The nigga had on a red leather outfit. He had on some glasses with some red lenses. He's right here in front of me. Me and Pac shoulder to shoulder. Nas right here in my face. My first time, you know, in this environment. I wanted to tell a nigga how much, you know, we all love him. But, you know, this is wartime. You know, Pac chopping it up with him. So, you know, it was a little pushing going on. His boys, yo, Pac, tell your boys to back up. Niggas ain't backing up nothing. Like this, it was a little tense exchange. But them niggas handle it like men, and they talk. And Pac told him what the fuck was going on. He told him he had him on. He dissed him on Against All Odds. He told him he was gonna take it off. He like, yo, nigga, we gotta work. Niggas should never be going at each other like that. You know what I'm saying? And it was a simple exchange, and Nas walked away. Right? It was a little hectic, you know, for a minute, a little pushing. Suge right there. You know, Snoop was way over there on the other side of the field. I saw him specifically. He was way over there. You know what I mean? I was right there, shoulder to shoulder with Pac, with one of my favorite rappers, Nas, right in front of my face, right? Then they left, right? We was all happy that this happened. You know what I mean? Pac loved Nas. I know they had nothing but respect for each other. I know all our Jersey niggas loved that nigga. How do I know? Because that's all we played when that nigga came out from, you know, his first verse you ever heard. You know what I mean? Fucking Live at the Barbecue. We was all rocking with the nigga. What I don't like is over the years, man, how that exchange, all these different stories. The truth is, you know, Nas walked up. It was about 7 of them. It was about 30, 40 of us. He didn't skip a beat, man. He didn't get, you know, he didn't tuck his head. He walked up. He wanted to talk to Pac. The truth was, it was as gangster as it get. He walked up and they had a conversation. Pac all sweating, telling the nigga, yo, da-da-da-da. You know, Nas was cool, like, yeah, da-da-da-da. And, you know, the corny shit, though, is like afterwards, all the amazing, wild stories.
Right.
20 fucking years later, everybody got a wild story what happened that night. You know, his brother Jungle, I'm about to shoot Tupac. He wouldn't have made it out the fucking park. I had heat. It was surrounded. There was nothing they could do. You know, anybody could be outnumbered. It's nothing special about that. You know, a couple of niggas, you know, could go against a bunch of niggas for sure, right? But it was no win in this situation, you know? It wasn't no, you know, sort of amazing, wild stories that I done heard over these years. I'm gonna start with Snoop Dogg. Nothing but love for Snoop Dogg. He told a wild version, you know? I think like with Snoop, like when not Snoop, Kendrick, the joint he just dropped, he was saying to Snoop, I hope it was the edibles. I hope it was the edibles when he said this one. Because he had a wild version of the story, like Nas had Pac surrounded and all that. But I'm to Snoop defense, right? Snoop didn't come with Pac to this park. Snoop got there in his vehicle, his security, however he did. So I think all the niggas that we had with us, they was outside the venue. All our Jersey niggas, the niggas ain't come inside the motherfucking awards. They was outside waiting for us to come out. So in my mind, I'm thinking maybe Snoop, he don't realize all these niggas is actually with Tupac. They're not with Nas. So to his defense, I'm gonna say that, you know what I mean? But he told a wild version of the story. It was a long time ago when I saw what he said, but it was something like, Nas, he had Pac surrounded, and it was almost like Snoop version was like, you know, Nas could have snapped his finger and it was over for Pac. And I'm like, you know, I don't know, you know, in his mind, you know, he smoked a lot of weed. It was almost 30 fucking years ago, but Snoop's version for sure was by far the most off version. It was no truth at all to his version of the story. Mind you, I saw Snoop when all this was going on. He was way over there.
Yeah, you said he was from a distance. Yeah.
I mean, fucking way over there. You know what I mean? So for him, his version was just, I don't know why
he couldn't even hear what they was talking about.
He was nowhere near it. Literally, I think he was doing an interview with the cameras in his face. This is Snoop Dogg. You can't miss Snoop Dogg in the crowd. He's tall as shit, you know what I mean? So I don't know what made Snoop come up with that version, man, but just over the years, it's you know, Fatal, he used to lash out about that, you know, like every time, you know, Nas or one of them would do an interview, he was like real disappointed because we all loved Nas and looked up to Nas, and you know, to see like over the years how this story done just spiraled out of control with all these wild stories. Nothing fucking happened. Nobody threw a punch. It wasn't nothing. Niggas had a fucking meeting. Them niggas was surrounded. You know? It wasn't no winning for them niggas that day. It was 40 of us. It was 7 of them niggas. And he walked up like a fucking G. He didn't stutter. His step wasn't off. It's the realest version of the story. That's the most gangster version of the story. He was outnumbered. He ain't turn around or they go death row. Nigga, Suge right there. Nigga, there wasn't nobody else gonna walk up like that. Wasn't none of them other niggas out there gonna walk up like that. Trust me. That's the most gangster version of the story, the fucking truth. You know what I mean? Niggas walked up. It was outnumbered by 2, 3. It was about damn near 40 of us, man. And they surrounded them niggas for real. He didn't stutter. He didn't waver at all. He wanted to talk to Tupac. They had a mutual respect. So like, I just don't understand why it's all this crazy versions where the truth is the most gangster version, man. You know, his niggas telling stories, niggas had Pac yoked up and all this fucking silly shit, you know. But I think the most disappointing part for me, the nuts, right? The internet, right? Let me say something real quick. Okay, let me say something. I think the wildest part for me is, because I got nothing but love and respect for Nasty Nas, man, and what he brought to the game and how he carried himself. And, you know, he's one of our legends and our icons. And after Tupac died, right, and all these different stories and telling their own versions, man, what the truth is the most gangster version, right? But I think when he started doing these, what's the name of them albums he was doing? The King's Diseases, maybe?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
King's Disease trilogy he was doing this. It was like, you know, I think when Snoop's interview set the platform for niggas to like try to run with it. So that was the most disappointing part for me. He started dropping these King's Disease albums, and it seemed like every album he was throwing little lines in there about Tupac because he knew for sure the internet will run wild with them, right? Like one line he was saying he ran into Pac somewhere, one of them colleges, and Pac asked him what he was drinking, and basically he gave Pac the
He took credit for
Hennessy.
Pac drinking Hennessy.
Yeah, it's like, when all this pop up, we be ignoring it, but I be getting calls and from the family and everybody be like, Pac been fucking drinking Hennessy, but it's like you dropping these albums, they don't get played on the radio no more, things like that. He don't need none of that shit. He's rich, he's a fucking legend, but it's like the little internet buzz, right? Where I'm gonna throw a little Tupac line because he see this Death Row East story, this not Death, that whole MTV story, with him running into Pac, how I just grew legs and all these different versions of the motherfucking story, So, like throwing out the Pac line, right? About teaching him how to, he gave him his first sip of Hennessy. He'll do that on one album. The next album, it'll be like, I'm gonna do the Death Row East song. Then the next album, it'll be like, what he say? Something about he stole Pac's Thug Life tat because he got the Godson tat, but then he's saying Pac stole the Machiavelli, the euthanasia chain from his QB chain. Now I'm a Nas fan, right? I remember in '97, I think he did like a QB album, and I think that chain might have been on the cover if I'm not mistaken. I was a fan of all of them niggas. Mobb Deep, Capone and Noriega, all them niggas is dope artists. You know what I mean? Dope as shit, right? But that's one thing I remember that night, standing right next shoulder to shoulder with Pac. I remember Nas staring at this nigga's chain. I'm like right here. This is one of my favorite fucking rappers. He's right in my face, right here, with his glasses on, with the red lenses. I remember him staring at Pac chain the whole time. So I wonder if you could find, so if he say Pac stole that chain, I wonder if you could find a picture of him with that chain before Pac died. Probably not. Probably not. To be honest with you, because I was a fan. I used to pay attention to all that all the videos, the magazines. I'm really hip hop in the flesh, so everybody pay attention to what's going on. So he threw that line out there. Pac did his chain. You probably can't find a fucking picture of Nas with that chain when Pac was alive. Do some research after this interview and see if you can find a picture of Nas with that chain on.
Yeah, I
Pac
can't
was
recall.
alive.
I do know he took Pac idea when it came to the Thug Life tattoo. He got Godson.
Yeah, he said that. He said that in the song, and then he said, "Yeah, well, Pac bit my QB chain," and that's the thing. We was huge fans of yours, and I remember that night. Listen to me. I was right. Tupac's shoulder was right here, and that's the one thing that I remember from. I was 18 years old in 1996. I'm 46 years old, nigga. You know what I mean? I remember that night vividly. My favorite rapper, Nasty Nas, and Tupac right here in my face. Nas got on this dope-ass red leather outfit, and he had on some shades, probably some expensive shit with red lenses. And I just remember, he was short, and he was staring at Tupac fancy-ass Machiavelli euthanasia chain, So I'm like, you throwing these lines out, it's disappointing, because you're one of our legends and one of our heroes, and Tupac had nothing but love and respect for you. And that night, he treated you as such. And, besides all the little pushing niggas was doing, we all loved you too, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So that's the most disappointing shit for me, is after all these years, there's all these fucking wild stories, his brother, talking all this, he was about to shoot Tupac. Man, it would have been a whole massacre in that park. Nobody would have made it out that motherfucker. On God himself. Niggas was surrounded. It was 4, 5 of our niggas had guns, security, shook everybody there. Man, So I think that's the most disappointing part, because It's like doing all this stuff on the internet. We're supposed to have more integrity than that, man. You know?
Nah, that's real talk. But do you remember how Pac felt when y'all was on that trip to New York? When Snoop got on the radio and said he was cool with Big and Puff? You remember how Pac felt about that?
Pac, he was upset. He was definitely upset because Snoop was he loved Snoop, man. He loved him. And let's be clear, you know, they would have got past that. Pac had nothing but love for Snoop and Dog Pound and all of them. So that issue, Pac was for sure super upset about that. But I think his love for Snoop would have outweighed that, and they would have got past it. And Pac was trying to get past all that beef too. But yeah, I remember we was sitting in front of the hotel, and we was sitting in a limo. Like we was just, I don't know, we was about to go somewhere or what, but we was sitting in front of the hotel in the limo we was in, and it was on.
Trying to avoid to answer the questions that they might look at me and say something is wrong.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me help you out with this.
Okay.
So these people right here, what they want to know from you is, did you see who shot Tupac?
I told you no.
Correct. So outside of that question, right? The next question I'm asking you is, when you went back to Compton, was it like a Southside Crip that shoots a Piru Blood, and then a Piru Blood shoots a Southside Crip? Is that the tension that we're talking about?
Do I answer this?
That's a straightforward question. It's a yes or no answer.
Okay.
Did you see that?
When I was a part of that life, I was a part of that. And I was, no, because you asking something that's gonna hurt this dude. And when okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize
when we got back to Compton,
okay,
it was a gang war. People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood,
okay,
as well they did mine.
Okay.
But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being assaulted because people wanted to kill them.
Sure. Were they the only ones that they wanted to kill?
Am I the only one up in here? No, they weren't the only one. Okay. It's his neighborhood in particular. That's right. But they were the main subjects of a gang war. They was in the middle, such as me.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay, but my question to you,
Stop.
Can you focus on me for a second, sir?
Yeah, I will.
And I apologize. I just want to make sure that we're clear, okay, for these people. In terms of that information, none of those people were there, right?
And what people you be speaking on? The people that was already in the neighborhood, or the people that left Las Vegas that same night Tupac was shot to go home, bear their arms, and go to somebody else's neighborhood to look for somebody? They had to pay it back.
So once again, my question to you is that the information that I'm asking about is the people that back home, you're saying were eyewitnesses to this?
How could people back home be eyewitnesses to something that happened in Vegas? No, that's not what I'm saying.
The people that were here in listen to my question, sir. The people that were here in Las Vegas, you're telling me were eyewitnesses to what happened and went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at 662.
Just answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't answer that without a what you call it. You trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand if you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Okay, Mr. McDonald, focus for a second.
No, I am focused. Very
focus on this. My question to you is this. You didn't know what happened that night because you weren't there.
Right? I was at 662.
Right. Do you know who was there?
I know everybody that was there.
Okay. Like who?
Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping. I'm not going to explain that. I can't answer that.
Okay, let me ask you this next question then. You are telling us that people back in Compton, for some reason, knew what happened here in Las Vegas.
a phone conversation. People found out when people left Las Vegas the same night Tupac was shot, went straight back to Compton. It only take 3.5 hours to get home.
Sure.
Yes, it wasn't a problem for people to find out what happened. No problem at all.
They got on their phones, they texted people, they let them know what happened here on the night of the shooting.
Yeah. They had walkie-talkies, they had all kinds of phones. They had ways to call people to say whatever. But when people left Las Vegas that same night, after they found out and got in their cars and went home because it was a situation, Pac was shot. Retaliation is a mug. Come on, man. You like it was for real, for real. All of this was for real.
Now, the night of the shooting, did you have a walkie-talkie, a Nextel thing or something like that?
No.
Did Reggie Wright?
I don't know what he had. I don't know how much money he had in his pocket. I don't know what he had on his hip.
But you were the head of securities, but you're telling us you did not have any type
Reggie
of
Wright, right way security has nothing to do with the gang banging security, power rules, whatever you want to call it. They had nothing to do with us.
Okay.
The phones that Suge had for certain individuals, they had the phones. Like the guy that was bodyguard for Tupac that night. Like some of the guys that was at the Tyson fight, like Suge Knight. Certain individuals had phones. Yes, they did.
Okay, so, all right, I get what you're saying. You're not there, but you're saying other people were.
Yes, I'm saying there was a lot of people there.
A lot of people were there at the shooting that took place.
That was in the entourage, yes.
Let's see. Okay, just one final question. You're here today, and I think the state had asked this question under a subpoena. You're ordered to be here today, right?
Yes.
In terms of that subpoena, for instance, is that's the only reason why you're here is because of that subpoena?
I don't have no other reason to be here.
Yeah. In order for you to get that subpoena, you were served that subpoena back in California
Yes.
by a police officer?
I don't know. He wasn't in uniform.
Okay. And that order required you to go to a court in California?
I had to go to court in Victorville.
And then that court in California said you have to show up here.
And in that
Right.
And in that court, they told me that I would be in attempted court. Me raising my grandkids, I'm not going to put my grandkids in the car and move somewhere so y'all can't find me. So all that running and living a different life, I ain't doing it. So I agreed to come. And I explained to everybody in here, you ask me something, I'm going to be honest about. You ask me something I don't want to talk about, you're going to have a problem. Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not going to talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here. I'm not going to send him to prison. You are.
So the accusation now is because of the fact that we're trying to ask you questions, you're blaming it on me.
You asking me questions. If I just answer your questions, we going to have a problem in here, a misunderstanding. And you're asking me something that wouldn't be good for him.
Right. And once again, I just want to look, we're just trying to figure out who shot Tupac. You're telling us that you weren't there to see him. That's all I want to know. At the end of the day, that's it. Right?
Was I in the entourage when Tupac got shot? No.
Okay. Nothing else, right?
I was at 662. I mean, that ain't hard. That's easy math.
No further questions, John.
Anything further, state?
Jesus.
All right, we've got one more phase and then we'll let you out of here.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands? Oh, we do have one. Okay, hang on one second. All right, I have a question for you from one of our jurors, if you can answer it. Did Reggie Wright Jr. instruct security to not have firearms the night of the fight?
To be honest, I don't know if Reggie Wright told his people or the police officers not to have guns, and I don't know why. He sure didn't tell us because we had ours. And that's the honest truth.
All right. Any follow-up based on that state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
I just want to clarify what the witnesses said. You're telling us that you had guns that night?
Yeah.
I just want to know. But you had guns that night, right?
Yes, we did.
All right, thank you.
All right, I know you didn't want to be here, but thank you for coming out.
Okay, can I say something? I want to apologize to everybody, but I find this kind of funny. And truthfully, what you're going through, brother, is what you're going through. I didn't want to be a part of that, and I'm not a part of that. So I appreciate everything, and I apologize to all of you.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Have
McDonald.
a
You are
pleasure.
free to go. State's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State's calling Reggie Wright Jr.
All right, Jordan's investigating the burning smell. You know that smell yet? The burning smell? Maybe. If anybody's smelling something burning, it's a burnt bagel from back there, so don't worry, we're all. Okay. Are we able to? Is this good?
I think he was leaving them like that to swear, and then we'll turn them on.
Okay, perfect, got it. All right, we'll have you sworn then, Mr. Wright.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Reginald Lilburn Wright Jr. Reginald. Lilburn is Lil. B as in boy. URN. Wright is WRIGHT. And I'm a junior.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed. You're good, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you mind if I call you Reggie?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Sir, where did you grow up?
I grew up in the city of Compton, California. I was born and raised there until about the age of 19.
And who is your father? Who's your father?
My father is Reginald Wright Sr.
And where did your father work?
He worked for the city of Compton Police Department.
And at some point, had he risen up the ranks of the Compton Police Department to become a lieutenant, is it, of gangs?
Eventually captain, but during most of his career was a lieutenant.
Where did you ultimately become a police officer yourself?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I was a civilian jailer from 1985 until 1989. And then I became a police officer from 1989 until I retired in 1996.
And why did you retire?
I received a medical retirement for I have vascular necrosis in my right ankle, but that's not why I'm like this. This is a result of COVID.
After you left the Compton PD or took your medical retirement, where did you next work?
Well, to be honest, my last year or two of being a police officer, I was employed as on death row security, head of security, and also had a private security company.
Now, Was that something that was called like moonlighting, that officers would moonlight when they were off duty?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to us what moonlighting means when you're off duty?
Well, moonlighting is pretty much just working off duty on your off duty hours, working for different companies. I worked for several companies. It wasn't just Death Row. I worked for trucking companies, doing security. Worked at nightclub, the Raiders Club, that was inside of the Compton Hotel. Worked several video shoots. Just extra money on the side for off duty.
Compton PD wasn't paying good?
Guess I was really young and greedy.
Yeah. And then at some point you said one of the jobs that you had was moonlighting for Death Row. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what Death Row is?
Death Row Records is a record company that was based out of Beverly Hills, California. And yeah.
And who ran Death Row Records at that time?
A gentleman that I actually grew up with at elementary school, junior high, and high school by the name of Marion Suge Knight.
And when you say Suge, is that what he would go by?
I call him Suge.
So after you retired, did you, well, actually, let me take a step back. As part of your role as a police officer in Compton, were you familiar with the different neighborhoods and the members of different neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
Was that part of your job to know what areas were associated with what gangs?
Pretty much a job. And like I said, I started in like 1985. So kind of got familiar while I was working the jail. And it was something that was curious to me, being that my father was active with the gangs. And it was something that was intriguing to me as well.
So when you said you grew up with Suge, did you grow up in the same neighborhood that Suge grew up in?
Yes, about 2 blocks away.
Was that considered Mob Piru territory?
That's correct, sir.
So when you were growing up, were you familiar with the Mob Piru?
They came on eventually later. It was really a Looters Park, Piru area. But then, I guess when I was about in the 7th grade, which would have been like 1978, maybe a little later, 80, they started calling themselves the Mob Piru.
So they were Looters Park, Piru before, and then they transitioned to being called Mob Piru.
Yeah, we pretty much divided it, everything south of Rosecrans was Mob, and everything north was, or the other way around. North was Mob, and south were Looters area of Rosecrans Avenue.
Were you familiar with a gang called the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
How were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Well, growing up in the city of Compton, we all played sports together and heard of them when I was playing at Kelly Park, baseball, Little League baseball at Compton Northern. And then my time in 85 as a jailer, and then working in the streets of Compton as a police officer from 1989.
Were you familiar with somebody by the name that went by the moniker Keefy D?
Well, heard of him. Had no personal interactions with him at that point, especially as law enforcement. Heard of him, knew of him, but I had no personal contact with Keefy at that time.
So he was somebody that was on your radar, even though you had never met him or any had personal interaction with him.
Heard of him. He was mainly known as at one point he was known as a crackhead, but then later on he was known as a drug dealer. And I mainly was a gang guy and didn't really enforce on the level of narcotics he was working.
All right. So then you had mentioned that after you had left the Compton PD, you formed a company. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. So in '94, initially I was using a private security company because I was kind of in charge for security for Death Row called Code 4. But once I saw I was about to get retired, I opened up my own private company called Right Way Protective Services. And that didn't really get started until about 1995. But in '94, I was using another private company.
And who were your was your client just Death Row, or did you do anything else?
I had a couple of clients.
like Honda of Pasadena, which was a automotive dealership, a dealership in Compton that they were repoing people's cars and they needed a car. But my biggest 95% of my clientele was Death Row Records.
Now, tell me about that. What were you doing when you're saying you're security or you're a security company that's working for Death Row Records or getting contracted by Death Row Records? What does that mean, actually?
It grew over a time period. In '94, it was just mainly this special events. And then I have a couple of off-duty or retired police officers hanging with the artists in '94. '95, '96, it got a little bigger. Had security at the office, at the recording studios, driving Mr. Knight around, two with Mr. Shakur, two with Snoop Dogg, Mr. Brodus, and other artists when they went to promotional events like that. So I could pretty much have about 10 officers working a day.
When you say 10 officers, were the people that you would contract with or work for you in this world, were they largely off-duty police officers?
Off-duty or reserves or retired.
And why is that?
Because they were able to carry guns concealed, where it's not exposed. We had exposed officers at the studio, but mainly the bodyguards were carried their weapons concealed.
And we heard,
and for the training as well.
We heard from James McDonald just before you hit the stand. Was it fair to say that they were Mob Piru gang members also around Death Row Records?
That's correct. Mob, looters, West Side, generally Pirus from the city of Compton.
And are these gangs that are generally associated with the Bloods? Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And so, and the Crips are, let me ask you, Crips and Bloods, are they an alliance or are they typically in conflict?
Typically in conflict. However, Death Row was a unique situation because one of their main artists prior to Mr. Shakur coming to the label was Snoop Dogg, who was a known Crip from Long Beach. And they all seemed to have a great working relationship prior to my arrival and even during my arrival.
All right. I want to ask you about Bad Boy Records. Are you familiar with a company called Bad Boy Records?
Yes, I am.
And who, to your knowledge, was running Bad Boy Records in the mid-90s?
P. Diddy, Sean Combs, Puffy. I don't know what name he's going by today.
All right. So we'll go with Mr. Combs for now.
Okay.
So Mr. Combs was running Bad Boy Record. And then who would you say his most prominent artist at that time was?
Christopher Wallace, Biggie Small.
Okay. And then was there tension between Death Row Records and Bad Boy, the Bad Boy Entertainment label?
At what time period?
Well, you tell me. At any point, did tension develop between Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records?
Initially, when I was around in '94, there wasn't. However, some things happened in '95 that started tension between Death Row and Bad Boys.
There's a famous speech that Mr. Knight gives at the Source Awards in New York in 1995. Does that contribute to it?
Yes, sir. That was August the 6th, 1995. But yes, sir. That was when he let the world know.
And then there's another incident where one of Suge's associates was killed in Atlanta. Is that right?
That was in September 25th, I believe. Yes, sir.
And then is it fair to say that your perception of as security for Death Row Records was that somebody associated with Bad Boy Entertainment may have had something to do with the murder of one of Suge's friends in Atlanta?
That was always the story that was told to us. Yes, sir.
And so is it fair to say by 1995, the end of 1995, that there was significant tension between Bad Boy and Death Row?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent that it even involved violence with regards to Suge Knight's friend being killed.
Correct. That was the first time something escalated to that point. Yes, sir.
As security for death row, how did you handle this?
Well, we was always on some type of attention when it came to bad boys or going to the East Coast, which Suge and I continuously went to the East Coast because he had a lot of business. His distributor, the main distributor, was located out there. The big trade, like the magazines and stuff, was out there. So I can honestly say he and I, and maybe a few of his homeboys, went out there at least once a week, once a month. I'm sorry. During that time, when Mr. Shakur came home, we went down a little bit, but we were still going out there, but we didn't go as much.
And when you say when Mr. Shakur came home, at some point did Death Row sign Mr. Shakur to its record label?
It's debated how that happened, but
I'm not asking about the how. I'm just saying, did it happen?
Yes, sir. I believe he came home October the 12th of 1995.
Now, as security for Death Row, were you aware that Mr. Shakur was actually out on a bond, an appeals bond from prison from New York?
Yes, sir.
And I believe the allegation has something to do with sexual misconduct. Is that right?
Yeah.
You know, if you don't know.
I mean, something like that. I wouldn't call it that, but yeah.
Okay, whatever it was, there was some kind of issue. Mr. Shakur is in prison in New York, and then Death Row Records posts an appellate bond for Mr. Shakur.
They have some other companies, but yes, sir.
Okay. And then Mr. Shakur does he move to where Death Row is, or does he stay in the New York area, or where does he go?
No, I remember. I picked him up from the airport. Me and one of my security guys named Kevin Hackey, and we took him immediately. We went to Monty's restaurant and ate. Then we went to the recording studio that night, and from that point on, we got him into a room, took him to the Peninsula Hotel, where he stayed for, I believe, a month or two. Then he got a spot on Wilshire, and later on a house in Calabasas.
As the head of Right Way Security, which was contracted by Death Row Records, were you responsible for Tupac Shakur's security?
Yes, sir.
How did you handle Tupac Shakur's security?
Well, I had two guys that were primarily always assigned to him. One guy was a guy by the name of Kevin Hackey, who was with him a lot at the beginning. Later on, towards the end, a gentleman by the name of Frank Alexander was the one that worked with him as well. And then I will always have additional guys, like Al Giddings is one of them, fill in for him when those guys wasn't available. But generally always had one security guard with him. After this particular song came out, about May or June, we upped it to 2 security officers.
Now, you mentioned a particular song came out that changed how you handled Tupac Shakur's security. What song are you talking about?
It was a song called Hit 'Em Up.
And is it fair to say that in that song, Tupac is aggressively expressing his dislike for the members of Bad Boy Entertainment as well as other artists?
That's fair to say.
And as a result of that, you decided to change security for Tupac or increase it?
Well, I was a part of the discussion and ultimately had to approve it, but I'm sure Mr. Knight, possibly Mr. Shakur, and maybe the security officer that was primarily with them, we all agreed that he probably needed another guy with him.
Were you aware during this time of a gang from Compton being used by Bad Boy Entertainment when they came to the West Coast?
We had heard those rumors and we were familiar.
And what gang was that?
Compton Southside Crips.
Now, Southside Crips, that was the same gang that you had told us earlier that Mr. Davis belonged to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And by Mr. Davis, I mean Keefe D.
That's what I believe he is, yes.
Yeah. And then was there ever a time where Death Row and you and whatever other unofficial security Death Row had a clash with Bad Boy and the Southside Compton Crips at all.
Yes, we had it at a Soul Train's Music Awards. I previously stated that Mr. Davis was with him, and I even think I may have even said that he was one of the ones close to the guy with the gun. Never said he was the one with the gun, but there's been out there, social media, where a gentleman has came out and admitted that he was the one that actually had the gun that particular incident by the name of C. Gutter.
So do you remember, well, I'm going to ask you what your independent recollection is. Tell us about that incident. So we're at the Soul Train, what is it? The Soul Train Music Awards?
Soul Train Music Awards, yes.
And approximately what timeline are we looking at?
April, May of 95.
Of 95?
I'm sorry, 96.
Okay, of 96.
96, I'm sorry.
And you had mentioned before the song Hit 'Em Up. Was this before or after the song Hit 'Em Up?
That was before Hit 'Em Up.
Okay, that was before Hit 'Em Up. Okay, tell us what happened at the Soul Train Music Awards.
We pulled in. Originally, we had an entourage of about 50 people with us, but they only allowed two cars of us to get back in the back parking lot because that's where they had all the setup and the motorhomes and stuff like that. So we drove in the back. Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur, and a few of the outlaws was inside of a Hummer, and myself and Frank, which was Tupac's security that night, Mr. Shakur's security that night. We drove in behind them. As we was getting out of the vehicle or getting ready to park, Mr. Shakur saw Christopher Wallace and Puffy and a group of people, a few guys that I recognized from the South Side, in that entourage. As they were, Mr. Shakur immediately became enraged and started yelling, and confrontation between Mr. Small, Biggie, and Mr. Shakur took place to the point where one of their guys brandished a weapon. And then that's when I pulled my firearm and towards him and begged with him, pleaded with him not to raise the gun. There was some security from the Nation of Islam there. They got in the middle of it, broke us up. The gentlemen took off and ran towards the street in the parking lot.
I'm sorry, who ran towards the street?
The gentleman with the gun and couple of the people that was with him took off and ran.
Now, you said that South Side was providing that type of backup.
They were with them in entourage.
Do you recall whether Dwayne Davis was one of those people?
Believe he was. I know he was with them, but like I said, I don't believe he was the one with the gun.
All right, let's fast forward to September 7th, 1996, or that weekend. When do you come to Las Vegas for that weekend?
I came out that Friday. I believe that was the 6th. The Friday was the 6th. I think the 7th is the day.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I came out that Friday. So we had a nightclub that was in the process of being open. And out here, I guess, there's some type of cars that everyone that work around people that's having alcohol, I think they were called town cars or something like that at the time. I had to get all my security guards to have those particular cars for that night because the attorney that was assisting us in getting the club open said, hey, y'all got to be really on y'all P's. We got to have everything on point because if everything goes smoothly tonight, there's a good chance we're going to be able to get the permits transferred from the previous owners to Mr. Knight's name.
Okay, and so I want to stop you there.
Okay.
First, you're talking about you got advice from an attorney. Do you remember who that attorney was?
Yes, sir.
Who was that attorney?
George Calise.
And then when you got the advice from the attorney was generally telling you got to be on your P's and Q's, so to speak.
Yes.
When you're talking about being on your P's and Q's so that the club can be transferred to Suge Knight, was Club 662 at that time in Mr. Knight's name?
No, it was perceived that it was. People believed it, even because of the name change. Excuse me. But it hasn't officially been, the paperwork hadn't officially, it never was completed. It was never done.
Now, you talk about the name change. Explain to us a little bit about the name change.
Well, we had a sign and all of that called Club 662.
Explain to us what 662 means.
662 on the keyboard of your phone, it would spell out the word MOB, which means members of the Bloods.
Well, nobody has keyboards on their phones anymore.
I forgot about that.
And so the club itself, the name of the club itself rang out that it was a blood affiliated club.
That's correct.
Now, what advice did Mr. Kalisis give you regarding being on your P's and Q's for that night in order for Suge Knight to be able to obtain approval for running that club?
So he advised, and the main thing that came out of that meeting was he advised all of my security guards, even though that they were authorized to carry guns, being off-duty police officers and stuff, that we shouldn't have guns on our possession inside of the club on that night.
So your understanding was, or at least the advice that you got was, inside Club 662, if you're working it for right-way security,
correct,
you're not carrying a gun.
Yes, sir.
Did you communicate that to the people working for you?
So we had a meeting in Mr. Khalif's office. He said it. Mr. Khalif said it. My guys probably wouldn't have did anything if I didn't echo it. Today, I can't say I echoed it and agreed to it, but I'm sure I did.
What you're saying is you don't have an independent recollection, but you think you probably did echo Mr. Khalif's advice.
Yes, sir.
And when was this meeting?
That Friday after they had all came from the town cars meeting, because I took them all the Fridays, and we went and ate at Fridays after that meeting. So it was that Friday.
And then, so the process was with your folks, people working with you, was that they had to get their TAM cards or whatever temporary work cards required to do the work that you needed them to do in 662. Then have a meeting with the attorney. The attorney tells them, "Hey, we're trying to get this club transferred to Suge's name. Let's keep it clean and don't carry a firearm."
That's correct.
Did you do anything else that night, Friday at all relevant to the events that occurred on September 7th, 1996?
The club actually opened on Fridays and Saturdays, but for some reason we didn't get a big attendance on Friday nights. But Saturday night, it was a different night.
So you knew that that night, September 7th, 1996, was the night that Mike Tyson was fighting Bruce Thomas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that part of the reason why you guys were going to have the club open because of that fight?
That was the only times the club, under Mr. Knight, the Club 662 banner, we only did that about 3 times. And that would have been the 4th time. And so we only opened those 4 times, the Friday and the Saturday. And then we did it one more time where Mr. Shakur and Snoop Dogg did a St. Ives commercial, which was just a promotional private video shoot for a commercial.
Now, who was in charge of the security for Club 662 that night?
Well, ultimately I am, but I had a on site supervisor by the name of Al Giddens. He was actually who I consider in charge of the club, but ultimately as the owner, I was.
And then we heard from James McDonald. He's suggested that he had a role in security as well, maybe different than your role in security. Were you aware of James McDonald being there at the club?
Yeah, James was a headache for my security. They hated him. But he and we've been knowing each other over 52 years, So, I mean, that was like my brother. So James used to do it as a hustle. What James would do is go outside, get guys that look like they had a bunch of money, and bring them to the front of the line. And that drove my security crazy. But James was just out there working the door. Sugar have a bunch of his homeboys to come and be on the lookout, still blood related, pyro related, to be around. But James was mainly doing a little side hustle.
Now, in terms of as the person in charge or the person contracted to be in charge of death row security, were you aware that Tupac Shakur was going to come to the fight on September 7th, 1996?
Definitely the plan. That was definitely the plan, and there was a reason that I knew he had to come, but that was definitely the plan.
Okay, well, tell us the reason why he had to come.
So we, Mr. Khalees, who he had something worked out, because that's why we had off-duty police officers. I don't know if they were off-duty. They were in uniform, so I don't know if they was working off-duty or they were on duty. But we had, my guys were responsible from the door inside, where the police officers were responsible for the door and the street traffic control and the parking lot. And so I guess how they got that approved was
Well, if you're guessing,
okay.
I don't want you to guess. Were you the person responsible for whatever event control or traffic control that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department did?
No, sir.
Were you the point of contact?
I was the point of contact for the club, yes.
Yeah, but you're the point of contact for the club. And then the person, is it fair to say that the person dealing with whatever traffic control or event control or population control, whatever it was that the attorney, George Glases?
He was the one that got them there.
Okay.
Made the call to get them there.
Okay, so you weren't the one that called Metro.
No, sir.
So anything that you would have said regarding that, it's just kind of you trying to put the dots together, assuming what that conversation might have been.
And the only reason I say that because I knew we promoted it as a benefit for a retired boxer, for a police or retired. He was a retired police officer that was promoting or had something to do with boxing for youth or something like that.
So that kind of is adding to the P's and Q's that make Mr. Knight look better when they transfer when they're trying to transfer this club. Hey, we're also holding a benefit.
That and also Mr. Shakur was trying to work off some community service hours that he needed. I don't know how they made it happen in LA County.
And so Mr. Shakur was scheduled to perform that night at Club 662. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're telling us that it was your understanding that Mr. Shakur performing at Club 662 at this benefit would help him accumulate hours for community service.
Yes, sir.
So when was Tupac Shakur supposed to come to Las Vegas?
Well, they always came up on that Saturday. I know that they arrived about 4 p.m. on that Saturday, but if they were scheduled to come out earlier or not, I'm not sure.
And then at some point, who's the security for Tupac that Saturday?
Mr. Alexander, but he was out there with me, getting the town cars and everything. Mr. Shakur actually rode up with, I guess, his fiance and a few members of the Outlaws.
And who are the Outlaws?
The Outlaws is a bunch of people, actually, but it's a group of rappers that works with Mr. Shakur that he was trying to help get their careers going.
And was Malcolm Greenidge one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And I think he goes by the name Edie Amin.
That's correct, sir.
And Katari Cox, was he one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And then Afula, and I always get the name wrong, but Mr. Afula, was he also one of the members of the Outlaws?
He was as well.
Okay. And you said Mr. Alexander was the person that's supposed to be working security, or a person assigned for security for Mr. Shakur, but that he was with you. So on Saturday, was anybody with Mr. Shakur?
No, sir.
And you had mentioned earlier that after the song "Hit 'Em Up" had come out, and that was probably 3-4 months before this, you had assigned 2 security officers to Mr. Shakur.
That's correct.
So where's the other one?
Well, that was Mr. Hackey, Kevin Hackey. He was scheduled to also be attending and riding, and that's who I actually thought was going to be with him, coming up with him, because he normally was with him. You know, him and Mr. Alexander, they kind of worked out who would be with Mr. Shakur. And for some reason, he didn't show up. He now telling me he had a late arrest and he was stuck at the hospital all day dealing with her arrest.
So the fight night arrives. Where are you? You go to the fight?
I went to the parking lot of the fight, so it was kind of hectic to get inside, but also got a call from Mr. Giddings, Al Giddings, who was my supervisor at the club, and they was having some logistic problems, some problems there, and I elected to go and get things in order at the club.
So you get to the parking lot of MGM, see it's a little crazy, and decide to head over to Club 662.
That's correct.
And was Club 662, it was on Flamingo, is that right?
1700 block of Flamingo, yes, sir.
Actually, can I see Exhibit 2? I'm going to publish Exhibit 2, which has already been admitted. All right, actually, Mr. Wright, you're not positioned great for any of this, but there we have. Can you see the 662 up there?
I don't have my glasses.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
I got you. Commissioner Brooks, Your Honor? Your Honor, Commissioner Brooks?
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Move about the courtroom freely.
Thank you. You see clubs, there's a red 662 club on this map. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Is that accurately representing what Club 662 was?
Yes, sir.
So you leave the Las Vegas Strip and head over to Club 662.
That's correct, sir.
Was it? Did you handle the logistical issues at Club 662?
I guess. I'm sure we got worked out. Yes, sir.
And then was Club 662? Did you stay at Club 662, or did you head back to the Strip that night?
No, I stayed there the whole time until I was contacted by some other individuals.
Okay, so we'll start before we get there. How was 662 super busy that night, or was it kind of less crowded?
The clubs generally didn't start getting crowded until about 11 p.m. I think we were there like 8:30. So it eventually got there, but I wouldn't call it super crowded at that point.
And then you said you were there, and then you something changed. Well, we all know that on September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur was shot, and Mr. Knight was at least grazed in the head by a bullet. Did you find out about that?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out about that?
Two gentlemen, Buntree, true name was Alton McDonald, and a gentleman by the name of Neckbone. Well, his true name is Roger Williams, and his moniker is Neckbone. They came inside the club and came straight to me. It was like, Reggie, Suge and Pop just got shot down the street. I thought they were messing with me because they like, where Reggie at, because I wasn't there with him. But then Mr. Khalees, who was standing near me, I guess he talked to some of the officers that was working out front, and he kind of verified to me that something happened. And then by that time, I see about 4 or 5 other units that were working at the club. They started taking out heading that way.
Now you mentioned two people, Buntree, Alton McDonald. Does Buntree have any relation to James McDonald, the person that testified before you?
That's his little brother. Yes, sir.
And then you had mentioned Neckbone, Roger Williams. Were these people employed by Right Way Security?
No, sir.
Were they part of Mob Pyro?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say, as we talked about earlier, that Suge would have members of Mob Pyro around?
Correct.
And while they weren't official security, would you say they provided a different form of security?
That would be a fair. Yes, that's correct.
So upon hearing the fact that, well, at that time when Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were headed to Club 662, were you aware of their movements? Were you aware that they were headed over to the club at that point?
Not at that point. I hadn't heard anything. Frank hadn't communicated anything with me. and I just knew they would eventually will get there. But no, I I didn't know any movement where they were at or when they were coming towards our way.
Oh, you had said Frank hadn't told you anything. At this point, had Frank met up with Tupac?
Oh, I'm sorry. Frank was with Mr. Shakur since about 4 p.m. on that day, 4 to 5 p.m. on Saturday. He was with him all that day.
So he didn't drive out with Mr. Shakur, but he eventually met up with Mr. Shakur.
That's correct. Him and another gentleman who initially was with him by the name of Michael Moore.
And was Mr. Moore also a member of security?
He worked for Right Way as well.
And so then you have Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight headed to Club 662. To your knowledge, were there other people headed over? I guess we already heard about Neckbone and Buntree. Were there other people headed over to Club 662 with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur? On driving over, was it more than one car, or were there a number of cars driving over to Club 662?
And I can only speak on what I know now.
Yeah. Okay, well, no, back then, did you know?
I just know who normally with them.
So after Buntree and Neckbone tell you that Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight had been shot, and you seem to get some confirmation from the attorney, what do you do?
Me and Mr. Khalees and Michael Moore, who was with Mr. Shakur earlier, who got, his primary job was to work at the club. He and I jumped in the car with Mr. Khalees and headed towards the scene where we were told Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight was. However, en route, Mr. Khalees was on the phone and was notified that they were headed to UMC.
So did you go to UMC then?
That's correct.
Now, taking a step back, did you see the car that Buntree and Neckbone arrived to Club 662 in?
Eventually, yes, sir.
And did you notice anything notable about that car?
Yes, Mr. Buntree, he had a Toyota Supra that was black, and he had one bullet hole to the driver's side fender.
Now, let's go back to, you're on your way back to, or you're on your way over to UMC. What happens at UMC?
Get there. Of course, Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur was in the emergency room. I didn't get to see Mr. Knight until about 3 hours later. I saw him, but there was a lot of people gathering. Yes, people heard what happened from the club. They started gathering there, and people were just starting to gather, and in the parking lot outside of the hospital.
Was Mr. Knight held at UMC for a long time, or like for weeks, or what happened with Mr. Knight?
No, Mr. Knight was released. I left prior. I don't know why I left. I left prior to him getting released about 4 or 5 that morning. But I know I was back at his house. I went and got his home secured. And I know I was back at his house about 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. that morning. I was with him all that day.
After all this, or sometime during this, do you make contact with your father?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
By phone. I called him a couple of times throughout that night. Told him what had just happened to Shug and Mr. Shakur. It's kind of stressful for me. Called him a few times that night.
How are you calling him?
By cell phone.
Oh, you had a cell phone at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was there anything that you felt you had to relate to him in order to let him know what might be happening the next day?
Well, during that night or that early morning, I was getting information from people in the parking lot and around that, hey, they got into it at the MGM with some guys from Southside Compton Clubs. And so I relayed that to him. They didn't know who the people were, just that they got into it with some guys from Southside. And I told them, hey, it's going to be trouble back in Compton.
When did you go back to Compton? When did you go back to California?
About 2 weeks later.
So you were in town while Mr. Shakur was at the hospital.
The whole time he was at the hospital, and that following week as well.
What was your role while Mr. Shakur was in the hospital?
I had two guys assigned outside his door the whole time he was fighting for his life, and they were there just. We had problems with. I remember a candy striper tried to sneak up and take a picture of him while he was lying, fighting for his life. And we were just trying to keep people out. Of course, Miss Shakur, his mother, was in charge, but just mainly trying to keep people out that she didn't want in or got her permission to come in to see Mr. Shakur while he's fighting for his life.
And then you had said after Mr. Shakur had passed, you stayed in Vegas for another week.
That's correct.
Why is that?
Well, I'm the one that actually received his ashes and had one of my security guys by the name of James Green fly back with the ashes and eventually delivered them to someone in the family. I believe it was the mother, but if it wasn't her, it was somebody that she authorized to receive the ashes.
Okay, but you are the person that delivered the ashes.
James Green was.
You received the ashes and
Yes.
then gave it
To James.
Yes. You know, I want to ask you this just straight. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Absolutely not.
As a result of the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM Grand, were there any legal proceedings that involved Mr. Knight?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Knight was on probation at the time of the beating at the MGM Grand?
He was.
Actually, can we show 115? Actually, I don't even know that Mr. Wright can see.
We can take the computer up to him. I just have to open it. It'll go off the screen though if I take it off here. You want to do it on your computer so he can see it up close, and I'll play it for the jury. I assume you
Hey, we always appreciate the support, and if you guys want to do so, you can use the Cash App or PayPal links. They'll be in the description box below this video or pinned at the top of the comments. The top donators will be announced every month. All right, you guys, hope y'all enjoyed the video. Like, share, and subscribe. Make sure y'all cop the merch, and make sure that you get the weight loss formula. The links to that will be in the description box below this video. Check out our next video coming up right now.